All right, everybody, how you doing? It's News Debate. I am Lee, live right now over on Twitter Spaces, live on stereo, also sending video to rumble.com/user/NEWZ debate and twitch.tv/NEWZ debate. It is News Debate. Patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter Patrice has been waiting patiently over on Twitter Spaces for the show to begin. Really appreciate having you here, Patrice. How you doing today?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I
Hello.
am
Oh,
96% there. I was really sick, as
good.
you know. One show, I was basically muting the mic while I coughed constantly. The next show, I just didn't feel good, but I was much better. And I'm not 100% there. There are times each day when I just have like a coughing fit, but generally my energy is back. I am not like dislocating a rib every time I cough like I used to. Now it's just like normal coughs, like if I just had like an allergy attack or if a bunch of dust got in my throat, and it just happens a couple of times a day. I'm almost there, but I can tell there's a little bit left on the road to recovery because I can just feel it. I'm a little congested, but nothing to write home about.
And how is your stomach, your gut?
That's right, because after I had basically tons of congestion, coughing all the time, as I started to recover my stomach, I just had a constant queasy feeling. That is mostly subsided. That's once again, I'm probably about 96% there. Every once in a while, my stomach doesn't quite feel right, but pretty close.
All right. Well, that's the good news. Did you ever pick up any ginger, or you got to look into that science first
Yeah, you
for
sent me. What
your
did you send
stomach?
me? You said, was it banana and ginger or something like that?
Yes. hmm Just to
And
calm it, just calms your stomach.
and then I said, "Where's the science?" And I basically
Yeah.
didn't get anything back from you. So no, didn't really do that. But I do love ginger. Anytime I get sushi, I go to town on that orange
Yes.
ginger stuff that comes with it. I've had just straight ginger tea. I was in some country I can't remember, and literally they had like a kebab, like a small wooden kebab, and just had ginger cut up and poured hot water in it, and that was
hmm
literally the tea. I'm
hmm
always a fan of ginger,
Nice. hmm
especially if I'm sick and I have it available. Oh yeah, ginger's a good time, but
hmm
still waiting for that science that ginger and banana seems to be really necessary if you're sick.
Well, I mean, it's just home remedies. Did you lose 10 pounds?
I have not weighed. I don't own a scale.
15?
I only get weighed if I go to the doctor. I don't think I've ever owned a scale.
Well, I haven't either, but how are your clothes
Oh,
fitting?
Patrice, you're telling me
That's
you've
what you go
never
by.
owned a scale your entire life?
Mm-mm.
Really?
Mm, maybe in our maybe when I was younger in my
Yes.
parents' house.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's not your fault if your parents had a
Yeah,
scale.
no, not as an adult. No.
I've only had a
No.
luggage
There
scale.
was no
One
scales
of
in
those
my house.
things you like hook on your handle and pull your luggage up in the air so you don't get a extra charge when you fly. I've had those.
You are actually weighing your own luggage to make sure you're not charged. You hook it onto your
It's like it's something that you can hold in your hand and it has a little hook on it. and some of them are crap and they don't work very
Oh.
well, but some of them are pretty
Mhm,
accurate.
mhm,
I
mhm,
fly so much with lots of luggage. My favorite thing is to go to one country and figure out what is uniquely cheap there that is not cheap in the United States, and bring like
mm,
an entire piece of 50-pound luggage full of that thing back home to the United States. And so to
mhm.
do that, I have to make sure that I don't have to throw anything away, because if it's one thing in life I hate is waste and paying for something that I don't have to pay for because it's some mistake on my end. So I jam
Mhm.
as much in there as possible, and usually there's a little discrepancy between the uh, uh, luggage weigher thing and the one
Mhm.
that's at the airport, and so usually I'll shove a couple things in my pockets, put it in my backpack. There's a little bit of shuffling.
Wear 2 pairs of pants. Wear
Yes,
2
that's
pairs
you
of
remember
pants,
2 pairs
you
of
said,
pants,
yes.
that means you have
I
4 sets of
did.
pockets.
Mhm, mhm.
So, I love bringing too much and then being told, "I'm sorry, sir, you need to take something out of your bag or we're gonna charge you," and then just finding a spot for that. I really hate going somewhere and being, like, 2 pounds under, because it's a couple more whatever I coulda shoved in the bag. So, I usually somewhere have handy, a luggage scale, and, if need
Mm.
be, I'll get to the airport early, and, usually you can find either some airports will just have them out for you to use. Otherwise, you gotta
Yes,
go to, a section that is closed. They're not doing ticketing there,
yes,
and those
yes.
scales are always on, I've found. So if you can sneak in,
Oh,
or
are
if
they?
it's not,
Mm.
cut off with those ropes, you can just go in and put your luggage on, and it will tell you,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
what the weight is, and then I'll do the pockets and stuff, because I don't wanna sit there and have people behind me while I open up my luggage and pull out a shirt or something like that. Oh, yeah, but I get a whole lot of satisfaction by having luggage that is exactly the weight that it should be, or even a tiny bit more, 'cause if it's 50 pounds and your luggage is like 50.2, I don't think I've ever had somebody who said I had to do something. But if it's 50 and a half, oh yeah. If it's 51,
Oh,
they'll tell
yeah.
me I gotta do something. But if I can get it like
Mhm.
50.1, 50.2, oh man, that's a touchdown for Lee. That is a
Oh,
great day.
yes. Wow, wow. That is some luggage scale for
And
you.
very, very rarely have I had, my backpack weighed. So, I've had my carry-on luggage weighed, not all the time, but I have had that happen before. But the
Mm.
backpack, they will tell you it's too big, but they don't weigh it. So, if you have really heavy stuff and it's not to the point that you're just so uncomfortable you can't do it, put all the heavy stuff in your backpack. They don't weigh that.
You have it down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is
You
important
know how
stuff.
I weigh my, you wanna know how I weigh my luggage before I leave for the airport?
You probably lift it up and you're like, "Yeah, that's about the
I
weight."
do.
Yeah.
How'd you know? Yeah, I
I think
lift
that's
it
what
up
most
and
people
I
do.
am good to go.
Because most people, when they go to the airport, I don't think their luggage is an issue. Like, they're somewhere between 40 and 50 pounds, and it's fine. I
You
when I
shop.
travel, it's uncomfortable for me to move around because my luggage is as heavy as it possibly can be, and my backpack is really heavy.
Mhm.
Um, so, I go to the airport, check in as quickly as possible, and go through security as quickly as possible, and then I just sit down because I just have so much stuff. I also usually don't buy anything in the airport, because why would I? I've never been to an airport that had reasonable prices. So I will.
I I have do you know I have not either. Believe
It,
it or not, I have never bought anything at an airport. It's
really,
ridiculous.
you're someone who likes
No, I
to
don't drink in the
to
bars.
have a good life. so I'm
Mm,
surprised by that. You don't buy, like, a sandwich or something?
mm-mm,
Really?
mm,
Okay.
mm-mm. No,
Well, you and
usually
me,
eat beforehand.
we're like peas and carrots, you and I. So I will
Oh,
bring in
yeah.
food. Like, I will bring in, like, a sandwich. I've
Mhm.
brought in Tupperware with spaghetti. Like, you can bring in food
Yes,
through security. They will let it in.
yes. Mhm. Sometimes they want all of your snacks, anything that's, like, sealed, that you haven't opened, in one bag, and I do that. I
I
buy
put all
snacks,
my
like, a
food in
couple
one
days
bag.
before I leave.
Yeah, whatever it is,
Yes,
fruit,
yes.
packaged stuff, stuff that for whatever reason, it's open because I made it or I already started eating it. I just put it all in one bag. Yeah, that's usually
Mhm,
pretty just like your liquids, whether or not I'm supposed to, I just have everything in one bag. I usually always have my electronics in one bag so that
mhm, me
sometimes when
too.
you go through airports, they will not make you take your electronics out. Just like sometimes they won't make you take your shoes off, they won't make you take your belt off. So I have it all prepped so that if I have to do as little as possible, then it just stays where it is. But if I have to pull everything out, well, all my electronics are in this bag. So let's zip this open and pull everything out. Oh, yeah. I've got all that down pat.
Nice. Well, I have pre-check, so I never have to take any of that out.
That's smart.
So,
We've discussed how I should have
mhm,
pre check, and I've never even
mhm.
considered getting it. What does that cost?
When I got it, I think I paid 80-ish,
How long does that last?
80-ish. Oh my gosh. I don't even know. Let's look that up.
But I mean, did
Um,
you get it like several
more
years
than
ago?
several years ago.
Well, 80 for several years, if not even more time, that's
I
probably
have my
worthwhile.
TSA app. I have it right here. I have for the longest time they had terrible software and you were constantly having to look up your number.
Oh, okay. So when
And
you go
then
through
a
there,
few
you
years
don't
ago,
just have your passport and they match your TSA account with your passport. You have to have an app or you have to have an extra number on you.
no, no, it's on your ticket. Um, but now there's a few years ago they finally updated the TSA pre-check app, and so it has your actual number. Where before you'd have to go into the whole website if you needed it. Like if for some
So
reason
when you
it
buy your
wasn't added to
tickets,
your
you
ticket.
enter your TSA number. That's why you need it.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
yes, yes, yeah. So, um, I don't know. I'll just keep looking because I don't know where you find how long this lasts.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to say that if it's
But
several
anyway,
years or longer,
yeah, yeah.
$80 is probably reasonable because I think there's only been once or twice in my entire life where I've seen a line at the TSA pre-check. Usually you just walk straight in. I think there's only been 1 or 2 times that I can remember being like, "Oh, that's strange." The, celebrity line has
Line.
people waiting. So it is
Yes.
clearly a good idea. I've just, it's like flying first class or, I don't pay to choose my seat. I get like the cheapest possible ticket that I can get, and I feel good about that. It's just something about me, so never I've never considered, um, like
Well,
if
the
you
whole plane is going to the same place, right?
yeah,
You're
but
getting
it's
there
it's a long
cheaper
wait.
than
I
a
mean,
lot of people.
I I get there 2 hours early. I get there 3 hours early. I've never missed a flight in my life, so I every time
Me
I've flown,
either.
I've been there 2 hours early, or if it's international, I've been there
Yep.
3 hours early, and that's a drag. If I had TSA, I feel like I could cut an hour off of that and probably be fine. So, no, no, that's, it's just one of those things. It's like, I have flown flights where I got food and then they also serve extra stuff like alcohol or snacks. And I've flown some really discounted international airlines where they don't even give you food. And I don't, whatever the case, I don't even look at the menu. If it's not free, I don't even look to see what's reasonable. I just say, I'm not going to pay for that. If I have to pay to get a certain seat, I would never even consider doing that. So TSA, all those things I just mentioned, ooh, something about me. I just something about flying. I try to get as much as I can for the little amount that I spend. And I think bang for your buck, I'm probably like top 95% flyers. What I get for what I pay, like I always get more than what I pay. But if you're willing to spend a little bit more, sometimes it's probably well worth it. And I've never considered that in my life.
Do you drink on an airplane or drink before?
Well, like I said, I don't buy anything in the airport, so I would have to be pretty drunk before I get to the airport to be drunk when I get on the plane. But if I get on the plane and there's free drinks, I will ask for 2 drinks. So, like, if they come by and
Mhm.
they, give a meal and then it's like, "Oh, what do you have?" "Well, sir, we have, red wine, we have white wine, we have a selection of beers." And usually they have, like, the hard alcohol small bottles, but you have to pay for those, so I've never get those. I will say, "I'll take a Heineken and I'll take a red wine." And if they come back
Mhm.
around and they say, "Any beverages?" I say, "Well, I'll take a white wine and I'll take a whatever other beer that you have." I am the person when they come through with drinks, so I'll say, "I want a can of Coke and I also want a can, not a cup, a can of ginger ale." And if you specifically ask for it, they'll give you the can. Otherwise, they'll open it up or take one that's already open and they'll pull it in the little cup. Oh no, I got my shtick down.
I'm gonna do that. I like that. I have never drank alcohol on an airplane in my life. How about that?
Have you ever
Where's my
flown
coffee?
first class? Because if you fly first
All
class
the
and you don't
time.
drink alcohol, I feel like that's a
There's
waste,
my
right?
own clapping. Fly first class all the time. I could be drinking champagne. I have never had an alcoholic drink on an airplane in my life. It's not my thing.
So what you're telling me
I
is that you like the party on the ground, but when it comes to being in the air, you're a
no.
Mormon. That's
Oh,
what you're trying to
no.
tell me? Latter-day Saint in the
Yes.
air,
Oh,
heathen
okay.
on the
For a
ground?
minute there, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking you were saying, like, do you arrive drunk? No, nothing, 0, completely sober.
But you'll have a cola, you'll have
I
a coffee, you'll have
Oh, yes.
something.
Oh, yes. Mhm. The
Okay.
coffee's terrible, but I've had coffee. Yeah, or, soda, Coke. Ginger ale, I like the ginger ale on airplanes.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
know
buy
what?
it.
I'm not a huge
I
ginger
don't
ale
ha usually
drinker on the ground, but oh boy, when
but
I'm on
on
the
the
airplane,
plane.
give me that
Mhm,
ginger ale.
mhm.
A little
Yes,
tomato juice. Sometimes they have
abs
tiny little cans of tomato juice. I've never bought one of those in
yes,
my life, but when it's on the plane, sign me up.
mhm, yes, yep, yep. But yeah, I mean, I love flying. I don't know, I may have to, where did you buy that handheld weight thing?
Oh, I think I
Because
got
when
it
I
at
go
Walmart or
to the
something.
UK. Oh, okay.
They have the
Like,
most
what
places.
section do they have that kinda
It's
stuff?
like a, it's like a, um, what would you call it? A tape measure? Like, they just have things. I don't know where it is, but yeah, it's probably bought at Walmart. It's got a
Okay,
little
well,
hook
I
on
will
it.
check it out.
So it's a piece of
Right.
plastic that's much smaller than your hand, but then there's a hook on the end because the hook goes on the luggage, and then you pull up on the device, and then the luggage, goes in the air, but it dangles a little
Yeah,
bit, and it's supposed to measure how much it weighs based on the sort of like hanging in a
yeah,
guy and be like, how much does he weigh? The problem is that some of them can be a little inaccurate. So gives me basically, like I said before, it gives me that range. So if I go to the
mhm,
airport and I'm over, I'm usually not so much over that I have to throw something away. And it's within my double pair of pants pocket situation. I can figure it out.
yeah. I'm gonna have to check that because 'cause I'm taking a lot of luggage, this summer. So I will check that because it
Have
would
you
be my luck. Go
go
ahead.
on? No, no, go on.
It would be my luck that I'd get there with all this luggage and I have issues. After, uh, you talking about this on News Debate, it would be my luck. So I'm gonna go get one of those.
Also, though, as
It
I've
would be
mentioned, I don't have like a reward status on an airline or at a hotel. So when I get there and my luggage is too heavy, they're like, sir, you got to do something about this or we're going to charge you. If you're flying first class, I feel like your luggage can be a little heavy. If you regularly fly on an airline and have some sort of status level, I feel like your luggage could be a little bit heavy. So I don't know that you need to worry about this. But one final thought before we move on to a different topic. You say you've never drank alcohol in an airplane. Have you ever taken something from the airplane and brought it with you, either to your next flight or even just with you when you got to your destination?
something on the airplane that they provided,
I
like
steal blankets. I've taken those tiny
I was just gonna
pillows.
say, are you
I will
talking about
ask for
pillows and
so many
blankets?
beers or so many
Oh,
cans of cola that by the time I get off the plane, I have them in my pockets. I take little things of
oh, for the
pretzels.
love of goodness. Oh my god, I would leave you behind. I
Yeah.
would leave you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was gonna ask you, this is hysterical. What kind of bag I cannot believe you do. I would leave you behind. What kind of backpack are you talking about?
Oh, I just have a normal
Are you
backpack.
talking about a regular sports, like backpacks? Like
Like a
I have
backpack a kid
millions
would
of
use to
them.
go to high school.
Yes. Okay. So you're not talking about trucking across, uh, I don't know, Norway
No, no, I
backpack
mean,
with
because
a
your back
medal
if
in
you
it.
take a train or a bus, oftentimes your
Right.
luggage doesn't matter. Sometimes it does, but usually it doesn't matter. But when you go on a plane, if you come in with a giant hiking backpack, you have to check that or it becomes your carry-on. This backpack I'm talking about is a personal item, because if I get a carry-on, I'll
Okay.
have roller luggage like most people. If I have a checked bag, I'll have
Mhm.
pretty normal, checked luggage. This is just a backpack, and like I said, I've never had it weighed before, so I put heavy stuff in there, but this is one that has to fit, under the seat in front of you. So it has dimensions.
Oh, jeez. You. Oh my goodness. And then what kind of bag is all your electronics in? You're worse than me.
My
I
electronically
didn't
go in my
know.
backpack.
No, you said you had an electronic bag.
No, well, so I have all my
So
electronics in one bag. So it'll either be in my backpack because electronics that I have are usually heavy, so it goes into the bag, they don't weigh. Or if it's something that is not so heavy and I have a checked bag, maybe it's all in the checked bag, or sorry, the carry-on bag,
oh,
because then I don't have to worry about how heavy it is. Like I worry about being too heavy because if they weigh it, then I'm screwed. But if I have enough weight or I'm not concerned, I'll just have all the electronics in the carry on because that one, it's on wheels. if that's
Right.
heavy, it's much less of a detriment to my body than if I have a heavy backpack.
Right. So you have your carry-on, your wheelie, and you have your backpack, right?
Yeah, I've never been on a plane that didn't let you
Yes.
have a personal item, which it could be
Okay, so
something
that
as
is
small as an
your okay,
umbrella
yeah.
or as large as a backpack.
Yes. Okay. I was thinking a man, that's right, your backpack, so your personal item.
Whereas women, this is I know there are times maybe
Yes.
when it's not great to
I
be
have a
a woman,
travel
but
bag and
women
then my
get a
bag. Yeah.
backpack and they'll have a purse and no one ever yells at them. But you see me
Yes.
bring in a
Yeah,
purse,
that's
they'll
right.
be like, "Sir, those are 2 personal items."
That's right. I have never, ever, ever been questioned on what I have brought on that airplane. And I've brought, clothes you hang up, put in their closet, a garment bag,
Wow.
and
Wow.
yes.
You and I feel like I know the air is all the same, but I feel like your air is a little bit nicer than my air. So once again, if you fly enough, or if you fly a certain airline, or if from time to time fly first class, like I said, they're gonna look the other direction. I'm basically like steerage on the Titanic, but it's an airplane. I am flying the
You are.
lowest of the low, and I get jollies out of doing that. It's like going to a buffet and like eating 10 plates versus going to a nice
Mhm.
restaurant and they give you 1 plate. I would rather go to the buffet and
With
close it down.
barely any food on it. Yes. Yes, at the nice restaurants, you hardly have any food. You go home hungry or you have to eat beforehand. It's so gourmet. There's no food there.
But let's take this is a nice segue. It's News Debate. I'm Lee, joined by my pal and patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter Patrice. So she's a co-host on today's show and every other show. I mentioned a moment ago about how, hey, women, uh, you want to get a little benefit or two, get pulled over by a cop and start crying. You think I'm going to get out of a ticket by doing that? Go on an airplane and have a backpack and some sort of purse, giant tote bag, and see who gets 2 bags on the plane, you or I.
Mhm.
Traditionally, that was the hand you were dealt. I was born a man, you were born a woman. But Patrice, what if I could identify as a woman and stand next to you and they let you go in with your 2 bags and they say, "Sir, those are 2 personal items." And I'm like, "Well, first off, it's ma'am, thank you. And
Mhm.
this is my purse and this is my backpack. I see you let that other woman go by. I'm also a woman. There's no difference between us." Would that fly? I feel like that would be a great
But you
video
would
to
have to
watch.
say yes. It would if you told them that that's my sister, like, we're twins.
Sister, like we're black and we're
Like,
sisters, like, or like genetic
oh, no,
sisters, sister.
genetic.
Okay.
Yeah, uh-huh, genetic.
I feel like that
Identical,
wouldn't work for you and I.
identical.
But I'd have to really stretch my identity. I feel like to tell someone that you were my sister. But well, a sister from another mister. Okay, we could be like half sisters.
We
So
could.
this is a hot take show, so we can talk about anything. We started talking about flying, to begin the show. So clearly, there's some range here. But one thing I wanted to talk about on today's show, and you can see it in the title, is because I had this pop up on my radar a couple of days ago. I never would have guessed because it's Iowa, but Iowa had previously added gender identity as a protected class, I think, to its state constitution, or at least just law from the state house. Well, it is now the first state to undo that. Let's jump over here to the Associated Press from Des Moines, Iowa. Iowa has become the first U.S. state to remove gender identity protections from its civil rights code. When Governor Kim Reynolds, hey, they got a lady governor. Right, look at that. signed into law a bill that opponents say will expose transgender people and other Iowans to discrimination in all aspects of daily life. I'm guessing she's a Republican. The new law goes into effect July 1st. Well, hey, if you're in Iowa and you're a trans person, definitely use up those protections over the next several months until July 1st. It follows several years of action from Governor Reynolds and Iowa Republicans to restrict transgender students' use of such spaces as bathrooms and locker rooms and their participation on sports teams in an effort to protect people assigned female at birth. Republicans say those policies cannot coexist with a civil rights code that includes gender identity protection. So I like the Associated Press, I like the AP, but just reading this last paragraph, it's very clear how biased the writer of this article is. Republicans restricting transgender students' use of spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms. There's no restriction. They have just as much access as any other genetic boy or girl. They are refusing to grant them special rights. So clearly bias right there. Their participation on sports teams, absolutely incorrect. They are saying that they are not special. When you read trans sports bans, nothing could be further from the truth. You can play sports, you just don't get special rights. And then it says, in an effort to protect people assigned female at birth. You mean girls. You mean women. Like, it just, this is why Donald Trump has won a second time, is because Democrats are so brainwashed and so tribal when it comes to things like transgender in sports, bathrooms, you name it. The sheer mention of, I'm not sure if I'm down with this, means you're a terrible person. You need to be attacked. You need to lose your job. You need to be shamed in public. And so when the Democrats are offering those sort of solutions, and Republicans will offer anything from, hey, let's have a discussion here, to we definitely don't like trans people, the whole range. Is it any surprise that the United States, where generally when it comes to trans issues, the majority of people are not down with what the Democrats are selling, unlike gay marriage and things like that, which the majority of Americans are down with. When it comes to trans issues, there's more of a conversation there. It shouldn't be surprising to anybody that Republicans are making so many gains in this area, and like in Iowa, undoing what I'm guessing Democrats previously put into law. And they only can do this because they're winning elections. So maybe Democrats should take note of this. If they're really concerned about protecting trans students, which I would not say is necessarily how you describe what they're doing, but how they would say they're trying to protect trans students and trans adults, maybe if they pull back a little bit or a lot on some of these issues and were more realistic, they would be able to win some elections and do a little bit of what they want to do, rather than going 125% on trans special rights and losing elections. Doesn't help anybody. Continuing here from the AP, the law passed quickly after being introduced last week. It also creates explicit legal definitions of female and male based on their reproductive organs at birth, rejecting the idea that a person can transition to another gender. So this also shows the bias. It makes explicit legal definitions of genetics, of sex, nothing having to do with gender. Reynolds, the governor, proposed a similar bill last year, but didn't make it to a vote of the full House or Senate. So once again, Iowa Republicans apparently have been advertising that they wanted to do this before, and voters voted for them. They're not hiding what they want to do. The governor said in a video, it's common sense to acknowledge the obvious biological differences between men and women. In fact, it's necessary to secure genuine equal protection for women and girls. Adding that the previous civil rights code blurred the biological line between the sexes. Once again, no mention of gender from the governor. So there's more here that we can get to. But I want to hear what people think about this. And Better Call Sal sent me a message. She said she had something else she was going to do, but I hope that she can join us. She said she would join us later in the show. She has I can't remember, trans daughter. She has a child who's now an adult who was born, I'm a boy or I'm a girl, and now identifies the other way. We've talked about this on the show. Specifically, we've talked about how in Ireland there are some really interesting protections for someone who grows up and identifies a different way than their genetics. And this has been helpful to Better Call Sal's child and her as a mother. And it was really interesting learning about that. And I want to know what I don't think we'll hear from her child, but I would love to know what she thinks about this, because for my money, even though I am not a Republican and generally would side with common sense Democrats when it comes to trans issues, when it comes to this specific Iowa code change, as I understand it, this makes perfect sense to me. And let me know what you think about this, Patrice. I'll tell you why. So we have LGBTQ. And I've talked about before on the show how I'm not sure it makes sense to lump these groups together. And let me explain one way why I think it doesn't make sense. So first off, the second letter is G, stands for gay. There can be gay men, there can be gay women. Yet for some reason, the first letter, L, stands for lesbian, which is specifically for gay women. It then says gay, so GLG. G being gay, usually you would describe men as gay, but that's not specifically a word for men. So it's weird that we already have a special word for women, but not for men. So that's a little scratchy, head scratching, but lesbian, gay. So that's about who you want to bang. If you're a lesbian, you're a woman who wants to bang women. If you're gay, you just want to bang the same sex that you are. Gay being, I guess, the only thing that men could identify out of the two. They want to bang other men. Okay. Then B, bisexual. You'll bang men or women, whether or not you're a man or woman. You'll bang men or women. Okay. Still about bang. Let's skip T for a moment. That's trans. And we'll go to Q. I've heard that Q stands for queer, which is just another word for gay, which, once again, why does that exist if we already have gay? And why do we need lesbian if we already have gay? I've also heard that Q stands for questioning. So people who have not come out but are specifically identified as someone who might be LGBT adjacent. There's also often an A at the end of LGBTQA, and I've heard that can stand for allies. So someone like me, I consider myself an ally, or asexual. So you're not into anybody. I don't know. So my 2 cents, I feel like we could get rid of one or more of these letters. Let's go back to T. Patrice, can you think of one thing that makes trans different than lesbian, gay, or bisexual? We'll forget Q and A, because that seems to be either a weird extra or just a duplication of G. Can you think of any difference between L, G, B, and T?
Don't get to use Q. Q
Well,
is
once again,
queer.
Q, if it stands for
That's
queer,
male.
that's gay. No,
It's
queer is not male. No, 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 no. Queer,
yeah,
if you
that's
look it
what
up, I think it's just a synonym for gay.
I have only heard um, gay men call themselves queer. I've never
I know
heard
specifically women who identify as queer.
really. I have not. It's just always been men. Okay, so we'll forget Q then. T, trans.
So it's trans, but how is T different
Hmm.
from L, G, and B?
Because they don't want to be the sex that they were born with,
Okay, but
right?
how does that
Like
connect?
lesbians, they like being women. Lesbians enjoy being a woman, but they want their partner to be a woman too. They're not changing. We had this discussion um long time ago. Um Lesbians enjoy lesbians, women on women. Trans doesn't they don't want to be a man. They're fine being born their
So
sex a female.
what I think you're
Trans
getting
is not
to,
fine with that.
and what I would agree with, is that lesbian, gay, and bi have to do with who you want to bang. It has
Yes,
nothing about you and having a different identity than your genetics. If you're
thank
lesbian,
you.
you're still a woman, okay?
Mhm.
You could be, I guess, a trans lesbian, but just a lesbian, you're a woman, and you want to bang, you want to get with other women. Gay, that also covers women, but for men, I guess that would be the word. Nothing about your identity. It's just who you want to bang. And bisexual, well, you'll bang about anybody.
Oh, yeah, you just that's fine. That's a like a kink.
Trans, who do trans people want to bang?
Well, like
The
who
first
knows? I'm
three
not in their
letters are
bedroom,
bang,
but
bang, bang. It's all about who you want to bang. But then we get to the fourth letter. Is there anything we know about a trans person that tells us who they want to get with?
well, uh, Jenner, Bruce Jenner.
Please, please. You mean
I,
Caitlyn
I
Jenner?
don't. Yeah, I know. The reason I said Bruce is because
Because you're a bigot. Yep,
he he'll,
bigot.
no no. Let me let me tell you why. Because he maybe I could be wrong. I don't think he is he with women or has he
From what
been
I
with men?
understand, Caitlyn Jenner is not about sexual. Sorry, it's not about
Gay.
who she wants to
Or,
bang. It's about how she wants
it's
to identify.
right.
So
But who's she having sex with? He's having sex. Who's she having sex with?
uh,
I mean, is she
from what I
still
understand,
masturbating?
Kate, this is really, really personal. Hey, Caitlin, get on the line. From what I understand, formerly Bruce Jenner, now Caitlyn Jenner, has not changed who they want to bang. They have changed how they identify.
All right.
So just
And
imagine all of a
Caitlin,
sudden
she has not had
you're
surgery.
I, I have no idea. That's another
I
level.
don't.
So trans. Do you have to ask a lesbian, a gay person, or a bi person, have you had surgery? Are you pre-op or
Oh, yes,
post-op
and they
lesbian?
do. Yes. I
No,
mean, yes, the
no,
the the surgery
no.
part of it is the
There's
big.
no surgery part for lesbian, gay, and bisexual. But
Oh,
a
no, no,
trans
no, no, I thought
person,
we were still on
yeah,
T.
trans
I thought
person,
we were still on T.
have you had puberty
Yeah.
blockers? Have you had hormone
Yes.
injections? Have you gone under the knife?
Mhm. Yes.
So why are
It's
we
wild.
grouping LGB, which is about who you want to bang and has nothing to do with surgery, and trans, which tells us nothing about who you want to bang, could be
Mhm.
pre or post surgery, could be puberty blockers, could be injections. Does a lesbian need injections? Does a bi person need injections? No. Why are we grouping these different identities together? Who decided that
No,
was a good
that's
idea?
right. No, no, I've never looked at it like that and thought it through like that. That's really, um, I've never thought of it like that, and now I see exactly what you're saying.
And let me ask you another question here, Patrice. So
Mhm.
if I tell you, you know what, I've known this for a long time, and I'm just now finally comfortable to admit it, I am trans. What
Okay.
does that tell you about me? Can you tell me anything that you've learned about me if I tell you I'm trans now?
I would just I guess the vanilla thing of it is that you never felt, um, any male, characteristics since you
Any
were
male
little,
characteristics? Okay, so that's interesting. So I if
or
I'm a
you
genetic man, so if I became a trans woman, does that mean that I am no longer attracted, at least outwardly? Like now, I would say I'm a man who wants to bang women. And then if tomorrow I said, you know what, that was a lie, I'm a trans woman, who do I want to bang?
I think it's, different for most of them. I don't think you can do it you can be generic like that. I think some
So
still
we can
bang
do
men and
that
some
with lesbian,
bang
we
women.
can do that with gay, we can do that with bi. But when we get to T for trans, and I say, I'm now a trans woman, you have no idea who I want to bang. Does that mean that I
Right.
start wearing women's clothes?
Well, isn't that the whole point? They wanna be ultra feminine
Do I start wearing makeup?
or sure. I mean, if that's what you're gonna
So you
do.
think that there's no trans women who don't wear makeup and don't wear dresses?
Mm, probably. Maybe they're just I don't know. It's a whole mental
My point is that
a
you don't
mental thing.
know, right?
Whatever happened to
So you
just
could
gay
see a
and
yeah,
lesbian, and
this
who
is my point.
cares what you're doing in your bedroom? Do you know how
But you
many
don't even, this
millions?
is my point, Patrice. Let's go back to this. You don't even know what I'm doing in my bedroom. So I could say, let's just use Glenn, friend of the show, Glenn, patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter. Glenn lives up in Canada.
Yes.
Glenn is a heterosexual man from how he's described himself on the show. I'm a heterosexual man. Let's say tomorrow Glenn says he's a trans woman and I say I'm a trans woman. Glenn could wear dresses and no makeup. I could just wear my old clothes, but just start wearing makeup. I could wear dresses and makeup. He could wear no dresses and just wear. So you have no idea what it means to be a trans woman in this context. Unlike if I say I'm a gay man, or if you say I'm a lesbian, or if Glenn says I'm bisexual, we know exactly what they mean. Exactly. If
Mhm.
you are a gay
Right.
man and you are attracted to women, you are not gay. At most,
That's
you would be
correct.
bi or you just be a
Right.
straight man.
Mhm.
If you are a woman and you're
Yes.
not attracted to other women, you cannot be a lesbian, right? Like we have distinct identities
But
that are attached to
why do
these
we
words
to know why do we need to know, if someone identifies as trans, male or female, why do we need to know, who they prefer to bang? I mean,
because
if that's the
we
way they
group
wanna live
them
their life, then
with L,
I know, so they're
G,
yeah,
and B,
yes,
which are bang,
yes, that's
bang, bang. So just imagine if instead of LGBTQA, which I've asked ChatGPT, Q stands for queer questioning, like I said, and A can stand for asexual or ally. There's some debate on what those actually mean. Let's say we did LGBT.
what's the plus? Don't forget the plus.
That gets into a bunch of weird stuff. I'm trying to think what would be the
Okay, because I don't know.
okay. Let's say LGBTN. And N stands for neurologically diverse. So people who are on the spectrum of
Oh.
autism. Would it make any sense to do that? What if we said
Oh.
LGBTNA and A stood for Asian, or LGBTNB and it's a big capital B and it stands for black? Can we just take any minority
Mhm.
group and loop them into this organization, or should it make sense that you group like with like and different with other things that are different in that way? That's the point of all this, is that if I'm a trans woman, you do not know how I prepare myself. Do I make myself look like a woman?
Oh.
Do I look exactly the same but I just feel like I'm a woman? Do I use a women's bathroom? Is that automatic? Or do I say, okay, well, maybe I feel like a woman, but I still have a penis. So I'm going to use a men's bathroom because they have urinals. You know how much I love urinals. I've talked about how I want to have a urinal installed in my home.
Yes,
So,
yes. I'm surprised you haven't done it yet.
well, it's like I said, it's kind of hard, but that'll be when I start flying first class, I'll get a urinal home. So when I tell you I'm trans, if I just say I'm trans, you have no idea what that means if you don't already know stuff about me previously. If I say I'm a trans woman or a trans man, that starts to give you information. It doesn't tell you what bathroom I use. It doesn't tell you how I look. It doesn't tell you who I want to bang. It doesn't tell you if I want to play for a different gender specific, or as I would say, more truthfully, sex specific sports team. So why would we group trans with lesbian, gay, and bi when it has nothing to do with who you want to bang? And telling someone you're trans gives you zero information.
I think it it got all grouped together because it's human bodies that we're talking about. And I think that people look at trans as a mostly I got in the beginning, now things have gone along, there's been so many uh, you know, people explaining it and they're all of that. But I think in the beginning, trans was looked as sexual.
It was never
I,
sexual,
I think it
not for a single moment.
uh,
In fact, they don't say sex, they say gender. It has nothing to do with who you want to bang. Not a
it does
single thing
just
to do with
because
that.
it doesn't have to it doesn't have to do with that. But it's
Sexual is about
still
sex. It's right in the word. You can't spell
okay.
sexual without
Okay.
sex, but you can spell gender without sex. And that's the problem with
Mhm.
adding T to LGB. So the whole reason I bring this up is because Iowa has been the first state to remove trans civil rights protections. So I believe that means that, like in the state of Iowa, up until July 1st, because it's still law until July 1st, if your employer finds out you're trans, they can't fire you. Or if they see that you're trans because, well, clearly you're genetically a man, but you came in with makeup and a skirt, however they can figure it out. If you can prove that they were turned off by that and that's why they didn't hire you, you would win a lawsuit, right? That will no longer be the case, from what I understand, on July 1st. My question is, might this make sense? And if we go back to my criticism of adding T to the end of LGB, it is so different than the other three. So if you come into my my company, fictional company based in Des Moines, and I'm here to apply for the job. If you are a lesbian, I can't look at you and say, you're a woman who wants to bang other women. If you're a man who's gay, I can't look at you and say, oh, you're definitely gay. If you're bi, I can't look at you and just say, oh, that's someone who will bang anybody. You have to tell me these things. And these things have consequences. Now, a lot of Democrats would probably say, well, you can be a lesbian if you identify as lesbian. But no, a lesbian is a woman who wants to bang a genetic woman who wants to bang other women. If you come in and you're trans, I may have no idea. You may have to tell me that. But if you come in and your presentation is so drastically different than your genetics, like you're a woman with a giant Adam's apple, you're a man who just looks like a woman who's wearing guys' clothes and not wearing makeup, like it's very clear. There's a whole spectrum with trans. There'll be people who, you like see it on TV. It's like, I was born a man, but look like a woman. I've had surgery. Like, doctors can't tell by just looking at my parts down there that I am, not genetically a woman. There's a whole spectrum. I might have a business where you being a trans person could really turn off my clientele. If it is a McDonald's, not a great job to have, but if it's a McDonald's and there's a woman with a huge Adam's apple, people are going to sit there and take photos. People are going to go up and probably screw with the person and purposely misgender them, those sorts of things. That could become something that would be detrimental to my business. Just an example, it doesn't have to be, but you could imagine that could happen, especially, I don't know Iowa very well, but you could imagine in a place like Iowa, like Nebraska, the Dakotas, it's not the most progressive place. Secondly, being trans is so open-ended. At any time, someone could tell me that they are trans. If I'm their potential employer, they could just say one day, well, I've always felt this way, but now I'm letting you know these are my pronouns. But that means nothing about how they will portray themselves. Are they going to dress differently? Are they going to look differently? Maybe, maybe not. Are they going to ask me about using a different bathroom? Do I have to have a policy? Do I have to tell them no? Do I have to say, use the bathroom that you want? These are different questions than if someone all of a sudden says, Lee, I'm gay. Like, that's great. Or I don't like that, but I'm not going to fire you because then I'll lose a lawsuit. How does someone being gay affect my business? How does someone being a lesbian affect my business? How does someone being bi affect my business? You can imagine there's someone who's such a gay man that just looking at them, everyone knows they're gay. I think there's less of that with women. And I've never looked at someone and thought that's a bi person. So I think it's more of a real stereotype with men. But that's nothing compared to someone who's trans. Like, I think that goes to, the upteenth level from whatever level the stereotypical gay guy is. Now, for some people that might not matter, but if you have a business and these people need to be the face of your business, if you have an employee poster like up on the wall, like, family owned business and these are all our employees, and one of them is almost looks like a drag queen. Is that something that should be protected? Should you be able to say, you know what, this is a photo that we're going to put up. It's going to be around the business. I would just like you to look average. Like, is that the worst thing to tell someone? If a guy has a mohawk, you say, you know what, that's fine, but for the photo, could you just shave your head? Like, that could be something that's reasonable. And in fact, maybe courts would even uphold that. But if you say that to a trans person and they have just blanket civil rights protection like they do in Iowa until July 1st, does that make sense? Does it make sense that because T is so different than LGB, that maybe that can't be a protected class because the protections for trans are so much higher and undefined than for lesbian, gay, and bi? I don't think you have to be religious to see the reason why maybe having trans protections doesn't make sense. I don't think you have to be a Republican. I don't think you have to be someone who's full of hate to think that when someone tells you they're trans, that gives you literally almost no information about them. How could you start to protect them when you don't even know what they are? As opposed to a lesbian has to be a woman who bangs women. Gay could be a lesbian or a man who wants to bang other men, and bi is someone who bangs men or women. Done. Those are things you can protect. It has nothing to do with how you look. It has nothing to do with almost anything else other than this is who I want to bang. Trans goes into so many different things. Does it make sense to have extra protections for T that do not exist for L, G, and B? What do you think, Patrice?
No. Um, as an employer, um, I don't want to be made to hire someone who is trans that is going to disrupt my business in many, many ways just because of all the things you just
So thank you for
described.
that. I don't think I got that point across, but what I was trying to say is that if someone's a lesbian or someone's gay or someone's bi, does that disrupt my business? It might disrupt
N
my opinion of them because I don't, in
no, it
theory, like
doesn't.
this person. But if someone's trans, that could really disrupt your business.
Yes, yes, and as an employer, you don't want to be, made to hire a disruptor. It would be like any other interview except for to the extreme, like, uh, you interview someone that's never going to be a part of your business, right? They're not the right fit. There's some type of they're not the right fit or, they're a disruptor or you know what I mean? You don't have to hire everyone that you I mean, you know what I mean? It oh my gosh, I've interviewed probably a couple thousand people. I don't want anyone telling me who I can and cannot hire
Well, let
for
me
my
ask you about
business,
that because
that pays
generally
my
I
bills.
am for protections if you run a McDonald's and someone is openly gay. You just know them because it's a small town and you know this is a gay person. And let's just say you're religious and you don't like that. I don't want you to not be able to hire them because you don't like the fact that they're gay. I don't like that if you find out they're gay after they've already worked at your McDonald's franchise that you fire them. I don't like that because what do they do as an employee that's any different than if they were just heterosexual like your average person? Unless there's something really specific that someone can bring up, I don't think there's anything that's different about them aside for the fact that maybe the people who come into the restaurant, God, do we call McDonald's a restaurant? That come into the fast food place, they know that person is gay. So once again, like I said about trans, maybe they come in and, you know, high school kids, they're like, yeah, I'll take a McChicken queer. Like maybe someone does something stupid like that. But aside from someone being an asshole, that person is no different as an employee as if they were straight. So are you for those protections? Because I think those protections make sense. Just like a black employee is no different than a white employee in theory, as long as they are just doing their job. Like, what is the difference in skin color?
Right.
But you just said that you didn't want to be told, what to do as an employer. So where
No,
where
I
where
mean,
would
with
you
regard,
define civil rights protections for an employee? I would cut them off at trans.
yes, that's what I was saying. If I don't want to hire a trans person because they're gonna come, it's a man, and he's gonna come to work in a dress and makeup, and everyone's gonna know that he's trans or a cross dresser, and we're not gonna get any work
Oh
done
wow. So what
because
what you just said, let's take a look at that. There are people who are just cross dressers, either at home or out and about. Um, that might not mean
Mhm,
they're trans. Now, wearing the
that's right.
clothes of another gender is a real hallmark of someone who could identify as trans. But you could also just have someone who likes wearing women's or men's clothing and they don't identify as trans. That's why we have the term crossdresser. So it goes once again into being trans tells you nothing about the individual. Sorry, continue, but that was something I even missed. Another added piece of the puzzle.
So if we are going to get any work done and things aren't going to go smoothly, or it's going to constantly time again and again be an issue with clients, and just the whole business just blows up, and we're spending all of this time and money. I mean, time is money. No, I don't want to. Now, if I want to take that on, right, knowing that there's going to be things arising, lots of issues with lots of people and clients and whatever, hope for the best. And you want to spend the money on, because you're going to have to curate that a bit. It's not going to be come in, sit down at a computer, and all is good in the world. It's not going to be like that. So you're going to have to
Now
spend
that's
some
that's
money.
interesting. So you say sit down at a computer.
Excuse me.
Once again, this gets into if you add T to LGB, you're actually saying that trans people have more special rights than just lesbians, gays, and bisexuals. But if you could imagine someone who works from home remotely or works in an office and they have their own office or they drive a truck. I'm a trucker and I'm a trans woman. Like, I imagine there could be situations where you could make the case that that person should have protected status because they can't jeopardize the company's image. If you're a trucker, you're not using the truck company's bathrooms 90% of the time. You're out on the road, right? So it sort of gets you out of all of these conversations of, do other employees feel comfortable having someone use the bathroom that's not the same sex as them? Are you comfortable with the person who's clearly a trans woman who was born a man dealing with customers? If they're in a situation where they don't have to do that, then maybe I could understand the need to protect them, because what they bring to the table, while it is different than lesbian, gay, and bisexual people, it's not really something that jeopardizes the company in a way that's any different from someone who's a lesbian, a gay man, or a bisexual person, which is mostly zero. The problem is that that creates even more of a complicated mess, because then you'd say, well, if you deal with customers, or if you're, the face of the company, like all the employees in a potential situation are the face of the company, then you don't have special rights as a trans person because you're doing things differently than a lesbian, a gay man, or a bisexual person. But if you're off, you know, doing work on a mountain, I don't know, so it needs something done on a mountain, then maybe you should use some civil rights protections there. The problem is that just becomes so messy, and I just don't think you can
Yes,
legislate that.
exactly. I didn't say it that way, but that's what I should have said. I you know, I don't think that's, I if a trans and however they, present themselves as trans, they tell you they're trans, and however they're gonna present yourself in the company wants to do that, then do it. Great, more power to you. But and I'm not saying that I wouldn't. I'm just saying, uh, it shouldn't be, um, legislated for that. If a company doesn't wanna hire a trans person, okay, the problem's gonna be is when they're already working for you, and then you find out if they're trans. But I just don't think that or in private companies, I guess, maybe corporations, public corporations and all that, like Target, that whole thing, um, publicly traded, not sure if that's right. Um,
I think there are some
maybe
special
different, but
rules
my
for
company,
federal
you know what I
employment,
mean?
or if there's a
Yeah, what
union,
about private company?
but I don't think when it comes to
Yes.
civil rights protections, it's any different. Um, like for instance, we've talked about
Mm,
teachers in New York City who have assaulted students, or basically been confirmed to have had a sexual relationship with an underage minor student, but they couldn't put them in jail, so they basically just say, well, it's not safe to have them around kids. So they're rubber room teachers. You can read about this online. They have to go somewhere every day, and if they don't show up on time, they can be fired. But they have to have access to a telephone and maybe a computer. And so they have people who just sit there and run businesses while they also are being paid to be a teacher, and then they get to go home. It's like a great thing because they don't have to do any work and they can't get fired because of the unions. So there will be situations like that. It gets complicated, but I'm not sure if I have a 10-person private company that's not traded on the stock market, if I can treat employees differently than if I have a Fortune 500 company without a union. I'm not sure. I could imagine there'd be a
I
difference,
prob
but I assume there's probably not.
not. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Now, in sports, I thought we were gonna talk about sports. I don't think that, trans males should be on. I've said that before. for on women's sports team. You can trans all you want, but
Just
you
not on the
still
basketball
are
court. Yeah.
built
That's what the
you're
governor
built
of Iowa
differently.
said. She said that among other criticisms of the previous legislation that will be removed on July 1st, she says it's about protecting women and girls, um, equal protection for women and girls. So, like, colleges have to spend the same amount of money on girls' sports as they do on boys' sports, even though girls' sports never make any money, and all the money comes from men's sports, specifically football and basketball, and much more football than basketball. So colleges are forced to spend money on students who are not making the money, and we can disagree about that, but that's not a, that's not a disagreement. That's the fact. And so if you have biological men playing on women's sports, of course there's going to be an unfair advantage. It doesn't mean they can't play sports, but it means that they have to play for the team that they would play for if they did not identify as something else.
That's right.
Um,
I agree with that
Something else I wanted
100%.
to read from this article. As of July 1st, Iowa's civil rights law will protect against only discrimination based on race, color, creed, sex, sexual orientation, religion, national origin, or disability status. This, I think, makes sense because race, aside from some confusing, someone says I'm a person of color and they look as white as me, which is a real thing, but generally, if someone is black, okay, we have a basic idea of what that means. Someone is white, we have a basic idea of what that means. Race, color, uh, that seems like duplicity, but okay. Creed, I'm going to have to see what creed actually means. Sex, men or women, that makes sense. Sexual orientations, that's LGB, lesbian, gay, and bi. Religion, okay, that makes sense. National origin, so are you an immigrant? Are you a naturalized American? Were you born and raised here? Or disability status? Okay, if someone tells you I'm disabled, you might be surprised that it means that um, they have like a disability in their arm, and so they get like a handicap parking space versus someone who's in a wheelchair, but they can't identify as disabled. They have to have an accepted disability. Someone identifies as a religion, of course. Not all Christians are the same. Not all Muslims are the same. But these are, by definition, an identity that you choose. So that makes sense. Sexual sexual orientation. If someone tells you they're a lesbian, but they're a woman who's not attracted to other women, well, BS. You can call them that. Race and color, once again, that can be a little ambiguous, but generally, if you describe someone as a black male, you kind of have an idea of what that means, or a Asian woman, you have an idea of what that means generally. So these things all make sense because they have a lot of um, not rules, but they have a lot of have tos attached to them. If you are a lesbian, you have to be a woman who's attracted to women, right? Trans, I don't think has that, other than you just say you identify as being trans. And that's why I think it's not the same as race, color, creed, sex, sexual orientation, religion, national origin, or disability status. Interesting. Iowa's Supreme Court has expressly rejected the argument that discrimination based on sex, so a man or a woman, includes discrimination based on gender identity, because sex and gender is not the same thing. I think that's all I needed to read more from this. Oh, okay. Sexual orientation and gender identity were not originally included in Iowa's Civil Rights Act of 1965. They were added by Democratic controlled legislature in 2007, also with the support of about a dozen Republicans across the two chambers. A House Republican moving the bill last week says if the legislature can add protections, it can remove them, which is what they have done and will go into effect July 1st. So, Patrice, you and I seem to agree on this, but can we play devil's advocate here? And can we come up with reasons why it would be more sensical, more sense than not, to keep trans as a protected class in Iowa or to make it a protected class in other states? Not all states recognize being trans as a reason that you should be protected in the workplace. Some do, some don't. Can we come up with reasons why that is something that would make the most sense?
See, um, I look at all of this, uh, uh, on a private company level because that's the only way I know how to look at it. So, I don't know how they would have I'm for the protected rights, but I don't want to feel guilty or get sued or whatever it is, because just like any other person I would interview, I don't want to feel like I would have to hire them because they're under protected rights. I don't like that. I'm just being really honest. I don't want anyone telling me what I can and who I can and cannot um, hire with being afraid that I'm considered, um, I'll just use the bad person in general thing and any other name that they would want to call me. Um, I just I don't want anyone telling me what to do with my money because it's gonna cost. I'm just saying, like in real life, it was cost a lot of money
But I guess then
above
I'll
and
play the
beyond the
devil's
wedding.
advocate since you don't seem to be able to right now, which is totally fine.
Oh wait, okay, I was
Let's
supposed to say something positive. Well,
what's the difference between me not hiring you because you're a woman versus me not hiring someone because they're trans?
Zim, bec uh, this isn't gonna go over well because I was, um, my sex is female at birth, and I've lived my whole life as just, a regular female,
Well, what if
and I'm
you
not bringing
decided you
wait a
were
minute, let
a
me finish.
trans woman when you were 10 and you're 40 now? So you've been living as a woman for 30 years.
Mhm. With, male hormones, because you can only get rid of so much of that, suppress so much of that.
But
It's
to be
not though,
fair, I
that's
mean, there
not
are
the
like
reality.
female athletes who have really bulked up like their entire lives. And, stereotypically, if you like, there's like a rugby star right now. I think she did Sports Illustrated or Playboy or something. I saw some photos. I think she might have been topless. I can't remember. They're like swimsuit photos. And you could tell me that she was born a man and I would believe it because she's just an athlete. Um, but I believe she's genetically a woman and identifies as a woman. So if you're going to say the hormones, I mean, there are women I mean, just look at like stereotypical Eastern European women. There are women who look kind of mannish. They identify as women and they're genetically
Yes,
women.
yes. In fact, it was funny that you say that because yesterday now, of course, I'm not gonna know her name, but you know, the one where you were talking about it on the show, the one that protested about the bathrooms at the Senate, the whole trans thing.
Oh yeah,
That yes,
the House or the
her,
Senate passed a rule that said
it was
the
her bill, I
first
think.
trans Congress
Hmm.
woman could not use the bathrooms other than the one that I think's in her
Yes,
office.
yes, and the one that uh, it was her bill that she presented, and then later on there was a whole nother thing. They were all there in committee, and her and uh, Bobo thought some trans went into the bathroom. There was a big thing. Uh, I completely forgot what I was
Sorry,
gonna say.
let's go back to my original question.
Um,
So what's the difference between
okay.
me not hiring you because you're a genetic woman who identifies as a woman
Oh, okay,
versus not hiring someone
okay.
because they're a trans woman? Because if you say, well, I've been living like this my entire life, you can imagine someone who's been living just as long as a trans woman. They would probably have to be a little older than you. But if they transitioned at 10 or 15, if you just add 10 or 15 years to your life, that would be the same amount of time living as a woman.
Okay, and that's wonderful. But
But I
um,
assume you don't want to get fired or not hired because you're a genetic woman. So my point is, what's the difference?
maybe I think it's going to be a social issue of acceptance. I guess
So that's
it's going to be.
interesting. As I mentioned earlier in the show, Americans have been for gay marriage and for gay civil rights protections as a majority for some time now. Americans are not overwhelmingly for. People can decide what bathrooms they can use. People can decide what sports teams they play for. People can decide what their passport or their driver's license says they are, and the things that are associated with someone making the transition to I'm a trans woman or I'm a trans man. So, one reason that you might be able to say, well, whatever you think about trans issues, whether or not you're completely for trans recognition or you're completely against it, public opinion has not reached the point that the public considers being trans as the same protected class as being black or being a woman or being disabled. So that's interesting because that removes any consideration for what you individually think. You could just say, well, look at public opinion. Americans don't support this overwhelmingly. So maybe we shouldn't either. And 50 years from now, when they probably will, then it becomes a protected class.
Mhm. Yes, I know what I was going to say. Um, so that I guess she's a congresswoman or a representative. The one that brought that bill. Do you see what she looks like? She's very manly. She's very masculine. Like when you were talking about the masculine female athletes. She's very masculine. I mean, she could be trans for all I know, for sure. She is not feminine at all.
I'm
There's
trying
nothing
to
feminine about her.
remember who that was. Let me find that. We want to welcome to the show Shannon. It's been a
I'm
while.
so
Shannon
lazy.
hasn't been here. Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina
Yes.
introduced the
Yes,
Protecting
thank you.
Women's Private Spaces Act in November of 2024 in the U.S. House of Representatives. I don't recall what Nancy Mace looks like. You're basically telling me that she's not a girly girl. Oh,
No.
I think she has some
No.
strong like bone structure in her face, but no, I think she looks like
No.
a woman.
No, I saw,
Oh, no, definitely.
uh
I'm seeing lots of pictures of her here. Yeah, no. I wouldn't agree with that at all.
oh, no. Mm. Saw her
Hello,
live walking down
Patrice.
the hallway,
Hey, Shannon, how you doing?
walking walking down the hallway, and when they were interviewing her and asking her questions. Oh, no. Mm-mm.
Let me
Very
guess. So it's
masculine.
like
I don't care what
Representative
pictures there
Nancy
are.
Mace. What do you think about trans bathroom issues?
Well, that's a really interesting question. Thanks for asking it.
Exactly.
I've talked to a lot of my constituents, and I think only genetic men should use the men's room, and only genetic women like me should use the women's room.
So you think that's what she sounded like?
Yes, I do. Yes, I
She
do.
was
In
the
fact,
Yeah, Shannon, I want to get
okay.
another opinion here because Patrice and I are disagreeing about this. Do you think Nancy Mace looks like a man? I know that's a weird question, but
I think she has male mannerisms, but she was the first woman to graduate the Citadel, and she's a brigadier general. So yes, I think she has male mannerisms, but I don't think she looks like a man.
okay. So that's interesting because I mentioned earlier there's like a female rugby star who's kind of taken the world by storm, and she looks really mannish. And I have known female athletes in my life, and I think that just when you reach a certain physicality and like strength, it's like female bodybuilders often look like men. So maybe rather than saying they look like men, they look like very strong athletes, and our image of a very strong athlete is like a man because men are usually stronger than women and more athletically gifted than women. As we've talked about, these are not debatable facts, these are just facts. But since you said that she went to the Citadel and she has a
Yeah, she was the
military background, she also would have learned what is generally a male dominated way of doing things in the military.
correct. Yeah, she was the first woman to graduate the Citadel, and she's now a brigadier, or she was a brigadier general before Congress, before she was in Congress. So she's been in the military a long time, and you pick up male mannerisms when you're doing that every day of your life for 20 years.
So I want to bring you into the conversation. Great to have you. I know you said you were like running late or something, so no worries, but great to have you here.
No, I had there was a car accident in front of me, and a little
Oh,
kid was
Jesus.
bleeding, and I got blood all over
What
myself,
the
so I had to take
hell?
a shower. I was coming back from the doctors, and the mother was following too closely in the left lane and rear-ended a person who stopped too
Okay,
quickly,
so
and
forget
they had a little
trans
kid in the front
issues.
seat.
Let's talk about this. So they didn't hit you, but you were there
No,
and you saw the accident and you got out of your car and just helped.
I saw the kid hit the windshield, yeah. So I got out to help
Jesus
because
Christ.
they were way too small to be sitting in the front seat. They were probably only maybe 4, 5.
So did they fly out of the seatbelt or were they not wearing a seatbelt?
No, oh yeah, the seatbelt was clicked, but I don't think they had the shoulder belt on. I think it was just the lap belt, and the kid
So
was
they just
just too
flew
small
out.
for the seat. Yeah, so
Wow.
yeah, and I saw the blood hit the windshield, so I jumped out,
But
grabbed my
like,
gloves.
were these kids dead? Like,
No, just crying, which is a good sign.
that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, was just right there, and I had a 3 o'clock doctor's appointment, and they were an hour and a half late, so I didn't get seen till like 4:30, 4:45, and then I was stuck with that mess for a while, and then I had to jump in the shower and clean myself off.
Jesus.
But of course, I had to be wearing my brand new LL Bean pullover hoodie that now has blood all over it.
Can you
So
imagine like wearing a brand new suit or like a brand new expensive hoodie or like a dress or something and someone's kid hit the windshield and then you go up and they're like, please, does anyone know CPR? And you're like, well, I do. But let me take off my suit jacket and tie first. Like
I
that's
could
a
have taken
hard.
off my hoodie, but all I had underneath was a bra. So
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Yeah. That's going to be an image that young boy is going to have cemented in his mind for the rest of his life. I hit the windshield, and I just remember seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, and then I got to the end of the end of the tunnel, and these huge breasts were just dangling in front of my face, bouncing up and down as the woman did CPR to save my life. And I just from that day forward, I knew that I was going to be a tit man and not an ass man, and I'll never change.
And of course, the mother was more worried about the car than the kid, and I just don't understand. But
Jesus Christ!
Wow.
So you were helping them, and then like the paramedics showed up, I assume, at some point.
Cops first, then the paramedics. The cops were trying to get her under control. The other driver, I don't even remember if he got out of the car.
Because she rear-ended him, right?
Him, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not his fault. So
no. He was slowing down for the traffic in front of him, and she just kept right on going.
Yeah.
It looked like she was looking down at her phone, but I didn't have.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking parents.
A good sight. I was sort of on there.
You were really upset because you got blood on your new white hoodie. She got blood on her phone.
Oh, no, I have a gray hoodie. Gray LL Bean hoodie. Yeah, so.
What do you do?
That'll be thrown in the trash.
Is blood like cold water? Is there some way to get blood out of clothes?
I'm not sure with this one because it's kind of like that woolly fabric, like I don't know how to explain it.
There's no
like the inside of a sweatshirt. You know how when you have a fuzzy sweatshirt with the inside, except the whole thing is that way. The whole thing is fuzzy that way.
There's no setting on your washer that's hot enough to wash that. And
I don't have a washer. I gotta go to the laundromat if I want to do laundry.
They don't have like a sanitary setting or something, like the hottest possible water. You're just throwing that in the trash.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, they do have, you could change the settings on the washers, but it's not like I can go throw it in my washer right now. It's going to dry. And even if I threw it in the bathtub, I think it's a lost cause.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, how valuable does something have to be that you try to keep it when it's gotten a stranger's blood on it? Like, shoes you'd probably throw away.
I didn't even think about checking my shoes. God damn it, Lee. You asshole. Now you have me worried.
Like, if you got someone's blood on your phone, you just get like a bunch of sanitary wipes and just wipe the shit out of that. Like your car, clearly you're not going to get rid of your car, so that can be like detailed and just sandy wipes. So I guess it would just be limited to clothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hard choice. That's a really good hypothetical. What's a piece of clothing that you would consider keeping if it got a stranger's blood on it?
I would
think a really nice suit.
I've had blood on things before, but I usually just throw the shit out. I don't wash it.
Well, if it's your kid's blood, I could imagine you just washing it. But if it's like stranger's kids.
Yeah, like when I was the EMTs, we had the clothing allowance we just brought it to the dry cleaners and they cleaned everything.
But if you're an EMT, aren't you just wearing a uniform? You mean so you'd bring your
right?
Uniform
we had they had the town has a contract with the cleaner in for police officers, EMTs, and firemen.
Jesus, can you imagine bidding for that? They're like, wow, we're going to get all this business, but we're going to have to do some nasty laundry though.
Yeah, the police make up the most. The police make up the most clothes, obviously, because we don't have that many fires or spontaneous bleeding over everything.
Spontaneous, as opposed to the planned bleeding. Wow.
Exactly. Well, when you're in an ambulance, you have stuff that you could use to lessen spreading. But all I had was my gloves because I always carry rubber gloves in my car.
Really? Why do you carry rubber gloves in your car? It's a great idea.
I have that, and I have a CPR face shield in my car. I've always had. I always.
Oh, so you don't have to make out with the person? You just put it on their face?
Face, yep. If I have to give them CPR. CPR, yeah.
Because you're an old EMT, so you know these are good things to have.
I remember AIDS when they didn't know how AIDS spread, and I don't want to have.
Yeah, would have that been
so
the 80s and early 90s as an EMT when you didn't know?
Yeah, it was the late 80s to the 90s. Yeah, that we just. I mean, it was worse for my dad because he worked in the prison and not knowing how it spreads and being that close with that many bodily fluids being
That was
thrown your
back when
way.
people would get like HIV from blood transfusions because they were not checking for it.
Absolutely. They thought it was only a gay disease. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Just two things I always carry in my car were CPR face shield and rubber gloves.
And three things, and a shotgun. Those are the three things.
You know? And my dog, usually. The people are more scared of my dog than they are a gun. How have you been, Patrice? I haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, it's a nice little reunion here.
I know. But that was my exciting day. Now I took an edible and I'm gonna calm down now.
That's the perfect answer. Yeah, that's the perfect answer. So I took an edible. Wow, you earned that edible, Shannon. Okay, so let's bring you into the conversation. So we don't have to go back over it too much, but I'm going to go back to this article from Iowa. So it's from the AP. Iowa has become the first state to remove gender identity protections from its civil rights code. It happened Friday when the lady governor, Republican, signed a bill into law that will go into effect on July 1st. So on July, there's more details here, but we don't have to go back through them. On July 1st, Iowa's civil rights protection will revert to protection against discrimination based on race, color, creed, sex, sexual orientation, religion, national origin, or disability status. And once again, not every state includes gender identity in their civil rights code. So it's not the fact that Iowa doesn't have it, but it's the first state to remove non-discrimination protections based on gender identity. So that's the first here. Not that they don't have it, but that they used to have it, and on July 1st, they will not. Patrice and I, and Patrice, feel free to throw in, Patrice and I generally agreed that there is a rather large gap between lesbian, gay, and bi, which is about who you want to bang, and trans, which if someone says I'm a trans woman or I'm a trans man, that tells you almost nothing. It doesn't tell you that they want to play for a different sports team. It doesn't tell you that they want to use a different bathroom. It doesn't tell you what they look like. It's just like, it's just this thing. I argued, and Patrice agreed, that since it's so different than very clear cut, I'm a woman who's attracted to women, I'm a man who's attracted to men, and I'm somebody who will bang anybody, that I don't think it makes sense to group them together, just like we don't say LGBTB, capital B like black, or A as an Asian. Like we don't group those things together. So I think that there's an argument that can be made that we should not group gay, lesbian, and bi with being trans. And then the final thing was that, if you're trans and you work at a McDonald's, that could have real effects on the company as well as the clients who come in and purchase food. Whereas if you're gay or bi, I think that has almost no effect. It's more of a mental thing that people maybe know about it, but it's less disruptive to the environment as a company. It's not like people walk in and see someone and be like, that's a gay guy. I think there's much more of that with trans people identify as trans. So for all those reasons, I generally support, even though I don't support Republicans in general, as you know, what Iowa has done here, because I think that they're very different identities, and public opinion, as you know, when it comes to gay and disability and comes to religion and race, for some time now has been majority of people think you shouldn't discriminate in those ways, and there's like no discussion. The majority of Americans are having a healthy discussion about what it means to be trans and what kind of rights you get by simply identifying that way. So, all that being said, what do you think about this, Shannon?
I think they should. To me, I don't care if there's a trans woman in my bathroom. I could care less because I probably wouldn't know anyways because I don't have a habit of looking under the stall, and
So
it
that's
wouldn't really affect me
it's
if I was
related,
standing in the.
but that's a
No,
different
no.
question.
I'm just saying. No. I mean, I think they should be protected. I don't. I mean, it's less than 1% of the population. I mean, what are we talking about here? How many people? I mean, how many people per
really
state?
quickly, let's take a quick moment to explore that, because as I always say, I think these numbers are inflated, specifically when it comes to not only anyone who says they're trans, but people who actually walk the walk after they talk the talk. This is an article from the New York Times. The number of trans troops is far lower than estimated. The Defense Department said 4,200 service members, or about 0.2% of those in uniform, have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. Previous estimates had put that number at triple that amount. So even our estimates are widely exaggerated. But yes, please continue.
And stuff like, I don't know, I think they're like grouping cross-dressers in with trans too, which I could care less if a guy wants to wear a dress or if a girl wants to wear pants. It's because I'm not going to be forced to wear a dress.
Patrice brought that up a moment ago, and I was like, thank you, because I completely forgot about that. The fact that we have a term for someone who just likes dressing as the other sex, but has no other attachment other than that, even though that's a really big hallmark of being trans, really is yet another example of how identifying as trans means nothing. So for instance, let's identify, forget who I am, but if I tell you I'm a lesbian, what does that mean?
You like women?
And I'm a man who likes women, but I'm not a lesbian,
male, right?
So, but if I tell you I'm a lesbian, what do you think about me? Forget my voice. If you just say this person says they're lesbian, I am what,
you
and I do
sound
what.
like you're fighting a cold, though, Lee. You sound like you're fighting.
No, I've been sick the last 2 weeks. Okay, so my point is if someone says, "Hey, my neighbor's a lesbian," that person is who? How would you describe that person?
It's just throwing me into the old joke where straight guys would say they're lesbians just because they like women.
But can a man?
It would be a woman who likes. Huh?
Can a genetic man who identifies as a man be a lesbian?
I suppose if they get surgery. I don't know.
We've already failed.
To be honest,
so would you
I don't know.
Agree with that? Lesbians are women who want to bang women. Is that generally?
No. I mean, if they go through a full gender reassignment surgery, then I don't know.
You're complicating things. If someone says,
"Oh no, I thought that's what you meant."
My neighbor's a lesbian.
Sorry, I thought you meant
that is
okay.
A
lesbian is a woman that likes a woman. Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Now, gay can mean women or men, but
correct.
The G generally means men who
like men.
Like men. Okay, and bi is what? What is bi?
Like a female who likes both male and female, and a male that likes both male, like male and female. Okay. Right.
So you're right. There are some complications where if I was born a man, but then transitioned to a woman and had surgery, and I still like women, am I heterosexual or am I a lesbian? Those are really interesting questions. But generally,
like what's her name from the or what's his name now? Elliot Page. Was Ellen Page? Became Elliot Page.
Is she a woman? Is she a lesbian?
She was a woman that transitioned. She's a woman that transitioned into a man that dates women, even though she was a lesbian.
Okay, so this gets into trans issues, right? So if I tell you my neighbor is a trans woman, tell me what you know about my neighbor.
That she feels she was born into the wrong gender?
Okay, what else do you know?
Nothing. I don't know if she's had gender reassignment. I
Absolutely
don't know.
nothing. Absolutely nothing. You do not know who that person wants to bang. You have no idea if they've had surgery. You have no idea
Right.
what bathroom they use, what bathroom they want to use, what team they want to play for. You have no idea if you see them walking down the street, if you think they were genetically a man or genetically a woman. You know nothing.
Absolutely. Just that they feel they were born in the wrong body.
So, how do you give civil rights protections to a term that basically means nothing?
I don't know. It's very hard. I wish what's her name was here from the UK, so we could ask her
Yes,
the
Better Call
child that.
Sal. She sent me
Yes.
she sent me a message, and she said she had something to do, but she would try to make the show. So I'm hoping if we go long enough, she'll come in because she has a trans child that we've talked about on the show before. But let's go back to my question. So
I don't know how you. I mean,
so for
are they?
instance,
I mean, if they're
if I
transitioning,
if I try
is it just
telling
a
people
feeling?
if I try telling people I'm a lesbian,
Yes.
aside from very, very stupid Democrats, people will very quickly have a problem with me saying I'm a lesbian, right?
Right, unless you've transitioned.
Even then, I don't know if people would accept that, but I guess that's the one golden ticket.
I guess it's how good you look. I mean, there's some that I couldn't tell the difference if they,
Okay,
I wouldn't
I
know that
do
they
not look,
trans.
no matter what clothing I wear, no matter how much makeup I wear, I will be a man with long hair and a makeup and in a dress. Okay, so there's no convincing people that I'm something other than how I look. If I tried telling people I was a lesbian, people would not stand for that. If I told them I was gay, they could believe it because I'm a man. But if I told them I was gay, yet I was married to a woman, and I professed that I was attracted to women, but I just identified as gay, most people would have a problem with that, unless really, really liberal, ridiculous Democrats. But when it comes to trans, I could tell people I'm a trans woman. I could look the exact same way that I look. I could be attracted to men. I could be attracted to women. I could use the men's restroom. I could use the women's restroom, or at least want to. I could play for the men's team. I could play for the women's team, or at least want to.
Yes, you could.
Because nothing means trans other than you're just not a straightforward man or a straightforward woman, unless you are and you just identify as trans.
Well, unless you get the gender reassignment surgery, then wouldn't you be fully trans?
Well, so that would be the spectrum. So if you don't know who I am and I tell you I'm a trans woman, I could be someone who had puberty blockers, had hormone injections before I was 18, maybe even had gender reassignment surgery before I was 18, and I could have been living this way for 20 years. So I'm like 40, 45 years old, and I could present as a woman, but I also could look exactly the same way that I do. I could sound exactly the same way I do and tell you I'm a trans woman.
You could, yes, I suppose. But then I don't know what I mean, I don't know the specific definitions of it, but
There are none.
like, do you have to start
There
taking
are
hormones?
none.
Do you have to do the full?
No,
Do you have to?
no.
Oh, well, then I don't know.
So that being the case, even if you support trans rights like a bleeding heart Democrat who has lost all sense of logic, doesn't it make sense that from a legal standpoint that you cannot enforce something that has no definition other than the person says that's who they are? There's no actions that are required.
I don't know. Wouldn't it fall under sex discrimination?
According to the
No.
Iowa Supreme Court, no. Let me read this. This is something we mentioned earlier, but of course you were not here for that, so I will read that.
Sorry. I
No,
suck.
it's not your fault. No. Iowa's Supreme Court has expressly rejected the argument that discrimination based on sex includes discrimination based on gender identity, because sex and gender are not the same thing.
Well, then what happens if you're born a hermaphrodite or whatever, intersexed?
For the very
how would
small
they?
percentage of people,
No. I mean, I'm just curious. How would they?
that is something that I bet is probably not codified in Iowa or any state, maybe California or something, but I don't know if there's an answer to that.
That's I mean, because there are people that are born with both, and usually the parent chooses, you know, which surgery to get them as their baby, because usually they don't work either one. That you're usually infertile either way. And then they choose to have the surgery for male or female, but then, that's a baby. And when you grow up, you could feel like you were the other gender, even though you were born with both, even though. So I don't know. It's very confusing. I thought it would be under sex, but.
So approximately 1.7% of the population is born with some form of intersex traits. But
and how many trans are there in the population?
One second. The number of people requiring medical intervention due to ambiguous genitalia is much lower, 0.02%, 1 in 5,000 births.
Yeah, I know there's some that have, usually it's internal, not external.
Yeah, so like some people will find out later in life that they have testicles inside of them that never descended, but that's very different.
Well, yeah,
from
or they can have a penis
surgery.
and ovaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can have a penis and ovaries.
That's why it's 1.7% that has something, but the people that require medical intervention, 0.02%, 1 in 5,000 births. That's why that's not codified, probably, because so few people fall into that.
Right, but I mean, we're only talking like 1% of the population that are trans anyways. So
I think it's even less than that. According to the New York Times article, it's 0.2% of service members. Now, that's not the whole population, but
right.
Previously, it was estimated at 3 times that amount.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of it's lumping in, cross-dressers or people that prefer to be dressed more feminine or more masculine.
I don't think that's what 1.7% of intersex is.
Oh, no. I think, no, I'm sorry. I don't mean the courts think of it that way. I just think people are overblowing it. People in general, like the whole population of MAGA. You know what I mean?
Well, but that's the problem, is that if someone tells you they're trans, since that literally we have not been able to come up with any definition other than they say they're trans, because that's so ambiguous, where lesbian is not ambiguous, gay is not ambiguous, bisexual is not ambiguous. It's much easier to say this person is gay and to give them protections than to say this person identifies as trans and not even know what that means. How do you protect something that has no definition?
Right. Someone smarter than me has to come up with a definition.
And the problem is that if you have a definition of what being trans is and say, okay, this is a protected class, you'll still have people protesting because they'll be like, you can't tell me what trans is, except we literally do with lesbian, bi, and gay. So this, my original way I introduced this discussion that also you missed, you were not here for that part of the show, was that let's go through LGBT. LGB, very clearly defined, and it's about who you want to have sex with. Trans is not defined and may or may not involve who you want to have sex with. If I tell you I'm a trans woman, you have no idea who I want to bang. So
Correct.
why are those grouped together? And I think the reason that they're grouped together is because someone decided at some point and we just moved forward. And when we have these discussions, people are like, well, of course, trans has to be a protected class. Lesbians protected, gays protected, bi is protected. Yeah, but so is black and Asian and Muslim. And we don't say LGB for bi and then another B for black and an A for Asian and an M for Muslim. We don't group them together. But why not? That would actually
Yeah, but
make more
define
sense than trans.
Q, LGBTQ.
So Q, I had
That's
this up on
queer.
ChatGPT earlier. Some people say it's queer, which is often a synonym for gay, and some people say it's questioning. So someone who's like maybe like gay adjacent, trans adjacent, but they haven't made the declaration. A is often referred to as ally, but it can also be referred to as asexual. So Q and A are a little ambiguous themselves.
Right. And there's a new one, right? LGBTQI.
There's a plus and an IA. Yeah, those are even.
IA, that's it. I don't know what those mean yet. I haven't
That's
looked that up.
Thelma and
IA.
Louise flying off of the canyon. So I like that you're on the other side, because Patrice and I were like, I don't think it makes sense on multiple levels to include trans as a protected class. But we tried to play devil's advocate, and I was trying to come up with some reasons why. And as Patrice is a woman, I was like, well, you don't want to be fired or not hired because you're a woman. What about if someone identifies as a woman? And Patrice,
But there are certain instances I do not agree. Like, I do not agree a trans man or a trans woman who has not had surgery being in women's locker rooms. Bathrooms,
because
okay, we have
Shannon
stalls
is a
and stuff.
bigot, because Shannon's heart is full of hate. Yes.
But locker rooms where you change and shower together and you are still physically a male, especially in high school, no.
So, if I understand correctly, if you have a bunch of 14-year-old girls walking around with genitalia that you would expect, and then someone walks by with a penis, that's something you'd like to avoid.
Well, yeah, I remember how much we got, people got picked on just being in the locker room having to take showers, in open stalls. Never mind if now you have, a man who's, or a boy, or however old they are, high school age, erect, or
Most people think it would be weird if the coach walked in as a 40-year-old man with a penis and a bunch of 14-year-old girls were showering. So if people would say that's odd, what if it's a 14-year-old boy genetically with parts but identifies as a girl? Might the same thing hold true? I think that's a very good argument. Does it matter if the 14-year-old boy who identifies as a trans girl also is attracted to boys? So when they see the naked girls, they're not like, I'm going to ask her out. Does that change anything, or is it just the physical difference like you were talking about?
To me, I mean, when I was growing up, I didn't give a shit. I walked into the men's locker room. I walked into the women's locker room. I didn't give a shit. I'd tell the men to close their eyes when I was walking in because I had to get my equipment out of there.
So that was you,
After they
because
kept the equipment.
that's how Shannon rolls. But
That's
the
it.
reason
I told them
I
to
bring
close
this
their
up
eyes
is
'cause
because if there's a 16-year-old high school boy who is gay, and let's just say for this hypothetical, everyone is like, oh yeah, Brian is totally gay, so there's no doubt. Should Brian shower with the girls because he's not attracted to them, or should he shower with the boys where he's genetically a boy, but he's seen a bunch of guys he's checking out?
Well, I don't care if he's checking them out. He should shower with the boys. That's just my personal opinion, especially if they're in that weird category of, 16,
So
17,
when it comes to
18.
minors in a locker room situation, you're just
Yes.
saying go with the parts.
I mean, unless they've changed the locker room since I was in school. I mean, everything was open. I don't know if they've changed them since the 80s. Probably not, because we don't have to go to school
Whatever
budget.
the situation is, even if they have
I mean, if they were like
shower
individual
curtains, someone's
stalls,
going to be changing somewhere where you can see them. There's
right?
no
Absolutely.
complete privacy.
Yeah.
So I think it doesn't matter what level of privacy, because there's no full privacy in a locker room situation. So you're
Right.
saying
Just like I
that
don't believe in trans women being in sports, in women's sports, because that's why we have women's sports. That's why we made different
because
regulations for
women
women's
cannot
sports.
compete with men at pretty much any level of physicality when it involves major sports in the US. They make better fighter pilots, but that's not what you do in high school. So
Well, I
to
mean, it
make
depends on the sport, but yeah,
tell me a sport that
most
women
of
are
the time.
better at than men.
Cross country, horseback riding, dressage.
Men are faster than women, or when it comes to long distances, are women faster than men? I
I'm not
wasn't aware of
talking
that.
running. I'm talking horseback riding.
I thought you said cross
Cross
country.
country.
Oh, cross
I did.
country horseback riding. Is that because women are smaller, like a jockey? You want to be smaller?
Most of the time, and we don't get as frustrated and can keep our movements small and discreet, whereas men
Okay.
are more
I don't know
flamboyant
anything
in
about
that.
that, but you've sold me.
But
So
I mean, there
the
are certain sports
one
that,
sport that, to be honest, no one
or
cares about,
rifle.
cross country
No, I mean just
horseback riding.
no. I mean just things that they compete in, like at the Olympics, where they're both male. They're not separate.
So when it comes to sports that
classes,
people play in
it
high
would be
school and professionally and in college, I don't think there's a single one that your average person is aware of that women do better than men. Give me one,
no.
like a
like
volleyball
physical.
or a
No,
basketball. Women are better
maybe
at softball
bowling.
because they play softball, but if men played softball as long as women did, they would be better.
Maybe bowling.
I would have to look up that one. My guess is no, but
I don't know.
fair enough.
I
Okay,
was trying.
so
Well, no, I was trying to think of where we competed together, like men and women on the same team. Even like bowling was one that we competed together, because your highest score you can get is 300, and it's all about mechanics more than strength. Because I threw a 16-pound ball, which is the heaviest you could have, male or female.
Shannon's a real
So
trendsetter. Okay, so let's try to make sense of all this. So you want to defend women's ability to compete in sports, which is why most women have their own teams, because when they're combined,
right.
they get destroyed by men. You want minors to be showering with the people who have the same genitalia as them. Does any of this change when you become an adult?
Not really. Not for me. I mean, I think we take, nakedness too weird. I mean, if you're in,
But
Europe,
from
they're a
a
lot more freer
university
with.
perspective, so let's say
Yeah.
Ohio State, which won the college football playoff, should
Right.
Ohio State say that there's one locker room, there's one shower for all of our athletes, or should they say no, these are based on sex?
Oh, I thought you meant
because
after. Like,
the
no. It
teams
should
are based
still
on
be.
sex.
It should still be sex in college too. I meant like adult life, like going to Target and going in the bathroom. I'm not gonna know if that's a trans man or a trans woman or
What about going to the
whatever.
YMCA or your local health club? Should they have sex specific locker rooms and showers?
See, they had separate showers at the gym I used to go to. Like they were cordoned off, and I would just shower and get dressed in there with a. They had like a little bench on the side and
I've
stuff.
never been to a single sports facility anywhere around the world that had combined sex naked
Oh
time.
no. I'm not saying they were combined. I'm just saying I wouldn't care because I wouldn't be able to
I'm
see
not
them
asking
anyway.
about your specific, because once again, Shannon don't give a fuck about nothing. I appreciate that.
I don't.
But when it comes to an organizational level, should adults just have a shower facility, or should it be separated even for adults who are not in college?
I suppose we already do, right? Do they still have those like women only gyms? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, as a
They were
man, I
big and
can't
like,
tell you that, but every gym I've ever been to had men and women, and I could not go into the women's section.
no, I just mean there was this like, I can't remember the name of them either, and they were specifically only for women, and it was to keep women safe. And it was women only gyms. I don't know if they still have them anymore. That was like the 90s. And
Patrice, your hand is up. Do you have
Patrice, you know?
an idea of this?
So at gyms, it needs to be separate. I I wouldn't be happy if a male, um, I mean, because they're they're a male, was in the locker room. I wouldn't be happy.
And by male, you mean someone
I
walking
would,
around with a penis.
yes.
So what about a trans woman who's post operation, and however masculine or feminine they may appear, does not have a penis?
Would be more comfortable. Think about that a minute. I know I'll probably change my mind at 2 a.m. this morning or tomorrow morning. I'll probably wake up and
Lee,
change
I
my
was
mind at 2
sleeping at
a.m.
3:45 a.m.
Yes,
and I just screamed, I changed
that's
my
what I
mind.
do. Um, I don't know. I don't know if I'd even be digging that.
Here's my
I'm not
perspective on
sure.
this. I would say if you have had your penis removed, or if you have had a penis created, man, never thought I would say that. Um, you should be allowed to use the locker room for the parts that you now have, because otherwise, once in a blue moon, you're going to have a guy walking around with no penis in the men's locker room, and that's going to be confusing.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, locker rooms is a whole different, um, all of that. The showers, the locker rooms, the gyms, the schools, all of that. That's just a whole different animal. I mean,
But like Shannon said, are you girls with girls sex, girls with
yes,
girls, boys with
yes,
boys,
yes,
for minors in college?
yes. I mean, locker rooms, I think for male and female, I'll just say it like that because I'm never going to be politically correct enough. Um, don't you all have like your own vibe, like girls and women do in their locker room, whether it be school or a gym or whatever? Don't you all you men have your own vibe going there, out, there, you know,
I mean, ours is
however
dirtier
you
and
all
smellier.
socialize? Yes. Well, I mean, interacting with one another.
Aside from high
'Cause
school, I've never been in a I've never been in a men's locker room where people acted like men. I did experience that in high school. I did not play collegiate sports, so I can't talk about that. But in high school, certainly it was like guy talk. But I've never experienced that
yeah.
as an adult.
Okay, well, um, women do. I mean, you should
So
see
if you
the
go
airport
to like
bathrooms.
a health club and you go into the women's locker room, they're gossiping. I don't know what you mean.
No, I mean, we're getting ourselves ready for whatever's coming next. I mean, it's a bonding kind of thing. Have you ever you should see what goes on in the women's bathroom at every single airport I've ever landed or taken off in. I mean, ripping off clothes, boobs out, makeup. Oh, that's a beautiful eyeshadow
Really?
color.
I've never
Or look
seen
at
a dude's
they
chest
talk
in
about
a men's restroom in an airport.
Oh, yes. Oh, no.
Wow.
It's a whole thing. It's like we're in our own hotel room together, getting ready to go out.
Okay, so I guess I didn't
You know,
understand what you
I
meant by vibe because we have no vibe. Our vibe is dirty and smelly. Your vibe is boobs flying out. Okay, I had no idea.
and
Yeah, the gym
socializing and, like, "Where are you going?" "Oh, look, you look nice. Where are you going?"
Oh yeah, no one
"Oh,
is
yes."
complimenting each other's looks in the men's restroom. Hell no.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I promise you.
Wow. Okay.
It's like a
Um.
bridal shower in there.
All right. Well, that's
yeah, I guess they still
forget
the gym
transgender stuff. That's just interesting. I had no idea. Yeah, Shannon.
the gym I was talking about is called Curves. Do you remember them? They were all over the country.
Oh, I've heard
They
of
they're still
curves
around,
for
I guess.
women.
Yeah. I guess
Mhm.
they're still
They
around, and
went
depending on
bankrupt.
what yeah, I
So
guess
here's the thing.
depending on
If you
what
have
state you're in.
trans civil rights in Iowa, which they will have until July 1st, it's been removed, but it goes into effect on July 1st. I would assume that something like curves for women probably could no longer exist because all I would have to do is go in there and say I'm a trans woman, and if they did not let me in, they would lose a lawsuit.
Well, I guess they fought it before, and in some states they get away with it, and in some states they have to let the mail in. I don't know which states, but I was just reading about it.
Yes, because as we learned from the AP, Iowa is the first state to remove trans protections, but not every state has those. So it's not the fact that Iowa will no longer have them, it's the fact that they did and they've removed them. So there are some states that have never had them.
Right. I mean, this is how we got away from like West Point being all male, or all male colleges or all women. Well, no, there's still all women colleges, especially up here in the northeast.
Yeah, I mean, women generally have special rights. They get equal pay for their sports programs in college, even though women's sports make no money. Men's sports really don't make money either, other than football and basketball. And
I
basketball
don't
is
know
like
what you're
very
talking
far
about.
behind No, you're absolutely no. Look it up. Women's sports
No, I
are
mean,
paid for
no,
by
just think
men's
about
sports
not in Connecticut. Women's basketball is way over the
across the
men's.
country, aside
No,
from
across the
UConn,
country,
which
yes, absolutely.
dominates. Women's
That's
sports are paid for by men's sports, and men's sports are paid
absolutely.
for by basketball and football.
Yeah, the rest of our sports teams suck. So
So
we have to
women
look
for
forward to
some
women's
time now
basketball.
have received special rights, just like if they have women only universities. I don't know what the legality of that is, just like they have it's historically black. So they can't deny you. I'm sure most people don't even try, but they say historically, is it HBCUs, historically black UCs, universities and colleges? So I'm not sure what the level is with women, but if you look at our society, despite the fact that the pay difference and everything else, women have special rights all over the place.
I wouldn't say special, but trying to be equal, yes.
It's not equal when men pay for your sports. Sorry.
But they don't pay for my sports in my state.
In Connecticut, one of 50
Yeah,
states, and it
yeah.
would probably be one university in Connecticut, you have a point.
Oh,
But look at the other
well, I mean, we
schools in
have
Connecticut. No. Come on, Shannon.
Yale. I don't know. They don't do sports though. Yale pays for everything.
If you look it up, we're not talking
Oh no,
about
no, no! Across the
outliers.
country, absolutely.
Across the
Just not
board,
my. No, no, no. You're right. No, no. Men's
that's the
definitely do it.
definition of an
Like
anecdote. That's not
like
data. That's an
seeing.
anecdote.
I think I just looked it up. Massachusetts has 4 women's only universities: Leslie Smith,
And how do they
Mount
define
Holyoke,
women?
and Simmons. No idea. Wesley is a private women's liberal arts college
So, as
and a
someone
member of the
who has said you
seven
want
sisters
to
colleges.
support trans rights, should a trans woman be allowed, like by the courts, forcing these universities and colleges to enroll trans women?
I think they already do. Knowing the
I'm
towns they're
asking
in,
what you
I think
think.
they already. I,
So, do you
so
think they should?
I think they should.
Should trans women also be allowed into curves for women?
Sure, why not? I mean, they need to have a separate bathroom, but
Well, that's not being
I
allowed
guess.
in. It's like, hey, black guy, we got a fountain, we got a drinking fountain for you in the back. You want to ride the
But
bus?
maybe
Oh,
there
your seat's in the back. How is that any different?
I just see it falling into bigger categories besides just with women's rights going backwards.
So
If
it
we
sounds
don't-
like your answer is no. Because when I say get into Wesley, would you say Wesley
Yeah,
Simmons?
yeah. There's
When I said getting into them,
yeah.
I didn't
It's
say that they
I
had a
guess they're
separate
called
dorm
the.
for you. And when I said getting into curves for
No,
women,
I
I
wouldn't
didn't
say
say they had
separate
a separate
dorm.
locker room.
I wouldn't say. I think they already do allow trans, just because I know the towns that these colleges are in, and they're very big.
Again, though, I'm asking because you're the of the three of us who have spoken thus far.
Yeah.
You're clearly more on the side of trans people should have civil rights. So I'm asking
Yeah.
what you think here, not what happens. And from what I understand, you've said let them in, but they're not equal. They're different, which is not letting them in my book.
I mean, not. I mean, I can see what you're saying. I don't know if they would have. I mean, they have to have separate facilities on the college campuses, right? Anyways, because teachers are not all female there. So they have to have.
Yeah, but teachers, the vast majority of teachers would identify as their sex. So I'm talking about someone who identifies as
Right.
trans.
No, I know, but they would already have the facility set up. It wouldn't be like they're trying.
Let me
I
make
don't
this
know.
very clear for you. If it's
No,
a
I mean, I think
women's
they should be allowed
university
in.
and you allow a trans woman to come in, that means that they can have a roommate who is genetically and identified as a woman. They are showering in the same facilities. They are living in the same dorms. They are going on overnight stays if they have a competition or a conference they're attending. That's what I mean. And if they go into curves, you said it was curves for women, they're not building another, bathroom. They're using the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, when they're adults, I don't see even. I don't know. Just because there's so few of them, I don't think it would really make a difference. I mean, it's just like that dude at the historically black colleges. You don't need to be black to go there, right? Sort of like
Well, that's why it's
historically women's college.
historically.
You did right, and that's it. And this is. I mean, I don't know if I'll have to look it up. If let's
But
see,
if
Mount
I
Holyoke is the biggest
for
one.
some reason wanted to go to a historically black university, there would be no question of, oh, well, Lee has to use a different restroom. Like, well, of course, a black guy and a white guy would use the same restroom. A trans woman and a woman, that's less straightforward, right? That's why I use
Right,
that
absolutely.
example.
Oh yeah, I guess all I had to look it up, but yes, all 7 of these sister colleges, what they call them, are gender inclusive. So they welcome applications from female, transgender, non-binary, and cis for all the women's colleges that are up here.
But not men. So they're not inclusive.
No, cis.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cisgender.
Sorry. Yes, cis. Well, so a cisgender
I'm sorry,
woman would
cis.
just be a woman. Does it say a cisgender man?
It says all inclusive, including cis, female, transgender, all members of LGBTQIA+.
If it doesn't say cisgender man, that's not what that means. Cis means just straightforward women.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. A cis woman is like you.
But it doesn't say cis woman. It says cis.
Yeah. But if it doesn't specifically say man in the context of a women's university, that would be
But it says
that's
all
how you say it.
inclusive, including female, transgender, non-binary, all members of LGBTQIA+, and cis are welcome to apply.
If they were going to have men, they they would just say men. I'll look this up, but I don't think that's what that means. So this is
Yeah,
called
look at
sister
Mount
colleges. It's called sister colleges.
yeah, there's 7 of them total, but Mount Holyoke was the one that's the one that's closest to me that I looked up. Mount Holyoke in Holyoke, Massachusetts. Actually, I think Smith College is closer, but that's one way or another. But Mount Holyoke's probably the biggest one around.
So it says
Oh
yes,
yeah, here
but
we go.
it
We welcome
depends on the
applications.
college.
We welcome the applications for the graduate programs from female, male, transgender, and
Graduate program. That's
non-binary.
not, yeah. So here it says depends on the college. They were originally founded as women's colleges, but now admit men in certain programs, so it's not inclusive. Here's the breakdown. Bernard in New York State, it's still a women's college, but men can take classes through a partnership with Columbia University, so nope, not inclusive. Bryn Mawr College in Pennsylvania, primarily women, but men can take classes through partnerships with other schools. Mount Holyoke in Massachusetts, still a women's college, but admits non-binary and transgender students who identify as female. So like I said,
Well,
that
that's
does not
not
mean
true
men.
because I am on their site. I am on mountholyoke.edu and it says female, male, transgender, and non-binary.
But you said for master's
right
students.
on their site. Graduate students, but they
Yes,
only
so-
started a bachelor's.
Yes, so graduate
They're
is not
college
bachelor's.
programs.
So this is talking
Everything
about
over a bachelor's.
yes. So still no. But that's an interesting caveat. I'll give you that. So it looks like all of these still women's college, and it only admits some non-binary
Well, that would mean
and
they
some
just-
students who identify
It sounds
as
like
women.
they can't board there, right? Is that basically what they're saying? Right?
This is what it
Is
says.
that-
It says you can only go to some of these schools if you are a
Right.
male student at another school that it specifically has a partnership with. So you're not a student there, you're just taking a class. Like maybe I'm a student
all right,
at
yeah.
MIT, but I could take a class at Harvard. And then it
Right,
says
okay.
it admits some non-binary and trans students who identify as women, but that's weird because if you're non-binary, you wouldn't identify as women. I don't know what that means.
Right.
But it does not specifically anywhere say that men can come in as undergraduate students, which it looks like the majority of students at these schools would be undergraduate students, like they are at most schools. So
Yeah, no, that's why I said I only looked up Mount Holyoke on their site. but yeah.
Vassar is one of the 7 in New York State. It became fully coeducational in 1969, and it admits both men and women. So that's the one, but that happened a long time ago.
Yeah, that'd be about the same time as West Point, right? Because they're both in New York.
I have
I wonder if
no
they're
idea. About West Point, yeah.
Not West Point. There's another military school there that was really big about. It was an only women's school. It was an only men's.
I'm sure
military
most of
academy.
them were probably only
one
men
that
for the
fucking-
vast majority of time, right?
The one that Trump went to there. What the fuck? I can't remember the name of it.
You mean the Wharton School of Business at
No.
University of Pennsylvania?
The military school he went to as a kid,
Oh, it's like
high
a
school
boarding
kid that he
school.
gets-
I didn't know that. Okay.
yeah, it was all men. Yeah, but it changed around that time, I think.
Okay. So
I
all
wanna
this has
say
been
late 60s.
interesting, but go ahead and give me a specific. I am Lee. Let's say I'm 18 years old. Should I be, I have to get in, but should I be able to go to any university college in the United States? So nothing is cut off to me because I am a man.
Yes, if you meet
And
their educational
yes.
requirements.
And if I am a trans woman, so still genetically a man, but identify as a trans woman, should I be able to go to any university or college in the United States without being considered an other? So I'm no different than genetic college students who are women. So that I could be their
Yes.
roommate, I could shower with them, I could go on not field trips, but some sort of trip where we like share hotel rooms. I'm just one of the girls.
I wouldn't care, but others would. But yes, I believe you should.
But
If
you
you're,
don't
if
want
you
me to
think that
play
is the
for the same sports team because you want to protect women's
Correct.
sports.
correct. Because if you are,
I think there's some logic there because it's letting everybody do whatever they want, but then it's allowing women to still have sports.
I know I sound hypocritical. I know I do.
No, I think that it's not hypocritical because it makes sense.
Okay.
I was agreeing with you. Maybe it came off in a different fashion,
Oh,
but
all
I was
right.
saying that
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're,
it's
an
a
education
weird
is different than
situation
competing.
that
I
requires a special answer.
right. I just don't. I don't know how. I mean, I can understand. If you were a woman and going to college and your roommate's trans and you're shocked. I mean, they should get permission for whoever you're rooming with.
Well, that's the problem. Was it San Jose State or something? We'll get you in a moment, Patrice. Keep your hand up. San Jose State, if I recall correctly, a month or two ago, you might have been on this show, Shannon. The players have like transferred to other schools, and they're suing San Jose State, if that's the university, because the school allowed a trans woman to compete on the volleyball team and to shower and to go to a hotel, when they went to like conference championships or whatever, and they didn't tell any of the other students. And so they withheld the truth. And I think rightfully so. Many of the students were kind of like put off by that. And then apparently there are allegations of retaliation against the female players who voiced discomfort with being on the same team as a genetic male without even knowing that that was the case.
Right. Well, like Leah Thompson was the biggest, right? Because she was in college and has not gone through gender reassignment, but was competing with the women and
everyone
being
knew who
erect
that
in the.
was. That was not a secret.
Oh no! I know, but I mean, well, before she came out on the women's team there, but I mean that made them I suppose I don't know how. I've never heard anything about like how she was living on campus though. I mean, I've heard the locker room stuff and the stuff where she was competing, but I don't know how did they.
Let me
designate.
rephrase this. So should players and students know, as in the university college has to inform them that their roommates, their teammates, someone who's just using the same facilities as them is not a genetic woman?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Because that's what did not happen with San Jose State, and with that
Yeah,
swimmer,
I know that's a tough one because then
knew
you're
who that
revealing
was.
medical information. So I don't know on that one.
I mean, it's not medical information. When you apply to a school, you have to tell them certain things.
Right. No, I know, but I mean, telling you have to tell the school, absolutely, but telling like your whole
Is it
dorm,
medical
hey, this
information
one's a
to
trans.
tell what your chromosomes are?
Well, it is, isn't it?
I don't know that
If
that's
you know
legally
that.
the case. I don't know that that's
I
the
don't
case at
know.
all.
I don't know if that's the case. I
Well,
really don't.
let's just say that it's not. So we push that aside.
Yeah.
It may be, but let's just say it's not. Should people be told? Do they have the right to know that their roommate, their teammate, someone who just has access? So if you go to the big university fitness center, and the university has a stance that women who identify as women can use the locker room, that they tell you that there may be a guy in there, a genetic guy, so that you at
I
least
think
know that
that would be
you
fine.
may not want to go there.
Right. I think they should say there may be a guy in there.
But what if it's your
roommate.
team or it's your roommate?
Yeah, see, the roommate thing is, I don't know. Can't you change roommates when you border at college?
I
I
don't
don't
know
know.
how
I'm
else
just
to phrase this. I mean, if
No.
you
I know what you're saying. No.
are in
I
a
mean, there should be
university
at least.
and it says we only put
yes,
women with women, shouldn't you have the right to know if it's not actually a genetic woman who's your roommate?
Yes,
Okay.
but
So
for a locker room,
they
I could
have
see
to
a
tell
sign
you,
being up, but not saying
and what about a team?
Shannon is a trans man that wants to be.
No. So that's different for like a sports facility. They should say that if
Right.
they allow people to just
Yes,
identify where they
absolutely.
want to go, that's their policy. But if you play
Yes.
volleyball, should you be made aware that one of your teammates who you are playing with, you are changing with, you are traveling with is a genetic man who's playing for what's called the women's volleyball team.
Yeah, I don't agree that they should be on the team, but no, I don't think the team should be told, though they should have signs in the locker room saying there's a possibility of.
So if I
Because they're going
understand
to find out one way
correctly,
or another, but
no,
they're
they're
going to
not
find
not
out one way or
necessarily.
another.
No, no, that's not what
That's
happened with
true.
San
Some
Jose
are really
State.
good
It
at
went
hiding.
on
Yes.
for months and months and months. So
Yeah.
if I understand correctly, you think you should be told as a roommates, but not for someone who plays on a team who showers and travels
Well,
and
no, no. I
sleeps in the
just think
same
that
room.
the blanket policy of the campus should be, whether it's male or female, that there may be another gender in your.
I know, but
There may be
that's
a
a more
trans.
macro. So as we go a little bit more micro, the closest micro was living together. You said they deserve to be told.
That one roommate, yeah.
Okay. But then in between the roommates and just the sports facility would be the volleyball team. And you think there they do not have the right to know that the person they are showering with, playing with, sleeping in the same hotel room with, which by the way is the same action as sleeping with a roommate in a dorm, they do not have the right to know that that person is genetically a man.
I think it puts the person in more danger, the more people that know.
So you would err on this imaginary danger that may or may not be real versus the real concern of people to choose whether or not they're comfortable showering with a man, sleeping in the same hotel room as a
No,
man.
that's why you have it as a policy. If your college allows trans people to compete in sports, then
How
that
does the
should be in your
policy
handbook.
of we may put you with a trans woman as a roommate differ at all from the volleyball
Because
policy?
because you're living with them 24/7. Even on a team, you're still only doing if you go away on maybe a weekend, if you go away for a tournament, but you're living with that person 24/7 as a roommate.
Okay. I don't think that makes sense, but I do see the difference of you sleep there every night versus you may stay in a hotel for a couple of days and then the next week another hotel for a couple of days. So at least the length is different. I agree with that.
I think they're going to be found out one way or another, but
But that's
I think it should
different.
be an
So
open
if it's
policy on
against your
campus that.
religion or if it's against whatever you believe, eventually finding out is much different than being told and being able to make your own decision.
I suppose it is, yes. It's so hard for me on this. Go ahead with Patrice. I'll think about it.
I was trying to get to it. I think we eventually got to as much detail as we can get. Once again, I'm not sure that it makes sense here, but at least you have the difference in time. I can see the difference of I live there every day versus I live with this person in a hotel sometimes. You may have volleyball practice every day, in which case, well, you are showering with them every day. But okay, there is a difference in duration. I'll give you that. Patrice, thank you for waiting patiently. And Shannon, thank you for reminding me. What do you want to add to this discussion?
He's like, I don't remember you.
Patrice, are you
Took
still with
too
us?
long.
No, it's my fault. I always do that.
No, I'm so sorry. That was my fault. I was talking away and I only had one mic unmuted. Um, I think that the other team, well, just on this part, the other team members need to be told right from the beginning, because whoever's running the show surely knows. And with regard and like San Jose State, that didn't turn out well because they didn't know. And then, it just, it was like I was saying earlier, it just makes a shit show. And that's a problem. It's the shit show part that I don't like. So upfront is always good, I think. with anything, who wants to find out something totally different on any subject that you thought was a completely different way, and it's a game changer, and it's a breaker in any type of relationship. With regards to the roommate, let's not forget about all the forms you fill out about what kind of roommates you're looking to have, unless your friends, uh, uh, you specifically name someone from high school and you're both going to the same college and you want to be roomies. And don't forget all of the students that have single rooms. So, yeah, they're not gonna just if the school is aware that someone's and this has nothing to do with HIPAA or medical information, has nothing to do with that. Then if especially if they haven't had surgery, and I have a thing on that. That's what I was kind of looking up. Um, yeah, they better whoever they're going to room if they're not going to have a single room and they're trans and they haven't had surgery, and even if they have, I'm just gonna do a general, thing because 'cause I'm not gonna get in the mud about that
Yeah, I
part of
would
it.
I would disagree about the roommate. If we're talking about adults outside of college using like a YMCA, I would say surgery, that's where it becomes more of a disruption to have a genetic man go into the men's restroom because physically there have been changes. But when it comes to a roommate, I don't care if you've had surgery. We live in a nation where the majority religion, or is it still majority, the biggest religion, I'll have to look up, I forget what the details are number wise, but the largest religion, it's not even close, is Christianity. Generally, Christianity does not have a favorable look on mixing of sexes, even for college age. You should tell them, and they should have the option to say no. So if it's something as
Yes,
simple as when you fill out your thing, would you be willing to have a trans woman or a trans man as a
that's right.
roommate? You can just say no. You can say yes. And if you
Yes,
say yes, they then have to say, well, the roommate you have is a trans woman, is a trans man. So you're not just like, hey, Sally, hey, Billy, great to meet you.
that's right.
Do you have a
Mhm.
dick? Like, you should know, right?
Yes, absolutely, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, so much of the emphasis is put on the person who is trans. What about the straight person? Y I mean, how much bend over backwards do you want? Just be upfront and honest.
Yeah, that's where,
So
even though I think Shannon did have a certain logic to her position, that's where I would disagree, is that I don't think it makes sense for a potential, like, show me actual proof, otherwise it's just a potential danger to one player versus the rights of everyone else on the team, which is not a potential. Like, to withhold information does create mistrust. It does create legal situations. I have an article here that's a bit of an update that we can get to. It creates safety concerns. I mean, how many times, if you're looking for housing in college or just as an adult in a big city where you have to have roommates, do you see women only listings? If you have to accept trans women, it defeats the purpose of women only listings for the majority of people who wanted to only have female roommates. Are there some people who are okay with having a trans woman as a roommate and they find that to be just as satisfactory? Sure. It's less, it's more than zero. But when you see women only for roommates, or when people go to college and they expect to have another woman as a roommate, that's what they mean. They're not talking about a trans woman. And so to not tell them that
mhm,
on a team, to not tell them that in housing, is not only dishonest. I think at best, it's erring on a potential threat versus real consequences that you don't have to debate exist or not.
Yeah. Just because women's colleges came up, there's no discussion about it. I'll just tell you what they did. Um, so my mom went to Stevens College in Missouri. And in 2019, the students were pressuring the board to make some sort of policy, one way or another, of admitting transgender and non-binary students. So it took them about a year, and the Stevens College Gay Straight Alliance presented information on the difference between sex and gender, biological sex versus expressed gender, to the college board of trustees. It was the latest step in a push for the alumni and the students and the board to finally establish a policy on transgender students. So, let's see. Oh, so they were just saying the board wasn't taking, any of it seriously, that any of this was happening. And this is a fashion design college. Okay, so I mean, fashion design, you're getting into all of that just under fashion design. So they did establish a policy, and under the policy, transgender women who were born male but identify as women with legal documentation. Oh boy, don't we wish Sal was here? With legal documentation, because her son has legal documentation showing they have made the medical transition or are in the process of doing so, may be admitted. People born female and now identifying as non-binary may be admitted also. So I just thought, I didn't even know that until now. I just heard the women's college, so I looked up Stevens. And then right there, they have the whole policy. What do you think about that? That was a good one. I had no idea.
Yeah, I don't think that the ones we were talking about previously are any different than what I heard from ChatGPT. But if a university wants to have a policy that they let in whoever they decide that they want to, like I'm especially if it's not a public university, I'm more than okay with them deciding who they accept. Like a Catholic school we talked about one time, some Catholic school somewhere, was it Michigan? I can't recall. A teacher came out as gay and they very quickly fired him. And in a public school, I don't think that would be allowed, but it was a private Catholic high school. And I think that they have that right as a religious high school. So I don't have to agree with what an organization does if I agree that they have the right to choose. So yeah, generally that sounds okay.
But this is just admitting the students. This is not about dorms and who you're living with. This is just coming to school and taking classes with other students. Now, I'm sure the dorms are a completely different ballgame. At an all-women's college? Yes, completely different ballgame.
Well, but then that would go against what I said earlier. If a university allows men to apply or trans women to apply, but they don't allow them to use the same shower facilities, or they don't allow them to live in the dorms, then it's not really admitting them. That's what I'm against. So if Curves for Women lets trans women become members, but they have their own locker room, that's dumb. They should just not let them join. I say they either let them join and they're no different, or they don't join. And if a university says we're a women's university, but trans women or men can apply, but you can't stay in the dorms and you can't use the shower facilities, I think that's dumb, and they should, it's either shit or get off the pot. I don't like halvesies.
Yeah, I just looked up the
Yeah.
housing at Mount Holyoke, and it says regarding gender identity and housing, we do not have any housing spaces that are designated by gender. Any student may live in any space as assigned through the lottery process for returning students or matching process for the first year students. If you have any problems, please contact Community Standards and Housing Operations.
So yeah, if I look here at ChatGPT, Mount Holyoke is still a women's college, but admits non-binary and transgender students who identify as female, which once again makes no sense. If you're non-binary, you can identify as female. But if that means that you have to identify as female, whether or not you're a trans woman or non-binary, and you can just have housing, I would be for that, because otherwise you're not really admitting them as students. However, I hope that they would tell the other roommate and give them an option to accept or not.
Yeah, it says they have a housing application that you have to fill out for the lottery with what you want as a roommate. I'm sure not everyone gets what they want, but
Yeah. But if I say I want a roommate who likes staying up late at night, and I get a roommate who gets up really early, that's not getting what you want. If I say I want a female roommate, and I get someone with a penis, that's really different, right?
Right, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just posted it down below from their EDU site. Ugh.
Oh, a screenshot. Yeah, no, this is great. If anyone wants to check that out, it seems to be just what you read. So yeah, I mean, I am not calling for women's universities to admit men or trans women, but if they're going to, I don't want to see oh, well, you're black, you can sit in the back of the bus. We serve our black customers out the other door here at the restaurant. You either go to the restaurant, you use the drinking fountain, or you don't. I would much rather have just universities that genetic men cannot go to than pretending that it's open and it's really not. So I guess Mount Holyoke, they don't admit male students, but if they're admitting people who identify as female, and they're allowing them to have housing and stuff, that seems like actually admitting a full-time student that is no different than any other. Once again, with the caveat, you got to give people the option to say no. You don't have to be a transphobe. You don't have to be a bigot, hateful person to say, you know what, I'm an 18-year-old girl and I don't feel comfortable sharing a room with a genetic man.
Absolutely.
I don't think you have to be a horrible person, right?
Just shy. I mean, men and women not wanting to show their body. You are 100% correctly.
And while you and I disagree, I think that should extend to something like a volleyball team. It's not the same thing. I admit.
I think the person should tell the team, not the college.
But you can't.
But that's just me.
That's like saying,
I know
hey,
they won't.
farmers, we're not going to say you can't pollute the local water supply, but just let us know if you dump a bunch of manure in the creek.
That's just me. I don't know. I find it. I wasn't saying it was HIPAA, Patrice, but more because it's a medical concern.
I think that's an interesting way to look at it, but I've yet to see anything that your genetic sex is privileged information.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that falls. It's just a touchy. So I mean, it's not HIPAA because it has nothing to do with your doctor. I mean, the doctor's not coming forward and telling everyone on the team, "Hey, this one over here is a trans." It's the college, so. But I would like the warning on the outside of locker rooms and the person to come forward. But of course, people hate people and want to keep their own secrets. So I kind of fall in between.
And also, if I was a trans woman, if I could imagine that for a moment, being an 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old trans athlete in college, I would tell nobody. So yet another reason to not leave it up to the individual, because who's going to share that information?
The news when they find out about it? I don't know. No.
Well, so let me jump over to this article. Of course, it's from Fox News, because Fox News cares about these sort of stories. But also, I think it's also true to say that MSNBC, CNN, NBC, CBS, they don't report these stories. I've seen it over and over again. Undeniable facts related to possibly or just very clearly someone done fucked up related to trans issues. These details just don't get covered by most mainstream news outlets. So I'm not surprised it's Fox News, but at the same time, I'm glad Fox News exists for this very reason, because I believe everything in this article is factual. So this is from Fox News. SJSU, this was the university I was talking about. The athlete who sued over transgender volleyball teammate flees campus after alleged harassment and threats. Brooke Slusser says, quote, "I felt like I had to watch my back whenever I was on campus." Former San Jose State University volleyball co-captain, not just a team member, but co-captain leadership role. Brooke Slusser is finishing her final semester of college virtually in her home state of Texas after alleged on-campus harassment, online threats, and mental health issues that stemmed from the scandal that rocked the school's volleyball program last fall. Slusser, who is currently suing the school over her alleged experience with former transgender teammate Blair Fleming, told Fox News that she and her family made the decision because she did not feel safe on the Bay Area campus anymore. Quote, "I would just be walking and have people say things to me like, I had one girl just scream, 'fuck you.' I was in the elevator one time at my apartment, and some girls, as they were walking out, were like, 'Oh, that's the girl. You should have slapped her when you had the chance.' So those sort of things happened. I literally just didn't feel safe. Anytime I left the house, I felt like people were just staring at me. I felt like I had to watch my back whenever I was on campus." The college senior first joined Riley Gaines a lawsuit against the NCAA in September, alleging that San Jose State University volleyball coaches and administrators withheld information about their teammates' birth sex from her during their first season together in 2023, all while being made to share changing and sleeping spaces with the trans athlete. In November, Slusser filed her own lawsuit against the university and the Mountain West Conference, I think, alongside other conference players and one of her former coaches, alleging that the trans player conspired with an opposing player to have her spiked in the face during a match. That lawsuit also alleges head coach Todd Kress tried to have Slusser removed from the team. These are things that were previously reported. It's not new, this was something that we talked about previously on the show. So Shannon talked about, what about potential harassment and threats against the trans player? We now have what is growing evidence that the people who had a problem with being lied to, the truth being omitted about their teammate, were being targeted once they raised alarm. Despite this, Slusser continued to play for the coach alongside the trans player, all while being regularly outspoken and advocating against trans athlete inclusion in women's sports. Her advocacy garnered national media attention. However, with that attention later came fear for her safety. She alleges she received multiple threats leading up to her decision to leave campus this semester. This article's from February, I believe. San Jose State is currently under investigation by the U.S. Department of Education for potential Title IX violations that occurred during the program's handling of the trans player, and University President Cynthia Teniente Matson told Fox News that the university will cooperate in the process. So there's now an official investigation. This is interesting. This is definitely a Fox News point. In the 2024 election cycle, 98.7% of San Jose State University employee donations went to Democratic candidates in federal elections. Just 0.9% went to Republicans, according to data from Open Secrets. I'm not sure what that website is. She says it was probably the most traumatizing thing she's ever gone through in her whole life. Nearly every player from the 2024 volleyball squad that had remaining NCAA eligibility so they could still play more volleyball entered the transfer portal shortly after the season ended in December. So nearly the entire team that could still play has left the team. That's pretty damning. Former assistant head coach Melissa Beatty Smoose, man, that's a name, who is the only coach on staff to speak out against the university's handling of the trans player and filed a Title IX complaint against the school, did not have her contract renewed. So it seems like revenge has been going on at San Jose State University. Her house was then shot by a pellet gun. So actual violence at her home. And I think that's
was that. I'm sorry. Was that the teammate or the roommate or the the teammate or the trans person?
The person whose house was shot was a assistant coach who was basically fired
I had lost track
because she spoke out against the way the university handled the situation.
Yeah, I could see that. Because we have a big case here about this, about trans in sports, because it's actually cross country running. There was a freshman she was a sophomore at the time, and she was rated #1 in the state, and then two trans entered, and they won the next 32, knocking her to third. Even though they haven't had surgery, they just identified it as trans.
Yeah, there's going to be more of this. It's just, even though it's a ridiculously small amount of the population for how much Democrats care about this, and to be fair, for how much Republicans fight against it. But the real world consequences of this are just going to keep going. MC Funk
and the people that got.
Yep, go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. And the girls that brought the lawsuit have been getting harassed more than the trans people that were running against.
That's what's going to happen. Absolutely. That's the world we live in, even under Trump. Because if you look at the violence that happened on January 6th, there was violence there, but the vast majority of people there that day were peaceful and no one was armed. If you look at Black Lives Matter protests around the country, you could also say the vast majority of people were peaceful, but one of those movements did a lot more damage around the country than the other. Any idea which one that was? Oddly enough, liberals in America are the more violent of the two. Now, Republicans have more guns. So when it comes to potential violence, absolutely, you're looking at a civil war if conservatives get pissed off. But when it comes to realized actual violence, that's a liberal thing in the United States.
I know there were actually 2 that were armed on January 6th that got convicted of carrying firearms on the premises, but so it's not
2.
true that no one was armed.
I thought it was no one, but I'm willing to accept 2 out of the crowd.
Yeah, it's a guy named, the one that I know off the top of my head is Barger, B-A-R-G-E-R, G-A-R, G-E-R, G-A-R.
They've
Yeah,
probably
that's the one
been
I
they've
remember.
probably been
Oh, they were released.
pardoned, right?
Yeah, I think one of them got shot to death. I think one of the ones that were carrying the weapon is the
Oh
one that
no,
got shot to death.
I heard about that one. People who were pardoned have been like involved in other crimes since they were pardoned, and one was killed, right?
Yeah, he was driving without a license, but he was going at like 73 in a 45. So he got pulled over, and the cop was like, "It's a felony." You know, he's talking to him outside the car, and I can't just let you go for this because you don't have a license because he didn't get his license renewed. And he's like, "I can't go back to jail," and ran into his car, pulled a gun, and tried to shoot himself, but the officer shot him first.
Oh well, that's okay. I would have assumed it was something else, but yeah, still okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Really quickly before I forget to get it, over on my Discord server, join the Discord by going to bit.ly/NEWZ debate, patreon.com/NEWZ debate. Supporter and good friend of the show, MC Funk, has written on my Discord server, Open Secrets uses publicly available financial disclosure information for lobbyists and campaign contributions to uncover the moneyed interests behind politicians. Okay, well, I'm glad that what they used there was a legitimate organization. I've seen things like, 98.7% of people who work for NPR give to Democrats, and I don't recall how they had that information. I'm sure there was something like Open Secrets. But no one should be surprised. I mean, people who work at a public university like that are clearly liberal. If you go to a university in the United States that is conservative, it is a outlier amongst outliers. Like, so no one should be surprised about NPR. No one should be surprised about universities. Is that a problem? I think absolutely it's a problem. But then again, it also lends itself. So it's the chicken or the egg. I can't imagine a lot of conservative people want to work for National Public Radio, nor want to be professors at a university in the United States. So it's sort of, creates a self-fulfilling prophecy. But if we actively did something to prevent that, I think that NPR and universities would be better to have more perspectives. But small problem. I'm not too worried about that. Okay, let's reset this news debate. So we could have other hot takes, but I wanted to talk about this because I saw several times that Iowa had popped up because they're the first state to remove gender identity protections from the state's civil rights code, which I think has been in there for some time now. Did I see 2007? They were added by the Democratic-controlled legislature in 2007 with the support of about a dozen Republicans across the two chambers of the state house. But as I also reported earlier in the show, the governor, who's a woman, Republican, she tried to do this last year. So, they're not hiding the fact that they want to do this, and they're still in power. And if it's one thing that I say Trump should do, even though I may not support him, if you win elections, you should do what you want. There may be pushback. Trump right now is trying to tell Americans, like, okay, some of these tariffs are going to cause some problems for you in the short term when it comes to the pocketbook, whether or not that it turns out to be short term or if it's long term. He should be held accountable for all of the crazy things that he's done in a very short amount of time in office. But boy, do I applaud him for doing whatever the fuck he wants to do. Because I can only imagine if Barack Obama had a tenth of the balls, the size of the balls, had a tenth of the chutzpah that Trump has, what Barack Obama could have accomplished with his 2 terms in office, or what Joe Biden could have accomplished with his 1 term, as his brain was slowly melting away. But Democrats don't get a vote for crazy people. That's something only Republicans get. And that is outside of Trump. I mean, Trump is the craziest of the crazy. You take him out of the mix and you still get a vote for really crazy conservative people all across the country and in presidential elections. Democrats never get to do that. And goddamn, is that frustrating. So even though I don't agree with them, I will constantly applaud Republicans for being the dreamers who knew if they tried hard enough, Roe v. Wade could be rolled back. Democrats never imagined that could happen. Well, look what the fuck happened to everybody. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. We have a poll over on Stereo. For a very long time, it was about 60-40, 70-30 in favor of trans people should have civil rights protections. And I voted that no. I think that being trans is not a protected class for all the reasons that we've discussed. If you tell someone that you're trans and you're just texting them, they don't know what you look like, they don't know what bathroom you want to use, they don't know who you want to bang. Lesbian, bi, and gay, they know who you want to bang, they know what your sex is. So lesbian, you're a genetic woman who wants to bang women. And it's very simple and straightforward. Trans is the opposite of that. So I think just as a practicality, it cannot be a protected class. And if we want to make it a protected class, you have to be very specific about what being trans is. And people are not going to like that. Just in theory, I also don't think it should be a protected class because the protected classes, specifically talking about Iowa, starting July 1st, when this removal of trans protections goes away. Here it is. Let me share the AP again. As of July 1, Iowa's civil rights law will protect against discrimination based on race, color, creed, sex, sexual orientation, religion, national origin, or disability status. I don't think any of them are as ambiguous as being trans is, and therefore one is not like the other. One of these things just doesn't belong. The one caveat is that I would say religion is entirely how you identify. I have told our really good friend of the show, Ron, who's also my supporter on patreon.com/NEWZ debate. I have said, Ron, I don't think you're a Christian, because he doesn't think that Jews go to hell or Muslims go to hell. In my book, and I think generally, if you look at it logically, to be a Christian, you have to accept Christ. I'm an atheist, by the way. You have to accept Christ as your Lord and Savior, and only through him will you have eternal life in heaven. If you can't say that and agree to that, I don't think you're a Christian. I like Ron, and he identifies as a Christian. That's great. But if push comes to shove, I don't think he's a Christian. But religion is like that. You can just say you are what you are. Now, for some religions, it's easier. It's easier to say you're Christian than it is to say you're Jewish. There's a lot of stuff connected to Judaism. I think it's easier to claim Christianity than it is to claim being a Muslim. But I think Jewish is the really difficult one. You got to have some street cred to tell people you're Jewish. But still, it's how you claim. So I think religion would maybe be that. But at least with religion, there are mainstream rules, like with Christianity. If you don't believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, I think it's very clear that there's a little bit of a conflict of interest. Tell me the one thing when it comes to being trans that we can say, well, you're not trans unless this. Other than just saying you're trans, I can't think of a single one. So even identifying as trans is more ambiguous than religion. And that's saying something, because religion is super ambiguous. So I just don't think it makes sense to make it a protected class unless we can put some confines around it, and no one wants to do that. At least on the left, no one wants to do that. So I don't think it works practically, and I don't think it just makes sense in general. That being said, I do think that trans people are clearly a group that would be very easy to discriminate against, and before you'd think they need some protections. But you got to have something to work with, and I just don't think the math adds up yet. Plus, you have public opinion. Public opinion about trans issues in the United States is not the same thing about race issues. It's not the same thing about gay marriage, gay rights. There's a lot of nuance, even on the left, of what people think when it comes to trans issues. And there's just so much more at play. So until we can get some ability to wrap our heads around this and have some sort of pillars of what we're talking about when we're talking about trans people, for every single reason I can think of, aside from the fact that clearly they're a group that's easy to target. Aside for that unfortunate fact, this should not be a protected class. And clearly, Patrice and I are on about the same page. Shannon and I may disagree on some maybe overall conclusions, but one of the reasons I love Shannon is that she is a logical left person. I consider myself a left person too. Like, there are just clear issues about bathrooms and sports teams and comfortability that you just don't get with LGB, lesbian, gay, bi. And if everybody on the left could talk the way that Shannon does, even if we disagree on some things, I think that mostly we would agree. But it's just everything is so tribal and brainwashy on the left. You know, it it takes a conversation like this that's mostly anonymous, not entirely, but mostly anonymous on the internet, to actually hear what people feel. Let's reset. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Shannon, Patricia, do you guys have anything to add? NC Funk, request to speak if you can, or send us some more messages over on Discord.
Well, I put my hot take down below. The Democrats lost another congressman last night. He died a couple hours after Trump's speech, after watching Trump's speech from Texas.
Yeah, I know it probably wasn't related, but you got to think maybe
No,
it
I know.
was.
Yeah, I don't know. His last message was "Don't touch Medicaid," so I don't know.
Don't touch Medicaid because it feels like I might need some in a few moments.
Exactly what I was thinking.
This is from People. Let's see here. U.S. Representative Sylvester Turner. Sylvester, a really underrated name, shared one last message for President Trump before his sudden death. Yeah, earlier today. Wow. My message to the current administration for tonight's State of the Union: don't mess with Medicaid. He tweeted shortly before he died. He served as the mayor of Houston from 2016 until January 2024 and was elected to represent Texas's 18th congressional district in November. He was 70 years old. So that's less than the life expectancy for guys. I think it's somewhere in the mid
but
to late 70s.
That's like really young for Congress.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, he was not probably a poor man, so. Oh, he doesn't. If he's in this video, I won't play it, but you can see a screenshot of it. It's a very recent video. I wouldn't say he was 70. He looks okay in this video. I guess maybe it was a sudden death.
I guess I read on it. I don't know if it was in that article, but because I read a couple articles today about him, but I guess he had he thought his cancer was in remission. So, and he had gone through radiation and stuff. So,
well, yeah, anytime you're connected to cancer, all bets are off. So,
absolutely. I want to say last year he said he completed his radiation treatment for the cancer and it was in remission, but that was a year ago.
So do you have a hot take on this, or is it just somewhat interesting because he literally died after Trump spoke?
Well, that now we're even one less short until they hold a new
Oh, that's
election.
right. Sorry, you did
In
mention
the
that. So he
Yeah.
can't vote because he's dead. So that means that it's an empty seats. Do you know, can they replace him or do they have to have an election?
I don't know. I was just actually trying to look that up in Houston. I don't know their procedure because it says, I don't know. Does it actually say he was elected? Because it said he replaced
Oh,
someone
that's
else who
right.
had
He
died.
might have. So he was a replacement, which makes you think maybe he could be replaced.
Right. So because the one that he
No, he was
replaced died.
he was
I don't know.
elected to represent the
Oh, okay.
18th
All right.
congressional district in November.
Maybe he was in before that and then they elected him. Let's see. Houston 18th.
Yeah, it said he was the mayor of Houston until January 2024, and then in November, so later at the end of 2024, he was elected. So it doesn't say what the middle was, but I assume that was probably a campaign.
Texas Governor Abbott will call a special election to fill the vacant seat.
Okay, well, what I would say is that if this 18th congressional district was able to elect a Democrat before, I would assume the chances are good that it could happen again, but then that would depend on the potential fact that he was just good enough as opposed to being like a transcending candidate that, won a surprise victory. So I guess it would be, was he just an inevitability that was good enough? Or was he a real, holy cow, I'm flipping the 18th congressional district? That I don't know.
Houston's pretty liberal because they have a Democrat mayor. They have a Democrat congressperson.
Yeah,
so
he used to be the mayor of
one
Houston. So it's looking good.
Well, even the person that replaced him, let's see what his election results were. So I'm trying to look up now. Let's see, according to
Patrice or MC
Houston.
Funk, in the meantime, if you guys have a hot take you want to throw out there, think about that.
Oh, he won 69.37 of the votes.
That seems like a pretty big victory, right?
Yeah, 150,774 to 66,561.
Well,
So,
without knowing
more than
anything
double.
more than what we've just said, I think it's a pretty good likelihood that they'll have another Democrat.
Yeah, they're saying the next, because I guess they do the special elections when there's a regular election, and that's May 3rd for them. Like in May, the towns vote on their budget. So I guess that's probably what they probably do in Houston.
So yeah, if everything plays out the way we think it will, it looks like they just won't have the vote until that time. So that that might be a negative thing, or might just be more of a interesting fact. It would just depend on what the total vote is, right? It's hard to imagine that one vote would count, even in this situation. I feel like, was there anything we can think about that recently passed because of one vote? I feel like there's enough, right?
I don't know, when they're, when elections aren't in November, people tend not to know about them. And you get a
That's
lot
a good
less.
point. Maybe you'll just have
You know what I
conservatives
mean?
showing up because it's a special election. That could be.
Right. It could come down to one or two votes because I think our budget bills in May have been incredibly close. I mean, 10 votes, 2 votes. Incredibly close for our budgets in town. But in November, no, absolutely, we're voting all Democrat. So, yeah, there is a big difference between if you want your property taxes raised and who you want to vote for an election.
And unfortunately, it looks like this guy, his claim to fame, aside from if you live in the Houston area, is that this is the guy who watched Trump talk and then died. So that's a bad way to go out.
That's nicely. That's sensitive.
No, seriously, I'd never heard of this guy before in my entire life. And
No, I haven't either.
what's the interesting thing about the article you shared is that he literally watched Trump talk and then died the next morning. How was Trump's speech? The congressman died the next day.
And the other 70-year-old got dragged out.
Yeah, that was in the article. Another one was a heckler, which I got to say, it's refreshing to have that be a Democrat, because usually it's like Marjorie Taylor Greene or some guy who shouts at Obama, "You lie." It's always a Republican, so it is refreshing that it's a Democrat. I had a few other articles. I'm not sure if there's much to discuss, but
Did you hear what Colbert said about the guy that got dragged out?
no. What did he say?
So he said, ultimately, Johnson called in the sergeant at arms to remove the 77-year-old Texas congressman. Now, some people have questioned why so much muscle was needed to remove an old man with a cane, but it turns out it was for a serious reason. When security searched him, they found out that he had smuggled in a spine.
Hey, that's good. That's good.
It is good.
I'm not a fan of Colbert anymore. I liked him so much more on the Colbert Report.
Oh,
But
he was so good on that.
yeah, he's a much better not
Troller.
actor, but he's a much better over the top performance than just a normal guy who hates Republicans. But I got to say, out of all the current hosts, he's the only one who really has balls. Because I remember, like, many years ago, he was doing like questions after the show or before the show. He came out before the show and was talking to the crowd. I'm not sure what the timing was, but it was him standing where he does his monologue, his stand up, and he like had his hands in his pockets, so it clearly wasn't during the show. It was, like I said, either before or after the show. And someone shouted out from the crowd, from the audience, like, "What would you say to President Trump?" Something like that, or former president. It was several years ago, so either Trump's first term or he had lost. He was running for re-election somewhere around that time, and he said, "What does Putin's cock taste like?" And I just thought, Jesus Christ, that's a pretty good response off the cuff.
Yeah. No, I watch his I'll usually just watch like the first 20 minutes, so the intro. I don't usually watch the interviews.
I just don't know if there's any. I don't know if the format makes sense anymore. But it's just, Jimmy Fallon is, if you're like 90 years old, he's your guy. Like he doesn't say anything controversial, and it's just always laughing and stuff. Jimmy Kimmel is not as angry as Stephen Colbert, but he has like a liberal vibe to him clearly, and he does push with his jokes. Like he's kind of mean. And then you have, gosh, who else do you have that's a top tier candidate? Is that it? Fallon, Colbert.
Well, I mean, you have
Kimmel, right?
Well, you have the Daily Show on Comedy Central.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So Jon
I still
Stewart on
prefer Jon
Mondays
Stewart over all of them, but I gotta say,
well, yeah, he's on Mondays, and then
I don't like
the rest
any
of
of
the
the other
time.
people. No.
Oh, I like the tall, skinny guy that goes to the Trump rallies.
The redhead. I like the blonde lady. She's the best of all of them.
Oh, she's good too.
Yeah, but I don't even like watching Jon Stewart anymore because it's like he clearly came back with the hope of trying to stop the Republicans, and he completely failed. And it's not like that should be his banner to carry, but it's just like it's almost like Bill Maher. I love Bill Maher, as I talk about on the show a lot. And if you go back before Trump won his first term, Bill Maher was so anti-Trump, and he considered him to be a complete joke. And then he won, and it was like, holy shit. And then he kept supporting Kamala Harris, and like, I know she's not great, but like, come on, everybody. And then Trump won again, and so it's sort of like, it's not that it's his banner to carry either, but if you have a show like that, and you're so over the top against a candidate, and then the candidate wins, it just sort of it changes my perspective of how I watch the show. And it's hard for me to shake the fact that Bill Maher and Jon Stewart were so unsuccessful with their attempt to stop Donald Trump. The one thing I do like about Bill Maher is that he now says that Trump won because the Democrats are terrible. And Jon Stewart does do that. He has, like, talked about, and previously during the campaign, like how bad Biden is and how Kamala Harris needs to do better. But Bill Maher does it in a way that you can see that he doesn't like the Democrats, where Jon Stewart prefers the Democrats but just wants them to be better. And I think I do prefer the Bill Maher where he's like, no, you're terrible. Like, Trump's not to blame. You're to blame. And that's
he was definitely much more pro-Democrat. I mean, he gave $1 million to Obama to beat Romney.
Yeah.
And then he was like, after the election, he's like, I can't believe I feared Romney so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever the case is.
But he was, definitely much more to the Democrat side in the past, like pre-Trump, like before he took his first term. I haven't watched him in about a year. He pissed me off with something he said. I can't even remember what it is.
Vaccines or health. He's a little.
I think so. I think it was like, it was like he was interviewing someone, and I don't know. He was like agreeing with him with something that I just found completely ridiculous. So I started watching a lot of John Oliver instead.
You know what? I think John Oliver is really clever, and spending time with me. I think he is really clever, and I think that he does something that's really creative, the way that he just tackles a topic every week. And like, he like bought people's medical debt one time. Like he does like a really interesting shtick, and I think it's really valuable. The problem is that I never want to watch it. So I will watch Jon Stewart on Mondays, not live, but the clips. And I will watch clips of Bill Maher. But there are a lot of official Last Week Tonight YouTube clips that come up in my feed all the time. And I just never watch them because I watched a few and I thought, wow, this is a really deep investigation into Subway or into UFOs or into medical debt. But at the end of it, I'm just kind of like, do I feel like happier after watching that? Do I feel entertained after watching that? I kind of feel depressed. Where at least if I watch Jon Stewart, he could talk about terrible things, but it's like really, really funny, and it kind of makes me forget that it's terrible. And Bill Maher, he's a comedian, and he's constantly making jokes, and in some ways he's more serious than Jon Stewart, but in other ways he's less serious because he'll make, kind of more juvenile jokes at times. But afterwards, I'm always just like, I'm glad I watched that. When I watch Last Week Tonight, it's like I learn how the sausage was made. I see the man behind the curtain, and it's like, oh, I don't know if I feel good that I watched that. Sort of like the
Come
original
on, he tried to
joke.
bribe a court justice last year.
Oh, I didn't even see that one. Yeah, because it's like
Yeah,
I
he
stopped
tried,
watching it.
when it came out that Clarence Thomas there got the RV for free, and he went on, and Clarence Thomas was going on all the shows going how much he likes camping, and he, does TikToks from his RV. Jon Stewart was like, all you got to do is resign, and this $1,500,000 RV is yours, and he had it on the stage. He ended up donating it to a charity.
I saw John Oliver was on Stephen Colbert's show, and he brought Mickey Mouse with him because the original Mickey Mouse, like Steamboat Willie or whatever, that had just come into the public domain, and so he brought him out like like a mascot, like at a basketball game sized person in a suit, and it was fucking hilarious. Like it was great, but
I want to say is, sorry, go ahead.
but
Finish
I was
yours,
just
and
gonna
then I'll
say it's
tell you.
because there was no core content. It was just them making jokes, and Steamboat Willie was there. When you watch Last Week Tonight, it gives you so much information about how horrible whatever subject is they're talking about.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, I kind of say, like I mentioned the Joker, the original Joker film, not the sequel. The original Joker film is one of the best films I've ever seen. But after I watched it, I immediately thought to myself, I wish I did not see this film. And that's
Really?
how I feel after I watched Last Week Tonight.
I think it was his first season that I liked the best because in the whole first season, he said something related to like Xenu. He said it in every episode, but no one caught it. And then at the beginning of the second season, he came out and he started his own church for like 6 episodes. They would end with the church lady and him. Someone sent him like a 6-foot penis, and he made that carved out of wood, and he made that their worship idol.
Like I said, he's really talented. He's really funny. But he just, it's almost like, okay, so maybe this is another example. And then we have a message over on stereo. Yamami, I think your name is. We'll play it in a second. When who's the guy who shot somebody on set accidentally, but they threw it out so he won't go to jail for it. Baldwin. Steve Baldwin? No, sorry. Who's the guy from 30 Rock? That's
It's not Billy. Billy's the youngest one. Steven is it? Who the hell are the Baldwin brothers?
Baldwin. He's always on Saturday Night Live.
Alec Baldwin.
Thank you. So he's really good on Saturday Night Live, and I don't know if he was the original, but he's the first like successful, like, wow, this is really funny Trump impersonator when Trump was a politician or running to be a politician. And he was really funny. And at first I thought, this is great. And after a certain point I said, I don't want to see this anymore. And I actively would not watch Alec Baldwin playing Donald Trump clips. Since that, they've had, I think, a couple different people doing Donald Trump, and the guy who does Donald Trump now on SNL, he's an actual cast member. Alec Baldwin was, like a special guest.
Right.
The guy who does Donald Trump now, it's a really surprisingly well done Donald Trump. He doesn't really look like him too much, but I mean, he's really good at emulating Donald Trump's speech pattern, mannerisms, voice. It's really good. I don't want to see it ever again.
I haven't seen it. The only thing I watch are the clips of the of Che and Jost. I like watching their weekend
the weekend
news
update. Sure, yeah, I watch that too.
Yeah. That's what I watch every week is the weekend update clip.
And do you know why? Because even when they talk about shitty stuff, it's just a couple of seconds to introduce the story, and then there's some joke.
Right.
That's perfect.
Right, yeah.
Whereas last week, tonight they go so in depth on how horrible every topic is that they cover. And the Joker, like in theory, is a really well done, well acted, dark, entertaining film. But when you watch it and you realize this is such an American story, this wouldn't have happened in the UK, it wouldn't have happened in Japan, it wouldn't have happened in Germany. It's just like, oh shit, we're all in this horrible system. And not that we all could turn out that way, but I just saw that film and I felt so bad for the Joaquin Phoenix Joker character, and really saw that what happened to him was out of his hands. And it was sort of just like, well, once he found himself in a set of circumstances, the movie just kind of was set in stone, and that's how it was going to happen no matter what. And it just made me so sad. And so that's why I like didn't want to watch it. So I know this is like a long drawn out discussion, but I have to have small doses of the horrible reality that is the US or the world, with a lot of comedy attached to it. And there's just too much detail in Last Week Tonight.
Did you see the second one?
I did, and it was not great. I'm glad I watched it,
I
as
haven't
opposed to
seen it yet.
watching
That's why
the
I'm
first
asking.
one, because the second one was not as good, so I was less invested in it. And the second one is more about there's very few new details in the second one. It's just sort of finishing what happened in the first one. So I felt less connected to it. The first one was really an engrossing 2 or 3 hours. It was a long film, right? And
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I just felt terrible after that.
Yeah, no, Gaga plays Harley Quinn in that.
Yeah. Speaking of not as good as the first one, I was not a fan of Lady Gaga in that movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I've been debating watching it because it's on Max, and I always scroll past it. I'm like, I don't know if I want to ruin the first one.
I would encourage you to watch it. It is it's interesting enough that it gives you there's some meat on the bones. It gives you enough of not a news story, but it gives you enough of more information to make it worthwhile. And it changes the vibe from the first one. So I look at them as separate films. I look at them as disconnected separate films. So I think that the sequel does in some ways ruin what I think was a complete story in the first one. But at the same time, it's so different and the vibe is so disconnected that I think that they are separate entities, as opposed to like the Batman trilogy with Christopher Nolan, where I think that's like a trilogy that fits together. So even if you hate the second film, I don't think that it is close enough to the first film that it really is going to tarnish what you did or did not appreciate from the first film. That being said, it is different enough that you're not going to enjoy it as much.
I think I only watched Joker twice because I wanted to see if I missed anything, if it was like all a dream. Because Nolan likes to put twists on things. Like, was he really dating his neighbor, or was that all just a dream or a fantasy, or, and what else could have been? But I think that's the only reason I watched it twice.
Yeah, I never want to see the first one ever again, so I'm definitely not going to watch it. But I would encourage you to watch the second one. It it's sort of like if you had a really good friend, like in middle school, and then you moved away or your friend moved away, and then you saw your friend again when you were 25, and they're completely different, and you don't really get along anymore. Like you wouldn't be friends today if you just met for the first time. But it's
Yeah.
such a different experience than when you were 12 that you still remember how special your friend was, even though your friend's not there anymore. So it doesn't, it's not connected enough to erase the good memories that you have of the first experience.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I will put it on my list. I'm currently watching From the series.
Yeah, is that with the guy from Lost?
Yep.
The guy who's always
Pretty
screaming,
interesting.
"Where's my son? Where's my son?"
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah.
Michael and Walt. Walt was his son. I
I only
remember the
saw the
actor's name.
first season or two of Lost, and all I remember is the weird black smoke snake that was like going around, and the guy was
Yes, the
screaming
man.
about his son, and then there was some like underground bunker that had a button that they had to always press, or the island was going to blow up or something. Yeah, Lost, never
Oh,
finished
you
that.
didn't even get into the good part of Lost. Good part comes the season after they blow up after the hatch gets blown up.
Well, I've never seen the full series, but from what I understand how it ended, I don't know if there was a good part of Lost. As Tree said, it's news debate. I want to thank Patrice, who was joining us. She sent me a message that she had to bow out. She was with us from the very beginning of the show, so really great to have her. And good to have MC Funk for a large portion of the show as well. He's not joining us with his voice, but it's always great to have him. And he did message me over on Discord about something. And of course, it's always great to have Shannon, who has had a big gap in her participation in the show. But boy, did she hit it out of the park on her show back. Like, hey, Lee, sorry I was late. I got some kids' blood all over me. And that was a pretty good excuse. So let's go ahead and wrap things up. We've been going almost 4 hours. That's good. I haven't done a 4-hour show in quite some time. I've been kind of sticking around the 2.5 hour, which I think is kind of ideal. But we had a lot to talk about on today's show, so it was great to go almost 4 hours altogether. So MC Funk, if you have a final thought, you can message me over on Discord and I'll read it. Otherwise, Shannon, what's your final thought?
Sorry, I was distracted by your message. I was trying to respond to your message. No, it's a great show. Do you know when you're going to be planning your next?
Yeah, I think probably next Wednesday. And then I haven't figured it out yet, but I think I'm going to take a pretty long travel break over the summer. It's been a while since I've traveled internationally. I don't know if I can still do the show while I'm doing that, because then it's hard to simulcast all these different places. So I might have to still figure that out. Maybe I could come up with a more transportable system. Portable system? Transportable sounds like I'm sending in a laser beam somewhere. I'll have to work on that. But
You're traveling to the moon, Lee?
Yeah, exactly. No, I'd like to hit Europe and I don't know, maybe Latin. I'm not sure exactly. I might be able to hit 2 areas, or maybe it would make more sense just to focus on one. It's been a while since I've had a significant amount of time abroad, at least a year or two. So I still need to figure that out, but that'll happen not anytime soon. But probably next Wednesday. I'm doing about a show a week now. And maybe I'll do a bunch of shows before whenever I leave to kind of make up. I feel like I kind of want to travel for like a month or something over the summer. So I'll have to still figure that out. But I'll post it on Twitter and I'll post it on Discord probably a week from now. Sorry, is when we'll do the show, but I'll post it hopefully the next couple of days.
That sounds great. Yeah, I don't have any plans next week. No doctors this week. I had doctors. No doctors next week.
Well, Shannon, you say you don't have any plans, but then you're just going to be driving and some kid's going to hit the windshield again. So,
well, no, I was at the doctor's first for a 3 o'clock appointment. I thought I'd be back in time, but things happen.
Oh, really quickly, I forgot. We have a message over on Stereo. We've had a bunch of people over on Stereo but nobody was leaving voice messages. This is Yeah Mommy over on stereo.
If you want to hear like the harshest and the realist assessment of the Democrats, you don't listen to either of those guys. Listen to Chris Hedges, but then listen to themselves. Like these super left, like super duper left wing people who believed in all this fantastical shit have not learned their lesson. Like, I don't know how much we have to lose. I don't know if we've got anything more to lose, right? But like, how much more do we have to lose for a lot of these people to change their course and stop singing the same song? It's too much. You know what I'm saying? It's just.
Appreciate the message. Have you heard of Chris Hedges? I've never heard of him, Shannon.
I guess he's a Pulitzer Prize winning writer for the Washington Post at one time, but he also worked for the Christian Science Monitor, NPR, and Dallas Morning News.
Yeah, he won a 2002 Pulitzer Prize for reporting on global terrorism. He went to Harvard Divinity School. That's surprising. He was a war
But he
correspondent
doesn't
for the
look
New York
familiar.
Times.
But he doesn't look familiar. Like, I wouldn't know him like
Yeah. He was
Colbert or
fired
Barr or Oliver.
from the New York Times in 2003 after publicly criticizing the Iraq War. Wow, that looks really good in hindsight. That's a pretty nice red badge of courage right there. Oh no, he hosted On Contact on RT America until the network shut down in 2022. That was the Russian network, right?
It could have been. Yeah, I know
They shut it down because they shut down like Russian state media.
Right, yeah.
He's an anti-war, anti-corporate, and critical of both major U.S. political parties commentator. Okay, this I got from ChatGPT. I have no idea who he is.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking at his profile, and I mean, I don't think I've ever seen him on a show like
He
any of the
seems
new
more,
shows I've
from
watched.
all the things we read, he seems like more of a writer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I guess certainly that's a good tip when someone says, "Hey Lee, you should check out this person," and you've never heard of them, but they have worked for mainstream news outlets, Pulitzer Prize in 2002. Like that's a pretty good tip. But yeah, you can definitely tell my affinity, like when we talk about Jon Stewart or Bill Maher, or even Last Week Tonight, which I enjoy but don't want to watch anymore. It's all video. No, I used to. I mean, I started this show because I love podcasts and talk radio, but like I don't listen to talk radio anymore. I don't listen to many podcasts. I got YouTube Premium several years ago, and I've just not looked back. Like any free time I have is either like a streaming service like Netflix, like every other American, or YouTube.
Well, I
I
mean,
watch a
he's
lot of
definitely
content creators on YouTube.
He was a speechwriter for Ralph Nader in the 2008 election, and he ran as a Green Party candidate in New Jersey's 12th in 2020.
Maybe you
So
could
Green Party's
move
either
to
like left
Houston
of
and
the
become our new congressman from Texas 18th district.
Oh God, I hope we didn't lose to the New Jersey, the one that got kicked out.
You mean the guy who like does the cameo videos now? Wasn't he from New York?
Yeah.
Was he Jersey?
I'm wondering who he lost to. Yeah, wasn't he in Jersey? Yeah, I think he's from
Somewhere in that
Jersey.
area.
Yeah, I don't remember his name. Damn. But yeah, no, he didn't lose to him, so that's cool. He lost to the other Democrat. But yeah, I mean, he looks left of even because Green Party's even further left than like what Democrats are, right?
Yeah, I think Jill Stein is sort of the. I guess it was Ralph Nader in the past because wasn't he the one who screwed it up for Gore in Florida? But Jill Stein, I think, has been the Green Party candidate the last couple of
Isn't she
cycles.
libertarian?
Oh, I didn't think she was. Let me look this up.
I think she's libertarian, isn't she, Jill Stein? She was a libertarian candidate.
Green Party's nominee
Oh, you're right.
for
Yeah, I thought she was libertarian or was
2012,
libertarian candidate
2016,
different.
and 2024. So someone else ran in 2020. But yeah, she seems to be on the Green Party side of things.
I don't know much about their policies. I thought they
I
were.
think they're left of the Democrats, but there's probably some other nuance there.
Yeah, I thought she was a libertarian candidate. See how much I know?
Well, I don't know who the recent libertarian candidate is, but I remember Ron Paul was tied in with the Libertarian Party for a while, and maybe even his son Rand Paul. Because I remember one of them was at a libertarian debate. I don't think I watched it live, but I saw a video of it or something, and someone asked a question like, "Someone has cancer and they're uninsured. Um, shouldn't they just be allowed to die?" Like that was the sort of conversation starter.
They were
And
having.
I think Ron Paul and his son Rand Paul were both doctors or something. And whichever one of them it was, they were kind of like, yeah, I don't know if I can agree with that. And then the crowd just started booing them because, libertarians, like, any tax is theft, paying for street lights is theft, requiring people to have a driver's license is some sort of tyranny that has to be fought against. Like, libertarians are fucking crazy, Shannon.
Chase Oliver. Chase Oliver was. I do the name around election time, but it's gone from my mind now. That was their libertarian candidate, Chase Oliver.
Yeah, I can see how
Yes,
you
but you are
get
correct. The whole
confused because they're all kind of long shots anyways.
I mean, no one's affected it. Like, what was that? 2000 election? 2000.
Well,
What was
the
the 2000 election, right?
Green Party
The one.
candidate was the one that screwed up Florida because people accidentally voted for Nader in like one county or something, right?
Yeah, it was. No, but I thought though, didn't one of them take like a big percent, like big for? Was it Ron Paul that took the big percentage of like the first one to take a third party candidate to take a big portion of the votes or what they considered was a big portion at the time?
Not Ron Paul. It was I think the guy who ran in the Dole Clinton cycle. He was like a billionaire. That was the first third party candidate of realistic note, I think, in like modern American history.
See, I thought it was the Republicans won
He had like
because of
big
him.
ears.
Yeah.
Clinton won that
Ross
election.
Perot.
Ross
Ross
Perot,
Perot.
yeah.
That's it. You said the big ears that it gave to me. That's horrible.
Yeah, and apparently, like, this was way before my time, but apparently he like dropped out of the election and then had second thoughts and like came back. So if he had actually like maintained a constant campaign that was unwavering, he may have, been able to do even better than he did. But I'm not sure if a third party, this will be our final thing, has any third party candidate outperformed Ross Perot. Oh, how do you spell Perot? Is there a T in there?
Perot. Yep.
I think the answer is no. And he got about 19% of the vote, but no electoral votes because he didn't win any states. It was the best showing by a third party since 1912. He ran again in 1996, but only got 8.4% of the vote. So he got almost 19 million votes, which coincidentally turns out to be almost 19% of the vote. Yeah, that's way higher than Gary Johnson got 3.3% in 2016. Ralph Nader in 2000 in Florida, the problem, he got 2.7% of the vote. Perot's 18.9. I don't think we'll ever see anything better than that.
Yeah, that was surprising. I remember that. Like, I just couldn't remember who was running, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. The third party candidate is really, it's a Congress, it's a state house, and it's a governorship. Those are the real battles that can be fought and won. There's a handful in the last 30 years, 40 years of non-Democrat, non-Republican governors. Certainly, if you look at state houses, there'll be a few, across the 50 states. And God, I mean, Bernie Sanders has only recently become a Democrat. I mean, he's like a super successful third party candidate when you look at that. And then,
well, I mean, he still gets elected under third party. He just caucuses with the Democrats.
Is he still
even
not
though
a Democrat?
he ran as a Democrat?
I thought he was a Democrat now.
No, he still shows independent on their
okay. Well, so
on their ballot.
Even his fake
I would have assumed
Democraticness
they
is
were.
not complete.
I would have assumed he would have had to change his registration, right, if he was going to run as a Democrat like he did.
I thought so, but I don't live in Vermont, so I've never looked into it.
That's true.
But the really sad thing though is that if you actually look at, aside from Ross Perot, which was like 90s, right? Your clear third party victory is what? It's the Tea Party. That was an actual separate thing that was across the country. It was so successful that the Republicans had to fold it in. Like this, once again, this is just the never-ending tale of how shitty it is to be an American. The most successful third-party movement in our lifetime is the super conservative Tea Party movement.
Yeah, but that got thrown into whack when the federal building got bombed in Oklahoma because Timothy McVeigh and the other dude were big Tea Party members.
What? The Tea Party was way after that. Wasn't that in the 90s?
95 was the bombing, Oklahoma City.
Wasn't the Tea Party past 2000, like the 20 teens?
No, I just mean that that's when it started to really go, like, drop in membership was after the Oklahoma City bombing.
I'm really confused.
Perot was
the Tea
92,
Party, wasn't that
and
like
then
the
they
last
started
15 years?
Not as big as they were pre-Oklahoma bombing. I mean, that's where we got Ross Perot's vote.
Ross Perot was not Tea Party.
In 92.
It started in early 2009.
Ross Perot was 92, though.
He was not Tea Party.
And they
Tea
were
Party was the one that I was talking about now. Ross Perot was not the Tea Party.
I thought that was when the name came in, was like Ross Perot and then Ron Paul. Ron is the father, right?
So Ron and Rand Paul were, I believe, Republicans, but they were like libertarian-leaning Republicans. Ross Perot was an independent in 1992, and in 1996 he ran under the Reform Party, but the Tea Party started in 2009.
See, I always equated that with. I thought they said that in the trial. Maybe they said a different group.
Definitely,
and it
not,
offshooted it. I'll have to look it up and see, because that's what I remember from McVeigh was they were showing the whole, well, I suppose they could have been libertarian too. They're showing the whole, like the flags flying, not at McVeigh's house, but the other guy, the one that masterminded it in Oregon there, with the "Don't Tread on Me" flags so I just might be conflating the two together. They were big anti-government, anti-taxes,
I mean, generally that
everything.
sounds like libertarian, but that also could be a bunch of different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were anti-government and right-wing militia members. Libertarian and far-right views. McVeigh considered himself a libertarian, but I don't think there's anything more than that. They were not affiliated with any party of any kind.
Well, did you just say oh, no, you didn't say he was registered libertarian, right? You just said he considered himself a libertarian?
Well, for instance, McVeigh voted Republican in 1992, but does that mean he's affiliated with the Republican Party? Like, I'm not affiliated with the Democratic Party. I just vote as a Democrat.
Oh, no. I just didn't. I don't know. That's how people take it, though, don't they?
I guess affiliated would mean like some sort of like local precinct captain or like a county organizer or something like that. Because anyone can register as a Republican.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think that's what that means. It's like saying like, oh yeah, I'm a part of the local militia. Like, which one? Yeah, about that. Like, so it's like, you can call yourself a Republican, but unless you have some sort of leadership, even at a local level, you're just registered as a Republican, or you just vote as a Republican.
That's like the guy that's that did the assassination attempt on Trump, Matthew.
The one at the golf course, or the one that was on the rooftop?
No, the one that actually did the shooting. Not the one that was hiding in the bushes. The one that was actually at the rally. He donated to Act Blue, donated $15 to Act Blue, but he was registered Republican.
Yeah, I remember something like that. Even with donations, like, what was it? God, it was so long ago. It didn't who's the fat guy who did the documentaries? Like
Michael Moore?
Michael Moore, yeah. I like how that was all I said. And you're like, oh, Lee, Michael Moore, yeah. He did something years ago where he like created bank accounts and sent like $10 to political parties and campaigns, and it was like pedophiles for Clinton, like Bill Clinton, and he sent the Clinton campaign a check for like $15, and they cashed it. So it's like you can donate money to anything, and you can join any political party, and then if you do some shooting, then they're like, oh, he was a registered Democrat. He was a registered libertarian. He donated to the Republican Party. And it's like, that's literally just checking a box and mailing a check. Like, is it even responsible to report that information?
True, because you don't know. Well, I mean, I suppose in some cases you could know, but most of the time, probably
like, once again, like if you live in Texas, and you have been at libertarian political meetings for the past 20 years, and you attend this state, I assume they have a state convention for libertarians in Texas. If anywhere, wouldn't it be in Texas? And you go there, and you have some sort of, even if it's not elected, but you're a precinct captain or whatever the hell the title would be, and then you go and shoot at Trump, theoretically, not saying this happened, like, okay, that's different.
Right.
You have a track record of doing these things. But, like it's crazy. Like if just imagine Shannon, if you or I took a shot at some politician, it's even hard to put those words out there because of the world we live in now. So I wouldn't even say anything more. But just imagine something like
Yeah.
that happen. Like, have you ever attended any meeting at all that you can remember that you're like, oh God, I hope that one doesn't come out? Like I've attended communist meetings. I've attended. I saw like an American Nazi Party member give a speech one time. Like I've just done things to experience them, you know? Like I've never donated
Oh
money to a
shit, I'd be
politician.
lost. They'd be like, she's a pagan.
Oh shit! Yeah. Look at this. Fucking pagan witch took a shot at a politician. Right? Like, can you imagine like those headlines? Like
Right.
like that's the problem is that they could say former EMT. You were an EMT, right?
Right. Yep.
They could say former EMT. They could say you were a Girl Scout, right?
Yep.
Former Girl Scout.
I was a police explorer. I got 2 accommodations from my town for bravery.
You're a witch. I mean, like
Yep.
just imagine all the ways they could frame. Oh wow, this person took a shot at a politician. Like
Yeah.
a lifetime worth of experiences. Like it's just. I'm not trying to defend these people because like they were trying to kill Trump, but
Right.
just these jumping to like, do you remember Luigi Mangione? Like when they didn't
Yep.
know who he was, it was just like he's attractive. Like, do you remember that?
Right.
Like that was
Yep.
the thing is like he's attractive. Like just imagine if he had been like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like that would have been a completely different news cycle for those first 2 or 3 days.
Oh, absolutely. It's like we were talking about one time with Ted Bundy and all the groupies he had and how he had, children after he was locked up. Just,
Oh, Ted Bundy was one of the people would come and bang him like in the trailer. Conjugal visit.
They said they never had a conjugal visit room, so I don't even want to know
Janitor's closet.
how they did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. It'd even be worse than that, just using a turkey baster at home.
Jesus. But just imagine if I don't know, it's 2027 and there's a new Ted Bundy, like, Billy Zimmerman. I mean, just like invent a name.
Right.
And then someone goes in and bangs the bejesus out of him. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to look on Facebook. Oh, it's a former Sacramento State cheerleader. Like what? Like, what does that have to do with the fact that like you're banging a serial killer or whatever on there?
Right.
But like that's what they'll do is they'll be like, oh, ooh, she's a witch, and like Lee went to a communist meeting one time in college. Like isn't that like the point of life? Like if you're ever accused of a major crime, shouldn't they, if you lived an interesting life, shouldn't they be able to like have 20 different things they could put on the front page that's like, holy shit, look at this person? Like, isn't that the point of living a life? Like otherwise it would be like devout Roman Catholic who had 7 kids, which I guess is an interesting story, but it's like kind of boring. Like how many people do you know who probably have gone to, mass their entire life and have, like some kids?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know where we're going with this,
I'd
but
be
like,
over the
that's
news.
the problem.
If I did it, I'd be all over the news cycle forever and they'd be trying to burn witches again.
Oh yeah. GOP pledges to bring back witch burning.
I guess. Never mind that they never burned a witch in Salem, but
Did they just hang them?
Yeah, there was one that was crushed to death, and then the rest were hung. Press.
I've
Yeah.
never
So
seen it, but I discovered this one time on IMDb. Did you know it's probably kind of trashy, but there's some kind of TV show in the last 5-ish years, 10 years, where it's current times, but it reimagines the history of the United States. So back during the Salem witch trials, the witches were like, okay, don't kill us. If you promise not to kill us, we will work for the government. And so fast forward into the future, wars are fought using female soldiers who are witches, and they like go to West Point to train themselves to fight for the American government.
no, I've never heard of that show. Oh, Motherland. I'll have to watch that.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but it like popped up on IMDb one time, and I watched the trailer. It was like a minute or two, and I was like, this seems kind of like maybe not something I need to watch. But I was like, what an intriguing idea. They've weaponized witchcraft because the witches were like, okay, you found us. Like, rather than killing us all, how about we just work for you? It's a pretty interesting idea.
That's a good idea for a show, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Because they're like fighting terrorists. Like in the
Right.
season 1 trailer I watched, is that they were learning to be like counterterrorism, like rather than send the SEAL Team 6 in to kill Osama bin Laden, they just send in a bunch of like witch, like 23-year-old witch ladies.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where it was. I can't watch it anywhere. Not for free
Well,
yet, but I'll put it on.
Shannon, I feel like in 2025, I pay for Netflix, I pay for YouTube Premium. Do I pay for something else? I can't recall. I might have a free Hulu account somehow through something else. Whatever the case, there are plenty of places online that you can just stream.
Oh no, I'm just saying it's not available on any streaming service. I could buy it from YouTube or Amazon, but I'll just wait till it comes on
But
one of the streaming channels.
Final point. Do you not know of just websites you can go to? Like, I'm just making it up. It's like streamforfree.net. And
Oh,
you just
I
type
know
in
of
the
them.
name of a show and you just watch it.
Yeah, I know of them. I just don't
Do you ever
use
use them?
them. I think it's back from. I think I have an aversion to those from like when you downloaded free music and you didn't know where you were downloading it from, and you could get viruses.
So the difference is, I am no lawyer, so not giving legal advice here. But the difference is that I do know legally there is a significant, important difference between streaming and downloading. So I would never encourage you to like download a torrent program
Right.
and download a movie or a TV show. But if you go to a website and stream it, I think that that's relatively harmless because
Maybe it's from watching all those warning videos on your videotape. The warning that comes across. When you had a VCR way back when?
it's a little before my time, but did they like try to scare the shit out of you?
Yeah, before a movie would start, right? So at the very beginning of the tape, when you put it in, this big FBI warning would come up across your screen with like the warning of "Do not duplicate this video. You're going to jail." Type stuff on
I
there.
think I've seen just the static text. I thought you were talking about like a short video. It's like, this means you.
No. They would just put up that text that before every video. Maybe that's where my aversion comes from. Growing up with that big FBI warning. Don't do this. Sort of like, I still don't pull the tags off my pillows or my mattresses.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, is it Pee Wee Herman movie where someone's like, "Why are you in jail?" And he's like, "You know those tags on the mattress that say 'Do not remove'? One time I pulled out a knife and cut it off," and everybody's like, "The horror."
Exactly. I can't believe that was a warning. We didn't have many warning signs growing up as Gen X. You know, we didn't need to be told to not eat Tide Pods or do something stupid. Or if we did, we faced the consequences of doing it. But when they did put warning labels on stuff, we sort of paid attention.
Okay, I feel a little bit more confident here. So I'm over on ChatGPT. There is a legal difference between illegally streaming a TV show in a web browser and illegally downloading it. Both are considered copyright infringement, but illegally streaming is typically a gray area. It's considered passive consumption rather than direct distribution to just stream a show that you are just getting off a website. Like, I said, like streamfree.net, just made that up, but there's a
Right.
bunch of them. The Copyright Act doesn't explicitly criminalize passive streaming, but the Pirate Act of 2020 made large scale illegal streaming a felony. So, what I think that means is, and this is my interpretation, if you run a website and they can trace it back to you and that website allows people to stream illegally, that's a crime. But to just use a website that you can access for free on the internet, apparently, according to this, I'm sharing this right now on my video stream, looks like a gray area that is not likely to have any consequences from you,
It's
for you.
It's sort of like if you use a VPN to stream something that's on Netflix Australia that's not available here in the US.
Oh, no, that's from what I understand, not a lawyer. That's
No,
perfectly
no.
fine because it is up to them to police how they distribute, and if they can't tell where you are, that's on them. Also, I think I read somewhere that if you use a VPN, that it makes you appear in one country in order to gain access to something that you can legally gain access from that country. That might actually satisfy being in that country because you are connected to a system that is in that country. If you use a VPN that makes it so your IP address is in Australia, there's a computer somewhere that you're connected to that is in Australia.
Right. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So once again, not a lawyer, but once you start using VPNs, if you're just simply trying to geo tag yourself somewhere so that you have access to a show that exists like in Netflix UK, but not Netflix Canada, like you're
Right.
still paying for Netflix. I don't think that's ever going to have any problem for you. Worst case scenario, Netflix knows what you're doing and they kick you off the service. But if you
Right.
use a VPN to protect yourself in theory while you download things, as long as you use a good VPN, in theory, that's the point. The purpose of having a VPN is so that you don't get in trouble. What I'm trying to advocate for, once again, just in theory, not telling anyone to do anything, I'm not a lawyer, is that it appears that there is a significant difference between going to a website that is a free website and streaming a show which is not legally licensed to offer that service. That seems to be more of a problem for the people running that website rather than the people who are using that website.
Right. I see what you're saying.
But if you download, that is creating a unique copy of copyrighted work that you are actively creating in your download. And that is a very clear-cut crime. Whether or not you're pursued, that is not a legally gray area the way that streaming is.
Right. I see what you're saying.
So the key takeaway is streaming equals legally murky, less risky, and that's for viewers, but not the people who run the website. downloading is clearly illegal, and there could actually be prosecution. Also, if you use torrents or file sharing, once again, creating copies of copyrighted material, you could face serious legal action. But if you stream a movie or stream a TV show from a website that you're not paying for, or even you could probably even have memberships to websites that don't have so not a if you're using a website to stream that clearly does not have the rights to that content, so like not Disney Plus, not Max, not Netflix, right, not Hulu. This seems to be a victimless crime. Like, I mean, it's like they're not going after the people, they're going after the hosts who allow it to be possible, because that also makes sense, because how many people are using those websites, and you're not creating a copy. So to create a copy of something you stream, you have to capture your screen. So you'd actually have to record your screen, and then that could create a copy. But there's no way to know that when someone's streaming that they're recording their screen. There's no way to track that. If you download something, very clearly you're creating a copy of that material, and they can track that. Now, it might be that they're tracking a VPN, but they can track that someone's downloading it somewhere.
See, I find it interesting that certain streamers, like Netflix is one of them, and Max is another. We do group watches in like Discord and Telegram, where everyone can watch what's on the person who's shooting screen. But if we try to do anything from Max, you just get a black, like the person streaming it can see it, but everyone else in the room cannot see what's on that screen. It's completely black.
Interesting.
But if you
so
do it on
that might be
Netflix,
some sort of technology that they have figured out.
Yeah.
I've never
So the
heard of
person
that,
who,
but I could imagine
no, I had
somehow they
never.
could figure out how to do that.
Yeah, there's a couple of like Netflix. I don't think is one. It's one that works in the rooms, but Max is not. Stars is not.
Interesting.
Everyone else just gets a black screen.
I bet there's a way
transferring.
around that, but it just shows that it's an arms race.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there is some way around it, but yeah, that was because we've been trying to watch some stuff from Max, and it just won't. No one else can see it in the room. Just you can hear it, but you can't see it. It's just a black screen.
Yes, you would hear it, because the way you would do that would be with the video, but it would not affect the audio the same way. So that does seem like some sort of technology they're implementing. But that's a really good question, because I've talked with different people for the several years that I've done News Debate, where people will claim, "Oh, Lee, I play music on my social audio show and it's perfectly legal." And I say, "No, you're absolutely wrong, but tell me why you think you're right." And they'll say, "Well, I pay for Spotify. I paid $10 a month for Spotify, and I use Spotify to play music on my show." And I say, "What you are paying for is for you to listen to music on Spotify in the area of the world that you live in. But when you put that on your social audio show, you could have 3 people hear that. You could have 300 people hear that. And that is not being compensated for with your single subscription to Spotify." So in the past, it was very easy to police this, because in the past, when movies were in movie theaters, well, you had to send out these huge reels of film, and that was easy to track. And so, you could say, well, they showed the movie 5 times yesterday at this movie theater in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I don't know if there was a flat fee or if it's based on how many people buy tickets, but it's very easy to track that. Then you get into the VCR. A little bit before my time, but I've read about this. There was actually a court decision that said that you can tape anything that comes across broadcast television, cable television, anything you can get on your TV. You can record that legally with your VCR. It doesn't mean that you start selling that, but you can have that for personal use.
Correct.
And so people would record movies, they record TV shows, they record music videos. And of course, you make copies, and someone could get like a double VCR to make copies of movies they buy and do that illegally. But it opened that possibility. Fast forward to today. You can have people who will have like a town festival. And one of the things they'll have at the festival is they'll have like a blow up screen. You can hang a white sheet from a clothing line and project a movie onto it. You can also
Right.
get these blow up screens that are even better. And you just have a projector and you play a movie. But technically, you're not allowed to just play a movie for public consumption, especially if you're charging for people to be there. So that's a right issue. If you have a movie or a TV show that you're paying for, like with Netflix, and you have a Discord server and you share your screen and people watch it with you, that is not a rights. How would I say? You do not have the legal right to do that. The way around that is that how would they know? Because it's probably a Discord server that they're not monitoring, that sort of a thing. So in the past, it was a lot easier to clearly say, well, you can't just play a movie in a public park on a Friday night for your town festival because the people at the fine 20th Century Fox company own the rights to this. But
Right.
in the digital world, how do you even start to try to clamp down on these things? The answer is that they're much more worried about illegal streaming and illegal downloading to really care too much about people doing watch parties. But as you pointed out from Max and whatever else you mentioned, they're finding technological ways to prevent it from happening, and so they don't have to crack down on it.
Right. Yeah. It's just, you can see her hit the play and then, for whatever she's doing, because it's the computer screen reversed that's streaming it. And the screen just goes black, and then you'll hear everything that's going on in the movie, but just black screen. No, no logo, no anything, just black screen. And we've tried on several different.
It comes to mind
movies
two
or
ways
TV
that could happen. Number one is that browsers are getting really smart now. So sometimes when you share a screen using a service, there will be communication between the service, so like Discord and like Chrome, a web browser. And so Chrome may be able to tell that your tab or your window is being shared to another program, or even the same program if you're running Discord in Chrome. For instance, when I run Netflix in Chrome, I always use Chrome, so that's the only experience I have. I have a Chromecast on my TV, and so automatically it always says, "Do you want to send this to your TV?" I'm pretty sure that it's not just sending it, but every program that's a part of that chain is aware of what's going on. So if that's the case, there may be something that triggers something to kick in on Max that says that, oh, well, we can tell you're doing this, and therefore it doesn't work. You don't get the visual, but the audio still goes through, as you mentioned. The other thing that comes to mind is that I've seen video where people have had like Oscars screeners, or what are the other lower tier award ceremonies? The
like Critics' Choice or
Screen Actors Guild or whatever.
Yep.
They'll send out screeners to the members who are voting members, right?
Yep.
Sometimes it'll be very clear, like in the bottom right, it'll say like number 7432. And so each one they send out, they're like, oh, we sent this one to Shannon, we sent this one to Lee. And so if that gets uploaded, they'll be like, well, clearly Lee did it or clearly Shannon did it because there's a number.
Right.
But when it's so obvious, maybe you just put a little black box over there so it doesn't show up. What I have
Right.
seen is that, film is just very fast moving pictures, right? So you can embed single frames that we will as humans not see, but it could be like one frame every second or one frame every 2 seconds. And when that gets uploaded to like a torrent or a streaming site, none the wiser. No one can tell. But
Right.
if it is caught by the people who work for that company that owns it, they will go in and they will freeze frame and they'll be like, oh, here's that embedded image that comes in every 3 seconds. And it will say, 7425. And that's the one that they sent to Lee. So because that sort of technology has existed for a while, maybe there's something that they embed in the Max shows that when it gets shared, because when someone shares their screen, it never quite looks as good as the original screen. There's always like something
Right.
that's
Yeah.
lost. When that loss, compression, whatever that is happens, it may kick in that there's something else, but I'm just hypothesizing there because I know that they have that embedding that goes in there sometimes. And I'm wondering
Right.
if there's a way that they could do it. So if you watch the full version, you don't notice it, but when it gets compressed, when it gets downsized, whatever it is, those other things become more apparent. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling now, but those are the
Right. No,
two
no, no.
ways
But I
that I
mean,
would guess that could happen.
yeah, they could embed each video that they're releasing at a certain point, at one, at 53 seconds, this is where the embedment is, and just save it on different embedments on every film, but at that same point, and just fast forward to whatever point that is to see who did it for one frame. I mean, you could have done it all the way back in, when it was actual film on the reels, because cutting out one piece and taping a new one in has been done several times. Because that's how you would fix the films if they broke. You would just cut and tape.
Yeah,
And
I've
you would
heard
only be
about that.
missing
If you had
one
like a
slide.
VHS tape, you literally it would get like caught
I'm
or
talking like
something.
8mm tape, like back when it was photographs turned into films. Way back, you could even before VHS, before all that, like reel-to-reel
Okay,
projector.
this is interesting. I should have just asked ChatGPT. I sometimes forget that ChatGPT is way better now than it was before. In the past, you couldn't ask it stuff like this, but now it has up to date. Did something happen 5 minutes ago? ChatGPT will tell you about this. So I'm sharing this over on Twitch and what's the other one I use? I can't even remember. Twitch and Rumble. Yes. So certain streaming services use digital rights management, so DRM technology, to prevent screen sharing or recording. This is why when you try to stream Netflix, Disney Plus, or other services on Discord or Zoom, you often see a blacked out screen instead of the video. How does it work? High bandwidth digital content protection protects video at the hardware level. So this is with HDMI connections, so connecting whatever sort of CPU you're working with to a screen. They also have encrypted media extensions, prevents unauthorized playback on web browsers, and DRM software, as well as app level restrictions. Okay, so let's explain all of this. High bandwidth digital content protection is the hardware. So I'm not sure how that would work, but somehow that's with the actual physical devices you're plugging in. I don't know how that would work, but that's one way they do it. The other way is EME, encrypted media extensions, and it prevents unauthorized playback on web browsers. So this is what I was talking about before, is that in the past, if I remember correctly, it used to just be like your web browser can be shared to like something plugged into your TV, however that's done. The physical connection, or speaking to like a Chromecast, or maybe your TV is connected to the same Wi-Fi network as your computer, so it's like a LAN thing. But in the past, I think it was more like sharing's on or it's off. Now, uh, um, I think more information is being exchanged, so there's more ability to tell how something's being shared. And so if it can say like, oh, clearly this is being shared on Zoom because the request to share it is coming from the Zoom app, then it would shut that down. This third thing is DRM software, and it's the type. So Netflix, Hulu, and others use something called Widevine. Microsoft uses Play Ready, and Apple uses Fair Play. So I think it's the same general idea, but it's different types of software. And then some apps detect screen sharing and disable playback. Oh, yes. So, for instance, if you run Netflix on your phone, Netflix does not let you take a screenshot. So, once again, in the past, if you took a screenshot on the phone, it's just taking a screenshot. But now there's a conversation going on between apps and whatever OS you're using, and they can say yes or no to that.
Really? It doesn't let you take a screenshot anymore if you're
I
watching
haven't
on your
run
phone on
Netflix on my
Netflix?
phone ever, but it says that it has ability on some mobile devices to disable screenshots.
See, I was doing it for the blacklist because they have a lot of twists and turns in there, and I was part of a bunch group of messaging boards, and I could take screenshots with my phone. Wonder if it's changed, but that was a
I'm
few
sure
years
it
ago.
depends on the type of phone and all these other things, but
Yeah.
it is like, what was it? I'm trying to remember here. Oh yeah, like some messaging apps have disappearing messages. Is it
Oh yeah.
WhatsApp or Instagram or something? And if you try to take a screenshot of a disappearing message, I have done this before. It does not work.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's the native, you take a screenshot on your phone. There may be other ways that you can take a screenshot that are more complicated that can bypass this, but it's
Well, like, yeah, if you had two phones, right? So if the message is coming in on your phone and all you did was take a photograph of your screen, wouldn't that?
I mean, if you took a photograph of your screen from a different phone, then clearly you
Right.
can do whatever you want. Yeah. But for instance, I use a bunch of different mobile devices to do all my simulcasting. And
Right.
I have very old phones and also very new phones. Some of the phones I have, if I take a picture, it makes a digital click sound. It comes out of the speakers, and there's no way to
Oh,
turn that
yeah.
off. And also, if I take a screenshot, there's no way to turn off the sound that it makes. Other phones, that's an option that you can turn on and off. And so it just depends on how it was designed. But I was playing around with it one time, even on my old phones that make a sound, or my new phones that make a sound. I can't remember. I had a phone that made a sound. I was able to download a specific camera program that bypassed uh, that, what otherwise is a
Oh, I
mandatory
see.
feature. So it's the difference between so for instance, like on an iOS phone or an Android phone, 99.9% of people, when they have apps, they use either the Apple Store or the Google Play Store. But you
Right.
also can load apps manually on your phone. If you know how to do that, it gets complicated, but you can do it. It is possible. And that allows you to have apps that are not available in your country, apps that you would have to pay for, but you can get for free because you sideload it, as I think it's called. But it's not the easiest thing to do. So, if you wanted to play Max on Discord, there are ways you could do it, but simply bringing up Max in a web browser or running it from an app and then trying to share that screen on Discord, there's enough communication that's going on that they seem to have figured out how to stop you. But some ways to bypass it, and this is funny because ChatGPT tells you this. I wonder what the legal ramifications of ChatGPT explaining how to bypass digital rights management. You can use something like OBS, which I've used a lot in my news debate show. OBS is basically a way to capture anything that's happening on your computer, but it captures it by digitally just taking a picture or taking video of your screen. So imagine like you're holding up a video camera and filming your computer screen, but that's done digitally rather than you manually having to do that. That's how OBS captures things. So if OBS captures you playing Max, Max just knows that it's up in a web browser and it's playing. It does not know that OBS is capturing it. So then OBS can capture that. You can take the output of OBS and share that over on Discord. The problem is that that's going to add an extra step to the process. So your final image is probably going to be less clear than if you could just share directly Max to Discord, but it will work.
I see what you're saying. That's just too much effort.
Yeah, well, OBS is a free program. It runs on Mac, it runs on Windows. I think it runs on Linux now. So if you can do it, it's not the easiest thing, but it is a free option.
Yep.
But as ChatGPT explains here, the bottom line, services have terms of service and copyright laws, and simply bypassing their DRM technology could violate the terms of service, could violate the copyright laws. But then again, you would have to become a big enough problem for them to care.
Right. Would it even be worth it?
No, for something like that, no. However,
Yeah.
I have known people who have gotten court documents sent to them for downloading a movie or a TV show. I even have a friend who downloaded a book like the day it came out. They downloaded some really popular book as like either a PDF or an EPUB, whatever the file format is for like a Kindle book. And they immediately were contacted. Their internet was shut off. They had all these threats and all these different things. So that can happen to individuals who are just downloading content for their own use, like not hosting it and not playing it in a public park or something. But that's because that was such a problem. And again, legally, creating another file is very different legally than streaming something on a website that you probably should know doesn't have the rights to it. So that still seems like an individual could get in trouble for that. But for something like using OBS to capture Max and then put it on Discord, like that seems like a rather different experience.
Yeah, I'm not saying we have huge watch parties. It's usually like 4 of us, but you know. Just a pain when you want to
That's
watch.
interesting. Because I don't really do that. The only thing I share, as you know, are like YouTube videos. But I've never heard that, and I've never thought that would even be the case. That is, I guess it's one of those things where at first it seems like a big investment of time and money, but once you reach a certain level and it's possible, it probably seems like it's a worthwhile investment. Because if you have however many people doing these watch parties and all of a sudden you can block almost all of them, like that's a significant, in theory, savings, because you're going to stop people from viewing your copyrighted content. So at first, from we can't do this at all to how is this even possible? But once you get to the possible part, like, and you just have to update that technology, that seems like a pretty reasonable expense.
Yeah, absolutely. It just surprised me. That's all. Is that, well, like Netflix hasn't caught on yet, so we won't put them out there.
Yeah, it
But
must be.
the bigger studios like HBO, so that's HBO and Cinemax, and the other one was Stars. So it's all the pay channels that were on pay cable that are coming up with this first, or coming out with it first, blocking the release of their stuff. I think I want to say Paramount Plus was the other one that we couldn't stream. I'm not
That
100%
does
sure.
make sense because Netflix, I never used Netflix when it was actually sending stuff in the mail, but once it moved away from that, Netflix seems to be just a different minded company because it, has a different history in the way they do things. So yeah, I guess if I had to
Right.
guess, the companies that would try to stop you the most would be the old broadcast companies, even if they were cable broadcasts like HBO, because their entirety have been fighting against people going back to just VHS tapes.
God, I want to say we got HBO in the late 70s, very early 80s, because Fraggle Rock was on when I was like 8,
Did you ever
and that
have
was on
a
HBO.
satellite dish that you could like lie in? It was so big.
Not that big, no, but we had satellite dishes, and because we didn't have a cable connection, so we had to get like a Dish or Dish Network or DirecTV.
But it was the size of like a small circular sled as opposed to like something you could crucify someone on.
No, but I do have a giant antenna that is still on my roof from like ham radio days and old TV. The thing's like probably 8 feet tall by
But I
like
mean, so you said you
5
got
feet wide
would you say it was
antenna.
Dish Network? That's a satellite,
I
right?
think it was, yeah, Dish Network. No, I think it was DirecTV, but yeah, it's still
Whatever it was.
satellite dish. But it was, yeah,
But that was like a circle that you could like
maybe.
put your knees on. Like it wasn't like a huge one. I've
Right,
seen
right. Yeah,
pictures
no,
of
it wasn't
ones
huge like that. Yeah.
that like you could literally string up a person, and I think they even moved. Like depending on the channel, they had to like physically like move
Yeah. No, I was
like a
pre
piece of
that. The
machinery.
antenna, yeah, the antenna on the side of the roof that we still have up there, it it connected inside the house to a controller so that you could move the antenna that was on the roof.
But
Well, it's
that
not
was just
actually
for
on the roof.
normal
It's on the
TV.
side of the house, but goes above the. Huh?
That
That
was
was
just
just a
for
regular. Yeah.
wow. I've never heard of a regular TV antenna that had to move.
Yeah. Well, even like rabbit ears, when you would have the antenna inside, you still had to get up and move them
Yeah,
to
but like
to,
that's
to
like
tune in that.
that's like on your TV. You had a giant antenna on your roof just for
Yep.
normal shows, and you'd have to move it.
Hmm.
Wow.
Yep.
But it was always like the same. Like if you're like, oh, I'm gonna watch ABC, then it was always like one direction. Like that was the ABC direction.
I don't remember. I don't remember why we moved it. I just know we had the control on the wall because I was so young. Because that had to be like when I was. God, when TV would go off at midnight and the anthem would play, you didn't get TV again until 5 a.m. That's when
Oh wow, when TV turned off.
yeah, you couldn't have any TV between midnight and 5 a.m.
And
It
then
was
God
all white
invented
static on any
infomercials.
channel.
And they're like, we can sell a food dehydrator at 2 a.m. You don't have to turn the TV off.
Yep. Yeah, there
That
was that. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like way before satellite dishes.
that's I bet when your parents learn that you were a witch, because it's like, oh damn it, we can't watch ABC. The little controller's broken. And then you're like, Daddy, and you like reach out with your hand and just slowly turn to the left, and then your dad's like, what the hell? And then like the antenna starts twirling, and he's like, well, I'm creeped out, but at least we can watch ABC now.
Send her to Xavier's mansion. Become an
Oh
X-Men.
yeah. Speaking of Ellen Page, yeah, she was the girl who walked through walls,
Yep. Yes, she was.
and now he walks through walls. Yeah.
They did do an interesting transition in the Umbrella Academy for her.
Oh, I've never seen that
Yeah.
show. What is that show?
It's basically about eight kids that were born, or actually, I guess like 3,000 were born over the world on one day. Like their mom woke up, wasn't pregnant, and 4 hours later gave birth to like these 3,000 children. And this
Oh, this
billionaire
sounds like
comes and
Village of the Damned.
it does actually. And then this billionaire comes along and bought as many kids as he could from the parents that weren't expecting it, or because there's no dads, just the mom. He went around and bought 8 kids basically and raised them and each one has different superpowers
All
that
right,
they come
so
into.
it's the X-Men, but different.
Yes, and Ellen Page starts out in season 1 and 2 and then changes to Elliot Page in 3, 4, and 5.
Wow, so she's not an actress. He's not an actress. Like they have to follow their real life. I don't.
No. They did it for the show because the show was originally a comic book, and that transition was not in the comic book, but they
But
changed.
wasn't it instigated because the actress became an actor?
Yes,
So
because the actress
like,
did the transition.
but if I'm on Lost and I'm playing a guy and trying to bang one of the girls on the show because I'm a heterosexual guy. And then all of a sudden Lee comes out, oh, Hollywood shocking, Lee's gay. So all of a sudden my character becomes gay on the show.
That's what they did for, well, they went more into it, but that's basically what they did on the
Well,
Umbrella Academy.
that's too damn bad. That's the definition of acting. Like
Lost, I wouldn't say so because I don't know how you're going to get any surgery on the middle of a desert island. But
whatever it is, like, you know,
I know.
just
I was
insert
just picking
life
on you.
change, you know, like I get when someone becomes pregnant that they have to write that into shows a lot of the time because the lady becomes enormous. Like, how do you explain that? But like, aside from that, or like Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill, he got in like a car accident between Star Wars
The
and New
first one
Hope
and the second.
and The Empire Strikes Back. So you know, when he
No,
gets,
in Return of the Jedi.
No, it's The Empire Strikes Back, right? Because when he gets when they're on the ice planet, he gets
That's Return of the Jedi.
Okay, whatever it is. I clearly don't know Star Wars.
It was between the first and the second one.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying.
New Hope and
Return of the Jedi is the third one.
Jedi.
Return of the
No,
Jedi.
Return of the
Empire
Jedi,
Strikes
second
Back. No. Empire Strikes Back's the second one. Return of the Jedi is the third
Oh,
one.
you're right. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
You're
How
right.
dare
I'm
you.
wrong.
How dare you?
I had to think about
So-
it now. Yes, you're right. I'm wrong.
When that white snow creature captures him and brings him to his lair, and Han Solo goes and saves him, or whatever the situation is.
Yeah.
He got beat up by that thing, and then it
Right. Yeah.
shows him.
They messed up his face. Yeah.
It shows him being taken care of in like a medical facility after he's been rescued, and that was all because he fucked up his face in a car accident. And they wanted to somehow include that in the movie because I never knew when I watched this when I was younger, but apparently he was noticeably different looking. Like he'd gotten a nose
Oh, I did.
job
I
or
thought he was
something.
much more attractive after the accident. How do you like that one?
Hey, whatever floats your boat. But those are the sort of things that make sense. You get pregnant, you are in a car accident, you die, and then all of a sudden someone else plays you, or like in the Christopher Nolan Batman film, when the first girl love interest in the first film does not come back for the second film. They have a completely different actress play her because she said, I'm not doing this anymore. So clearly you have to, you know, do something about that. But like to have an actress become trans man and have that play out in the TV show that you're a part of, like No. That
To be honest, it fit her character. Even reading the way they did it, it does fit her character, just the way the character is in general, about how guarded she is about what she's attracted to. But
I guess. I mean,
if you hadn't read if you hadn't read the graphic novel or the comic, it would have looked like it fit in there. It wouldn't have been a shock.
well, I mean, just because it fits in though, but it's like, why would you even consider that?
Because she always felt like a guy. I don't know.
Yeah, but
that was her.
she is not Ellen Page in the Umbrella Academy. Like literally, she is
Right.
famous and makes money because she is not who she is on TV.
Well, she's not Ellen Page anymore. She's Elliot Page now, or he's Elliot Page now.
You're killing me, Shannon. It's like if you're a
No.
journalist,
I mean,
that's one
no,
thing.
she had
Like, hi,
many.
I'm Tom Brokaw, and the next day I'm Sally Brokaw. Like that makes sense. Like, okay, you are who you are on TV. Being an actor or an actress is literally the exact opposite of that. Mark Hamill is not from a galaxy far, far away.
Are you sure?
Like, I just even if it makes sense for the character and it makes sense for her as an individual, we should really not put up with that. Like,
I mean, she had way more movies before, because God, I remember her in like Juno. I don't even know when that came out. That had to be early 2000s, right?
well, I mean, I've never seen the Umbrella Academy, but I don't think I've seen her in a film since she became a trans man. That's how she is in the film?
Oh no, I don't think she. Besides the Umbrella Academy, which is a TV series, I don't think she's had a movie since, and that just ended last year. So, I mean, she might be filming something, or he might be filming something, but I don't think he's come out with anything because he was doing the Umbrella Academy.
Yeah. I mean, people go in and out of popularity for a lot of different reasons, but I don't know. Like, I'm very, it's like when he
Oh,
was
I guess
when
she's
he
gonna
was
be
a,
in the, or I guess he's gonna be in the Odyssey.
oh, I didn't even know another version of that was coming out. But
Yeah,
like,
it's coming out this year.
when you play a young teenage girl who can walk through walls, are we that concerned with what's going on with your life as a Hollywood celebrity that has to become part of your character? You're walking through walls. Like, haven't we kind of lost the battle of connecting your character to reality at that point? I don't.
I mean, there was a lot of pushback on it, but it was the creator of the series that okayed it. So,
I'm not talking about their ability to do it. I'm just asking, why
oh
the
no, I
hell
know,
would they ever try to do that? Why would we
well, I mean, she
ever
was
think
getting
that
the
was a good
surgeries and
idea?
stuff. So, oh, I don't know. She was getting the surgeries and stuff, so that you have to wear prosthetics.
So Ellen Page has a penis now? I'm confused.
Yeah, yeah. Cut off her boobs. Has a penis. She's a male. She's a trans male. Elliot Page.
Well, as
Or
we
no,
already,
trans woman, right?
as we do be a trans man, because she is already a woman.
Oh,
as
okay,
we've
yeah.
already
Sorry.
established, just being a trans woman or trans man doesn't mean anything. So I'm sharing ChatGPT now again. Let me share this. And then this will have to be the last thing because I got to get rolling. But this has been
Because
a
I
fun
kept you up another
conversation.
hour.
No, it's just I said I was gonna quit like a while ago, and it's
An
just
hour
like,
ago.
well, it's really nice talking with you, so it's hard to give it up. But This is definitely
Aw.
well, it's nice. No, I love having you on the show. Elliot Page, formerly known as Ellen Page, came out as transgender in December 2020. He publicly announced that he was transgender and be using the name Elliot Page. He, him, they, them. Okay. He, him is one set of pronouns. They, them is another set of pronouns. There are some people who are really confused by they, them. Does it help to say he, him, they, them? So in his announcement, Elliot shared he had been undergoing gender affirming surgery, top surgery. So Elliot Page does not have a penis.
Pretty sure she got it in 2022.
Did he get bottom surgery? I'm asking ChatGPT a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
I have to really scrub my ChatGPT history. Elliot Page has not publicly disclosed whether he has undergone bottom surgery.
Had top surgery to remove his breast tissue and transitioned to male. He described the surgery as life-saving and freeing.
So no penis.
It says he changed to
Nope.
male, so
Nope. No. What did we learn today?
had top surgery
Trans
to remove the
woman,
breast.
trans man means nothing. So, if Elliot Page had breasts and then
Right.
the next season didn't have them, then okay. In a vacuum, there might be some physical changes there. But unless Elliot Page got facial work done, it would be a matter of haircut and makeup. You know, even men in TV and film will wear makeup, right? So none of that is unsurmountable.
She definitely looks more masculine. I don't know if she had facial surgery, but her jaw is much more squared. I don't know. Would hormones do that, or would you actually need like bone structure surgery?
I think
You know,
both
see
of
the
them are
picture I'm looking
possible.
at?
Yeah, you can tweet it and all.
Yeah, I'll put it down below. I mean,
So there are
her,
things that you could imagine. Like just imagine if from season 2 to season 3, an actor or actress got Botox. Like, well, Jesus, you either have to say they got attacked by a Yeti on a frozen planet like they did in Star Wars, or you just
Right.
ignore it and don't say anything about it. So
right.
I understand that if there are very pronounced physical changes going on, that it might just be easiest to say, well, this person transitioned. I don't know that it has to be that. Elliot Page has confirmed that he began hormone therapy.
Right.
In
And don't they have to
2020,
be
he
on that
started
for so long?
testosterone. Oh
Don't
yeah,
you need to be on that for so
that
many
looks like
years
a
before?
dude. Yeah, that looks like a
Right.
dude.
That's her now. So, but you see how wide her jaw or his jaw is now?
Yeah, no,
Comparably, would that take surgery, or is that just hormones?
My guess is that's not surgery, but I can't tell you that because there's so much stuff they can do with your face. I mean, they can shave stuff, they can add
Right.
things. But no, that looks like a dude. Yeah, that looks like a dude. The problem is that you know you could have a movie about you know, a very famous trans person that's played by a man or played by a woman. And now in 2025, that would have to be a trans actor, or otherwise the whole show would get canceled. But you know, you could imagine having like Matthew McConaughey play a trans person, or you could have an actual trans person like Elliot Page do it. Something tells me whoever they had to fill that role, they could make it work. So I don't know that there was a drastic change from one season to the next that was just so obvious they had to explain it this way, and that's why they did it. My gut tells me they just wanted to do that. But I don't know for sure. I don't know if we'll ever know. But, it's Hollywood. I feel like they could have made it work.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely, they could have.
I got to tell you, I'm glad you tweeted that picture. Not only does Elliot Page look like a dude, that's a pretty good looking guy. Like,
Yeah. I was trying.
that's some good facial bone structure there.
This is 1 year, so this was between seasons, I believe, 2 and 3 on Umbrella Academy. So that was the difference. I mean, not that they're both dressed the same or anything, but that was
Holy
the difference
shit,
between the two
that's
seasons.
Elliot Page.
That's
with,
1 year. Yeah, I can show you the.
Oh wow, I gotta show this. Holy crap.
I mean, I could share the whole article if you want it, but
So
that I just okay.
that's so on the left is season 2. That's what you're telling me.
I think it was season 2 is what, yeah, it's the end of season 2, and then she comes out in season 3, I want to say.
And then season 3, this looks like a dude, and you can see where the breasts were cut off. There's scars and what does not look like a very convincing nipple. Wow.
But that's, I mean, they had to address it some way, or else it was.
I still don't know that they had to.
No, I mean, she could have wore prosthetics and hair extensions and.
Yeah, I think they chose that they wanted to. I don't know that they were forced into any of this. I mean, when you see God, what is the Nutty Professor? When or the Clumps, when Eddie Murphy plays all those fat people.
Oh
or,
yeah.
Or like
okay. I was just talking about now. Yeah.
Or did you ever see the J.D. Vance movie where Glenn Close played his grandma?
Yeah.
Like his grandma, I think Glenn Close looked more like his grandma than his actual grandma did. They show the pictures at the end of the movie, and I'm like, holy shit, she looks exactly like his grandmother. Like they can do anything they want.
Absolutely, they can. Well, they don't even have to wear this stuff anymore the way good CGI goes. It just depends on their budget, right?
Yeah, I think it's always cheaper if you can do things physically than CGI.
Right.
CGI is just
absolutely.
so expensive, but yeah, you're
or
right.
hell with deep fakes now.
Whatever the
fakes,
case,
could,
I am not a Hollywood producer, so I cannot tell you for sure, but just a very quick glimpse at all the transformations that have taken place in the last 20 years in film, both with CGI and also just with prosthetics. Like, have you seen the Batman, the new Batman film? It's not new, but it's the newest Batman film.
Robert Pattinson.
What's his name? The Irish actor plays the Penguin.
Oh, God, Colin Farrell.
Yeah, like there's no way you would know that was Colin Farrell if someone didn't tell you.
Absolutely.
So you're telling me he can do that, but they can't make Elliot Page look like Ellen Page?
Oh, no. I agree with you. They could have, but they didn't. They embraced the story. And
yeah, or even like the old Batman movie with Danny DeVito as the Penguin.
Penguin, yeah, that was a really good one.
I guess everyone who plays the Penguin looks nothing like they do normally. Like that was really well done. When was that? The 90s?
God, was it in the late 80s? That was,
Whatever it was, it holds up, sort of like Terminator 2. If you watch Terminator 2 today, it looks like it was made yesterday.
oh yeah, that I can't tell you how much that film blew my mind.
Yeah,
Seeing it the
it's so
first time
good.
in theaters.
So, clearly budgets are different from TV to film, and even some TV shows will cost more than some films. But this was a conscious choice. Like that makes sense, right? Like they wanted to do this and they did it. It was not
Oh
that they
yeah,
were
yeah. They
forced
all
to.
came out and right. They all came out and backed her and changed the script and did all the yeah. It was definitely a
Which
conscious
once
choice on
again,
the
my
creator and writer.
my main argument here is that we should all be against that. I mean, Hollywood is Hollywood. It's the opposite of real life.
Well, yeah, it is most of the time opposite of real life. I mean, but it's up to the creator, isn't it? If the
Oh
creator
no,
wants to embrace
absolutely.
it
I mean,
and gives,
they can do whatever they want. But did you watch Game of Thrones?
yeah, of course.
Okay, so the last season was terrible, right?
Oh God,
So
yes.
should we just accept that because, well, the people who run the show can do whatever they want?
Yeah, but even the creator said it was bad.
Yeah. But my point is that if something is a bad idea, we should be like, that's terrible, or like, that makes no sense. The answer should not be,
Right.
well, the creative team can do whatever they want.
No, but it did fit her character. I mean, it wasn't a big stretch. I'll say that for the people that haven't, it
That's
wasn't a
fair.
big stretch.
If they
You know what
did
I mean?
it
For the
in a
character
way
itself, it wasn't
that
like
was possible, that's fine. But they only did it because
right,
the actress became an actor. And
right,
I don't want that, to be a thing. I don't
right.
want.
No, I don't think it would. Yeah, I mean, if she was playing like, I don't know, you know, some super feminine that was dating every boy in the school or trying to or whatever, but that wasn't the kind of character she was playing.
I
What
just I
was that?
just oh I ended stereo because I'm running the show down. But eh, just I can only imagine if something happened like this, but it was a conservative thing rather than a liberal thing, people would
Right.
lose their shit. So I have to call a spade because I really do think if this, I'm trying to imagine what a conservative version of this would be. Okay. So imagine Ellen Page was an atheist and she became an evangelical born again Christian. Uh, should they do that to her character on the show? That's a pretty big life change.
Absolutely. If they were like a preacher or something and or or didn't believe it or was abusing the church or somehow how they fell away from the church and doesn't explain how they get back to it and just all of a sudden they're spouting Christian ideals everywhere instead of their atheist beliefs. I mean, your comparison is correct. Yeah, they probably should. I mean,
They
but
would never do that. And people would be pissed off about that.
probably, yeah, they probably would. Or the other way around, if the character is born again Christian, all of a sudden just started being atheist, doesn't make sense either.
Yeah, like if you're a Christian and you play a Christian just by chance on a TV show,
Right,
and then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, God's not real. And then the producers are
right,
like, uh, hey, Ellen Page, come over here. I got an idea. Wait, time out. You want to use my real life to influence the show where I play like an
right.
X-Men, but you call it the Umbrella Academy, so you're not paying royalties to the X-Men? Exactly. You sure you want to do that? I mean, I know you're paying me a lot of money, but even then, you sure you want to do that? Like, just
Yeah, it gets complicated.
It is interesting though. I'm glad you brought this up because I'm sure it's happened before, but I've never heard of such a drastic life change in an act. I'll use actor as the gender neutral term, in an
Right.
actor's life that was then portrayed in film, not film, portrayed in a content way, um, other than pregnancy, uh, major physical deformity, like what happened with Mark Hamill. Like, you're in a
Right.
car accident, that sort of a thing.
When you brought up that pregnancy thing, I just flashed back to like X-Files, because when Gillian Anderson got pregnant, there was no way Scully could be because
She's walking around all over
of
the
the hair.
place. Like, it's very clear she was pregnant.
Right, but what they did was they just started filming her at weird angles where she would always be wearing a lab coat to cover the body. And they would only film her in that season if you watch, like, because they get separated.
She's always
Fox
standing
goes,
behind a
what?
desk or something.
Right, yeah. She was always in the morgue. So the morgue, uh, where the bodies are high anyways. And she's only like 5'4". So you're only really ever seeing her from her, just below her chest up.
Just imagine
For
if
the
they
part of season,
had Scully just be preggers, and
right?
Mulder's like, "Hey, I've been trying to bang you for the past however many years. You told me you were a lesbian." uh,
They
uh.
eventually have a kid together.
Oh, really? I didn't realize they got
Spoiler.
together. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
spoiler.
didn't
They
watch the X
they
Files.
have a child together.
But when they had a child together, was that when she had another kid, or was that independent of her life?
Actually, when they had a kid, they don't actually show her pregnant. They announce that she's pregnant, and then in the movie they show the kid. They don't.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
remember
So
her
they
actually
never
being pregnant.
used her actual opportunity of being pregnant to influence the show, because that's what usually
Correct, because
happens.
this was only like season 3. I mean, they didn't even kiss till like season 9, so this was like way before.
Okay.
And everyone was sterile then, or her genetic line was sterile, and it just wouldn't have fit in.
I can tell you watch the X Files. Okay.
No, I actually taped the X-Files because you didn't want to miss a show back then, because then you'd have to wait like 3 years for a repeat,
Okay.
or until it came out on video.
That was appointment television. But just imagine if they had just had her be pregnant and they had to explain that. Like,
Right.
that have been the right choice? Probably not. For that show, from what I understand of the
Right.
X Files, that probably
Absolutely.
would not have been a good choice.
Correct. Yeah, at that time, especially at that time, because she still hadn't even fully signed with Mulder and didn't have a
David
boyfriend.
Duchovny have some sort of like, not like rapey Me Too, but didn't he turn out to be some sort of like sex maniac or something?
Addict. Yeah.
So like,
His whole show,
should Mulder have been like trying to bang the aliens that they were trying to track down? Like,
well, his show after Californication is all about being a sex addict in LA.
wait, time out. So that literally did happen. Was that before or after he was known as being like a sex addict?
There were rumors that he was, but it came out more after when he started shooting Californication, because he came out and said,
so
yes,
it
I am a sex addict. Yes.
Okay, so that's like art imitating reality, but only after the fact.
Right.
Which,
It
by the
wasn't
way,
like
if you're
Mulder
like,
became a sex addict. It was
if you're like
another
if you're like a
character, another show.
pedophile or like a murderer and you're an actor, like maybe you shouldn't play a pedophile in a movie, or like, like if the guy from Dexter was actually like a serial killer, like maybe he should like turn down that role.
I think he like wrote it.
No, those are based on books.
Oh yeah, no. I mean the one that Duchovny went into where he plays a sex addict.
Okay, well that tells you something. So you see, he was like the producer, like he was like the creative force behind the show.
Yeah, I mean, the whole description of the show is a writer tries to juggle his career, his relationship, his daughter, his ex-girlfriend, as well as his appetite for beautiful women. And
All
that
on
show
his
lasted
penis.
7
He's
years.
juggling all of that on his penis. Yeah.
And that show lasted 7 years on HBO. So,
Wow. I had no idea. I didn't really think he was that great of
mhm.
an actor. That show lasted 7 years. Wow. Okay.
Well, X-Files lasted 16,
Yeah, but Mulder wasn't
16
really.
seasons.
Those were very dry characters. I mean, they just kind of
That's
walked
true.
around and talked.
True.
I've seen
And
enough
2
of those
movies.
episodes that I can tell it's no Pee-wee's Playhouse, you know.
You youngin'.
Nope, those Pee-wee movies are great. I don't think I've seen the actual TV show, but I've seen there's one with the circus and there's one where he loses his bike. Those are great films.
Yep. They were. I haven't thought about those in a long time.
Really good.
No, I
Like
mean,
surprisingly good, especially the bike one.
yeah, can't. He was all right. Californication is not what a show I would watch. I'm not much into comedy. I guess it must have been good though, because I mean I've seen some episodes of it, but it wasn't a show that I would watch if I
Well,
had to.
as someone who was rallying against this, I got to say, you've really given me an example of where the opposite took place, where this would be like Ellen Page making the transition to Elliot Page, but not telling anyone, and then like producing and writing a film about someone making the transition. Like that's like what David Duchovny did. He like created his own show about being a sex
Right.
addict, and then
That's
lo and behold,
exactly
he
what he
turned out to
did.
be a sex addict. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's. I mean, there are a couple of guy actors that I wouldn't have known were trans women. Like they look like normal guys. I
Wait,
wouldn't know. That's
I'm
why
sorry. Say that again.
there's a couple of trans actors that I wouldn't even know they were the opposite sex when they were born. There
Can
were
you give
2
me
in
an
the blacklist.
example?
One, uh, yeah, like there's a trans man to a woman in the blacklist. Doctor Laverne Cox. Is that her?
By the way, with a name like Laverne Cox,
I'm
is this
trying to see if that's. Yes, that's her. Shit, that's a trans woman, right?
a
Right. So she
black woman?
Yeah, she was a man that transitioned into a woman.
Okay, let me try to pull up some pictures here.
The other was Harry.
So this is Laverne Cox from IMDb. Inventing Anna. Oh. And some of the pictures I can kind of tell, but if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I can kind of see it, but I don't think I would have known had you not said anything. No, in some of the photos, like she's really hot, and in other photos, I'm like, no, that's a man with a wig. But I never would have guessed that had you not said something.
I'm trying to think of the other actor's name.
Yeah, that's
God,
a pretty convincing. Yeah.
There's
Sure.
another one on the blacklist that he has like male pattern balding, and I'm like, how did he do that if he was born a woman?
That's
not it.
testosterone because
Yeah, no, I
women
know.
generally don't go bald because they don't have enough testosterone, right?
Right. Yeah, and it just because that was the first one that hit me weird when they said he was a woman. I just can't remember his name, and I'm having a hard time trying to find him. And I'm like, but how could that be if he has male pattern baldness? You know, because it's.
Well, that's how you know you've
just
really
the-
transitioned well. Is when
That's-
when you go bald, and when your doctor tells you have testicular cancer, and you're like, "Excuse me." That's right. You have the testicles I don't have.
Exactly. I just can't find the person. I'll have to look it up for the next time. But yeah, there's a couple that I've seen that I would never have guessed. Because I mean, full mustache, beard, male part of
Well, I
baldness.
remember I never saw
That's
this back in the day, but I have seen a picture of a bearded man who was pregnant on Oprah.
I do know what you're talking about.
Because it was a woman who had had hormone therapy, but had never gotten rid of her lady parts and lady inside parts, and so was able
Well, I mean,
to
the bearded.
become pregnant and I assume deliver the kid, but it was pregnant on Oprah.
Well, I mean, the bearded lady was a big draw at the circus, and that's just women with more testosterone.
That's not what this was.
Or the wolf. No, I'm just saying that, it's always been I mean, they were big sideshow attractions.
But this was not that. This was someone who had injections.
Yeah. No. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
There's a
I
Reuters article, but no picture. Yeah, it looks like 2008.
Yeah. Oh, okay. This is it. This is the woman, the other one on the blacklist, David Harrison. That was a woman that transitioned into a guy in the 90s.
Ah, here it is. You can tell this is an old article because the pictures are not good. But from April 2004. I can tell the face is not quite right. It looks very feminine despite having the beard, but this is the pregnant guy. But especially for 2008, that must have been really crazy. And then this will be the very last thing, I swear to God. This is
I wonder if that was the...
So this picture you've just tweeted of a bald man with a handlebar mustache, this is a woman, a genetic woman.
Correct. His name's David Harrison. He wrote a play called Permission, and it's all about when he worked in the sex industry as a woman and his transformation in 92.
This is way better than Elliot Page. I mean, this is a guy.
Yep.
So as I swore, this was my final point. This
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. This would be the person who should use a men's restroom.
Right.
Because if this guy walks into a women's restroom, people are going to start screaming. But if I don't know what the status of his genitalia is, but if he walks into a men's restroom, worst case scenario, he uses a stall and no one knows.
Right.
You cannot have him walking in a women's restroom. So when you reach this level, which would be years and years of living with this identity, there's no going
92
back.
Since 92.
Yeah. So it's sort of like, when water is so hot it feels cold.
Yep.
You ever burn yourself with water and it feels like cold burning you? That's what this is. There's no going back.
I mean, so it's okay for him to be in or her to be in curves, or
Well, it's a him, right?
Holyoke.
It's a trans man, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
but if we go back to basing all these things on how you were born, the way Trump's trying to do.
Well, I think the thing that makes the most sense is just your genetics, which for more than 99.08% of people do not require any surgery when they're born. They just are a man or a woman.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So I think that makes the most sense. However, if we're not going to do that, which makes the most sense, once you reach this level, you clearly flip to the other side. The only caveat is that if he walks in naked to what would you call it?
Locker
What do
room?
locker room. It's the combined bathroom, dressing,
Right,
shower.
yep.
If he walks in naked to into a locker room and doesn't have a penis, that would be my only question. If he has a dick, then no question at all. Just like if that actress that you showed me from that TV show, the
Yep.
black lady, if she
Yep.
walked into a locker room and had a huge dick,
Right.
that could be problematic for some people. So, I mean, this is a man. I'm not seeing anything here but a guy, but there's nothing quite like having the right genitalia to match your face, right?
Right.
So I still think it would make more sense overall to go with your genetics. But if we don't do that, I don't know how to judge it. Because, like, what do? You just, every time you join a health club or you go back to the university and get a PhD, you got to have like a meeting with a gender officer, and they look at you and they're like, okay, you look like a dude. Take off your pants and let me see your penis. Excuse me? Yeah,
Right.
I got to make sure that no one's going to be freaked out when you walk into the health, the student health locker room. How do you police that, right? That's why I say you
Right.
should just stick with your genetics, because I don't know how you police that otherwise, because you can't have me walking in, because there are trans people who just look like a guy with a dress on, and
Right.
you can't just have them going into a locker room and expect no problem. So the easy answer is they have to go in the men's locker room. But then what do you do when you have like that black actress or this crazy bald white guy who's a woman genetically, right?
Right.
Like, what do you do? There's no good answer, right? There'll never be an answer.
Yeah. That's my point, is that it's kind of, well, gender's kind of made up anyways, isn't it? It's whatever your social society deems. It's not,
Gender,
'cause it's not
but
unusual for Scott.
gender is made up, but sex is not.
Right, absolutely.
And sex determines your muscle mass. It determines whether or not you have big hips or big shoulders. It determines how fast you can run. It determines how strong you're going to be for the masses, right? For the masses.
Right.
So
Yeah.
none of that's made up. It determines how boys choose to play. It determines how girls choose to play. Like, Patricia earlier in the show, like several hours ago, remember she said she would go into the bathroom at the airport and people would be complimenting each other on how they look. You're telling me that's
Oh, yeah.
learned behavior? That's because their parents beat that into them when they were growing up?
I don't know. I
Come
just
on.
think girls do.
I've never heard a single guy in a men's restroom say a goddamn word to another person about how they looked. And you're telling me that's learned behavior?
Well, I mean, our moms take us into the bathrooms, right? So wouldn't we be watching what our moms do, or our aunts or our sisters?
I went into a couple bathrooms with my mom growing up. Don't ever remember that.
Yeah, but your majority would be going in with your dad, right?
I feel like I went into the bathroom a couple times with my dad.
See? So, I mean, would it be like still learned behavior? But I mean, you think about all the girls. I mean, where do we go? We all go to the bathroom. I mean, all through school, the girls go in groups. Guys don't.
And that's
Guys
because
are
your
like,
parents tell you that girls go to the bathroom in groups, and your parents tell you that guys don't go to the bathroom in groups. You're telling me that that's learned
no,
behavior.
no. I don't. No. I was just putting out an example. No, absolutely not. But I'm wondering where. You're right. I have no idea where we learned that.
You
I
don't
don't
learn that.
know.
It's genetic.
Has to, maybe because you're saying
You're telling
girls
me
like to
that,
gossip
like,
more than guys?
yeah,
I
you're
don't-
telling me that young kids who like go around and scrape up their knees and stuff, that's because their dads tell them that's what they need to do? You think if you just raised kids without any difference, that girls and boys would be exactly the same?
I don't know.
Oh,
All
Shannon.
my stuff was boyish.
Oh, Shannon. Oh, Shannon.
I don't know. I can't compare because I was a tomboy. I did everything the boys did.
But
But
you've been around other people your entire life. You have to know that that's an
yeah.
enormous lie.
No. But I'm saying when you're young, did it stop me from scraping my knees? Probably not, because my dad said, go out and do that. Go out and fight if you want to. He wasn't like, oh no, you have to be a girl and wear this dress and
So the
play with this
reason that you
doll.
were a tomboy was because your dad taught you that was okay, not because that's how you were. So if you had grown up in a
I don't.
different
No.
family,
I'm
you would
not
have been
saying that.
wearing
I'm
flower
saying.
dresses and you would have been like, oh, look at all these pretty boys. I can't believe they're not asking me out to dinner.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't me. No, I, I could never see it the other side. I could never see being forced to wear a dress or play with dolls or just pressured into all that. That gives me anxiety.
I would just say that you've already admitted several times that you believe in science and data by saying that
Oh yeah.
men are faster and stronger and better athletes than women. If that is true across the board, is it ridiculous? Isn't this Occam's razor the simplest explanation is almost always the correct one? What's the simplest explanation here? That men are faster and stronger than women, thus making them better athletes, better soldiers, better firefighters, all of those things in mass on average. And that also that bleeds into behavior, or
But you're
behavior is
following the
completely
behavior.
taught. It's all invented based on what your parents tell you as a boy and a girl. But when it comes to sports, oh no, guys are always going to be faster and stronger than women, even if they're raised by two women or if they're raised by two men. Like, that doesn't change. Why would behavior change?
Well, isn't it your parents that influence you on that? If I'm a girl and my parents say, no, you can't play with that. You got to play with this doll instead.
Did your parents do that to you? Did you see other people's? I never saw that
Oh, I
from a
saw other
single
people's
friend's
parents.
parents.
Absolutely.
Well,
Oh,
it
absolutely. Other
might be a
people's parents.
generational thing, but I never saw that growing up. All the
Oh, yeah.
boys
They would.
I knew were into sports. They were into race cars. They were into fucking burning stuff. They were into breaking things, and girls were not. Now, there was always a couple of butch girls who were really good athletes, and there were always a couple of guys who, if I had been growing up today, I would have been like, oh, those guys are gay. But I'm old enough that that was not quite the norm yet. So sure, you have your girly guys and mannish girls, but aside from that, everybody was clearly on one side or the other. And I never saw people speaking down to their children. I never saw people being told not to do things.
Oh, yeah. There was several girls. The first one I actually remember being real good friends with, because I had mostly guy friends. I can only remember, like, maybe through my whole schooling, 4 girls' names. All the rest of my friends were guys. And so,
What my final question to you is that if you were in a different family, would that have been different? Just like
I
if
think
you are
so.
destined to be 6'5", if you had been raised by one family, would you have been 5'7"? No.
No, because that's genetics.
Is there some
I,
nutrition tied into that? Yes. There is evidence that even though genetics will tell you how tall you're going to be, depending
right.
on how much good or bad nutrition you have by a certain age, that can sort of activate or deactivate certain genetic
Right.
propensities to
Markers.
do
Yeah.
things, right? But you're
Yep.
not going to have big swings. things like that. So if you were someone who only mostly hung out with boys and did boy things, would that have been that much different if you had grown up in a different family? My guess is no.
Yes, absolutely.
Really.
Yes. Even back then, the girls were more looked at. I mean, we still had to do stuff like take, what the hell are they called? Uh, I want to say like manners class, but that's not what it's called for women. Cross your feet at your
Yeah,
ankle.
yeah, yeah.
You can only
But
take sewing class.
you
You
took
can't take.
that and you still turned out boyish, right?
No. But that was part of the school. Now, in my own family, I was never treated that way. It was like, you're 3 years
I'm
old now.
gonna
You want to
I'm
go
gonna
water
ask
skiing
a
on the
very,
ocean?
very specific question because I'm just really
Yeah,
confused by the answers that I receive.
yeah,
So you would have gone to the same school in this hypothetical situation, but you would have been
right. I'm just
raised
saying,
in
yeah,
a
I'm a
very
neighbor. Yeah.
traditional family where they treated you more like a girl. Do you think that you would have turned out? I'm not talking about work and school and all these different things, but just personality. Do you think that you would have been a girly girl rather than being a self-described tomboy if you had grown up in a different family?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, maybe not when I turned 18, but until I moved out of that house, absolutely.
That's not what I'm asking. So I'm talking about you.
Well, no, I would.
So
I mean, if I was raised with the way some people were raised, where you could only wear a dress, you could only,
so I guess what
play
I'm
with
trying to
Barbie
say
dolls,
is
and
is
you could
that
only
you
play
could
with.
grow up in a family that is accepting of you being gay. Just a hypothetical, okay? So then
Yeah,
you say I'm gay when I'm 14 versus you grow up in a family where that's not okay and you come out when you go to college. You're still gay in both situations, right?
yeah, but being gay is not a behavior. If
I
you might
I
like someone with red hair. That's not a behavior. That's just because you like red hair. It's different than being taught how you're supposed to act, and if you have that in you to rebel.
I think we're not even on the same page of what it means to be a human being because I absolutely think like we've talked about gender dysphoria, the majority of young people who feel like they're gay or who feel like they're not the right gender, if they're allowed to go through puberty, those feelings go away. We've talked about that before. All the data says that is that the vast majority of people, once they go through puberty, they just become heterosexual. I'm the same gender as my sex. All the data shows that. Is it all of them? No, but it's the majority. And I think it's much more than 50.1%. It's something like 70 or 80% of people. So if you grow up in a certain type of family, or if you grow up now versus 50 years ago, you're much more likely to say that you're trans or non binary, whether or not you actually are by the time you're 50. Right. So I'm talking about like who you are, not who you are when you're 17, not who you are when you're 12 living with your family. I think if you're a tomboy, that's something that transcends that. I think if you're actually gay, and not just someone who has gender dysphoria and it clears up once you go through puberty, that's something that
Right.
likely is going to be the case no matter which family you grow up in. That's what I'm trying to get to. But you and I seem to have really different ideas of what I guess it means to be a person.
No, I mean, it was just you start to embrace the things that your parents want to see you do. Do you understand what I mean? And to get the approval, you change what you want to be into who you think someone else should be. And a lot of people stay in that rut. So
But
where you grow up
I think
depending.
there's a difference between who you are versus how you act. So you could grow up in a very conservative Asian household and just never live as a gay man, but you'll be
Right.
gay in your heart your entire life. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, if your dad's a doctor and he's an asshole, well, maybe you're going to be a doctor, but did you ever want to be a doctor? No, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know if those sorts of things change depending on who you grow up
Fundamentally who you
with.
are.
Yeah, but if it's like a soft choice that I don't care about, like, hey, am I okay with being a lawyer? Like, yeah, maybe if I grew up in a different family, I would have been a doctor if I'm just a high achieving person, right? But like, if you know someone who's like a fanatic for this, that, or the other, like I don't know if that changes. And you made out the case that you were really a tomboy. So it was hard for me to imagine that you would swing all the way to the other side if you grew up with another family. Just like if one family you were going to be 6'5", in the other family, maybe you would have been 6'4". You're not going to be 5'7". That was what I was trying to get at.
Right. No, I see what you're saying. It's just, but I do wonder, I do wonder, would someone have suggested that I should be a boy back then? I mean, I never wanted to be a boy. I liked being a girl that did boy things. But
But if you
I
had
don't know.
grown up, if you were 12 today, I think there's
Yeah,
absolutely a higher likelihood that you would have considered being transgender.
that's what I mean. Yeah, no. That's what I'm trying to say. I think it would be more pressure today to try to identify who I am. I mean, I suppose because I don't understand the whole them they pronouns, even though I've watched a couple videos on it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't
We'll
need
have
to
to
identify that deeply. If someone calls me a guy, it's all right. If so, I don't care.
well, I'll tell you who's not going to call you a guy, that young boy that you did CPR on when you took off your hoodie.
I did do
And
CPR, just pressure,
he opened
just
his
hold nothing
eyes, and
bleeding.
all he saw were these enormous breasts swinging in front of him.
Hear
And he
that?
said, "Well, from now on, I'll never be an ass man ever again." Yeah.
Just pressure. He wasn't unconscious, still had a pulse. He was good. He was screaming. That's a good sign. And toddlers screaming is a good sign. Means they're getting air.
Final thing. If you see that a stranger is performing some sort of medically necessary maneuver on your child who just hit the windshield because you slammed into the car in front of you, do you throw them a couple bucks because their hoodies covered in blood? I feel like, wouldn't that be the
That would be the kind thing to do.
here's a personal check with no dollar amount filled in once you go buy yourself a new hoodie?
Yeah, she didn't much care that her child was bleeding, more that the car was, totaled. So I'm not looking forward to that check in the mail.
Boy, talking about growing up with different parents, wonder if that kid might have done better with a different mom.
Could be, but people freak out differently at different accidents. So you can't take the emotion of what happens in an accident right away.
I don't know. This doesn't feel like mom of the year material here. Call me
No,
crazy.
no. But I would have expected my mother to do the same thing too. So I'm cool.
Really, I'm not crazy about my parents, but if I got in a car accident like that, I feel like my mom would have been more interested in me.
No, my mom gave me up for a guy when I was 12.
Okay, well that's the next show.
So no.
We'll break that one down.
My
Shannon, it's a
dad,
pleasure.
yes,
Good to have you on the show, but we're about to hit 6 hours, and I gotta call it a day.
See what you're doing to me, Lee?
You're what you're doing to me, Lee? Yeah, that's right. Well, now when you're sleeping at like 4 in the morning, you'd be like, could I have worn a flowered dress if I had grown up in a different family? Could I remember more than 4 girls' names from middle school if I had grown up in a different family?
No, I mean my whole schooling, at least my first 12 years of schooling, kindergarten through 12th, I can name like 4 girls. That's it.
All right. Well,
Name a ton of guys.
yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Yeah. You know what guy's name I'm always going to remember? Elliot Page. That's a good looking guy. All right. That's going to do it. Great to have you, Shannon. Really appreciate you being back. It was a lot of fun. Hopefully you can join me probably about a week from now. MC Funk's been here the whole time. Have a good night, MC. And Patrice was with us over on Twitter Spaces. We had a bunch of people joining us over on Stereo. And yeah, all my links at bit.ly/NEWZ debate. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
Good night.